Sword of Coming Chapter 927. Chen Pinggan originally planned to go straight to the Lingyuan Gongshui mansion, but temporarily changed his mind and planned to go elsewhere. With thoughts, he ignored the distance between mountains and rivers, dressed in a green shirt, and stood under a sycamore tree in the capital of the Deyuan dynasty. Lifting his head and looking into the distance, Chen Pinggan took another step and came to a palace with only black and white colors, as if a person without borders, as if entering the realm of no one. This Deyuan dynasty was founded by water and virtue. Last time Chen Pinggan met with Emperor Lu's at the Yunxiao Palace of the Chongshan administration to discuss business. At that time, the emperor was accompanied by only a young prince named Lu Jun, who is now Your Royal Highness is now. In addition to giving the Prince Lu Jun a copybook written by Mr. Chen Pinggan, he also gave the boy a handwritten copy of the boxing score, which was the Shaking Mountain boxing from Guyu, the end martial artist of the Great Seal dynasty. As for Lu Jun's cultivation and martial arts qualifications, they are actually quite ordinary. At the beginning, Chen Pinggan was also frank and honest. In the end, the ghosts and gods made the difference, and the two parties became anonymous masters and apprentices. Before dawn, there was still a period of time before the early dynasty. Emperor Lu Yang woke up early and could hardly fall asleep anymore. He simply asked to light the lamp and sat cross-legged on the kong of a small warm pavilion. There are earth dragons, even in the middle of winter they will be warm as spring, but occasionally the emperor will give orders to stop burning charcoal in the palace, saying that it is freezing and boiling the bones and bones, but it can strengthen the body. On the other hand, those princes of the Lu family who are studying in the south of Weining Hall, unless they encounter the freezing season that only happens in decades, they will give them a hand stove, or they will read aloud while quietly stomping their feet. I trembled and I couldn't move in and out just studying, saying that hard work is not considered easy. It is not easy. Just unknowingly he was a little sleepy. Lu Yang was in a daze, vaguely heard the knock on the door and subconsciously said, "Come in." Outside the threshold of Nuan Pavilion, he wore a blue shirt and smiled and said, "Your Majesty, take the liberty to come and look at Haihan." Lu Yang opened his eyes and looked at the blue shirt outside the door. For a moment he lost his senses but quickly returned to normal. He stepped on the warm kong and casually stepped on his boots without wearing well. He walked towards the door quickly, heartily laughed and said, "It turns out that it was Mr. Chen who came here to welcome you if you missed it, and forgive your sins and forgive sins." Chen Pinggan stood on the spot, clasped his fists and apologized. "The incident happened suddenly, so there is no way to inform the access control. I promise that this will be the only time. Curious people have their own things. Mr. Chen is a man of Taoism. Why bother about these red tapes?" Lu Yang stretched out his hand and grabbed the Qingshan guest's arm and smiled. "I hope Mr. Chen can come here often as a guest. Go, let's sit in the house and chat." After Chen Pinggan crossed the threshold, Lu Yang let go, and the two sides sat on the warm kong side. Lu Yang let the memorials spread on the table without any taboo. After hearing Chen Pinggan's concise explanation, Lu Yang was extremely surprised when he learned the truth, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. "It's incredible, weird and weird." The Emperor Lu, who is known for his brilliance and grandeur, said without hesitation, "In fact, Mr. Chen doesn't need to come to the capital at all. One more trip will easily delay business." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "No matter how detached the Chongshan department is, it is still one of the institutions of the Deyuan court. No matter how respected Yang Tianjun is from the Yunxiao Palace, no matter how selfless the children of the Yang family are, they will ultimately be subjects of the Deyuan dynasty." Lu Yang laughed and showed his sincerity. From beginning to end he didn't look at the door. Good words? Of course it is a good thing. It's just a good word? More than. This in itself is a clear expression of the young hidden official's view of the relationship between the royal family of Deyuan and Chongshan department. The gods on the mountain and the emperor under the mountain are like one governing the sky and one governing the land. The relationship between the two parties is complicated. There is a common sense of prosperity and mutual prosperity, and there is no lack of discordance. Enemies. Juna herself is so lucky that she didn't confess this master of boxing in vain. This highly identified Mr. Chen always turns his elbow in. It is also the hidden official of the Great Wall of Jianghu. Whether it is engraved or not, there is a world of difference. The last time the two parties met at the Yunxiao Palace to discuss matters, Chen Pinggan had not yet traveled far to the barren world, and there was no engraving on the head of the city. Lu Yang asked with a smile, "While there is still half an hour before the meeting, can I visit the Chongshan department of Yunxiao Palace with my husband? There is no temptation, let alone trusting the other party." Lu Yang is just as the monarch of a country, the ninth 5-year-old, but he is still a little fascinated by the kind of cloud and fog. Qin Pingan nodded and smiled. It's rude. When the young hidden official's words settled, Lu Yang soon became a little disappointed, because he had moved a place just like a blink of an eye. It was the place where he met last time. He didn't have the kind of fairy imperial wind that soared through the clouds. Has nothing to do with the fluttering and lingering feeling in the expectation. Qin Pingan and Lu Yang stood side by side, and soon an old man appeared and came to the Chongxian office. It was the national teacher Yang Qingyan. The old man held a white jade pole with a tail in his hand, and the word Fengshen was inscribed. Qin Pingan is a good practice and apologizes to this Taoist heavenly monarch, Yang Qing said with a smile. It's okay, the poor Tao is just a wandering. Yang Qingyan struck a door with His Majesty the Emperor. I have seen your Majesty. After Lu Yang held his hands in his hands, he nodded to the national teacher and smiled calmly. Widow is just a fun, and the national teacher only treats the widow as if it doesn't exist. If the Chongxian department is an official institution set up by the Dayuan court, then the Yunxiao Palace, like the Longhushan Tianshi mansion, is the descendant of the jungle. Although the Dayuan court set up a Taoist government here, it is actually a decoration. Anyway, the big and small Taoist officials are either surnamed Yang or granted by the Yunxiao Palace. Although the Taoist of the Yunxiao Palace is not a water god, this Yang Guosher has both moral energy and water transport. What's more, the Dadu Shangxi Shuijing, who has not been among the princes, is located nearby. The three of them were seated on the stone benches under the trees. In fact, they were in their previous positions. After hearing Qin Pingan's deal, Yang Qing was afraid to smile and said, just say that you can see the merits that are delivered to the door. If there is a little bit more grudge, it is really not enough practice and lack of people's hearts. Qin Pingan was determined in his heart and this trip was worthwhile. But he couldn't immediately pat his and leave as soon as the deal was settled, so he took the initiative to chat with God on the current situation of the two brothers Yang Ningxin and Yang Ningxing in wuxialover. But he didn't say that he had the meeting with the brother Mu Mao, only that he was a rumor that he heard from the summer palace in Feixingcheng. Yang Qing was afraid of hearing the two brothers at first, one after another, and the other has become friends with Yuan Qingshu, who was in the corner of the sky that day. The old man always looked as usual, but waited until the young hermit seemed to say something casually. Regarding the affairs of the dynasty of the gods, with that elegant elder Yao Qing, Yang Qing looked at Qingshang Jianxian for fear, smiled slightly and nodded slightly. Yang Qing said suddenly, I feel I have admired Mr. Chen for a long time. I would like to take this opportunity to meet you today. Qin Pingan just treated it as a scene from the old man, nodded and said, of course. Yang Qing smiled fearfully, and with a lightly thrown his tail, there was a young Taoist priest who seemed to be detained here. After this person appeared here, he looked around, a Taoist heart, the ancient well did not wave and soon hit the three of them. Yang Hojue Yupujing, Taoist name Tuning Mud. In Beiju Luzhou and even the entire Haoran world, he is considered an extremely young monk of the upper five realms. Although he holds the titles of national teacher and heavenly monarch, it is still Yang Qingxian, but in fact, whether it is the great Yuan court, the office of Chongxian was still the Yunxiao palace of the Yang family, and the court affairs and housework were all caught by Yang Hojue. In addition, Yang Hojue is not only the elder of the brothers, but also their half-preacher. Before, Qin Pingan helped Kaik Mansion find three famous guest officials, all of whom had great backgrounds. In addition to Pitafeng referring to Xianfeng Yuan Lingyan, and Yuan Ingjian Xiu Rongchang, who is Li Kai's eldest disciple, the third is Yang Hojue, the steward of the Chongxian department. Later, Qin Pingan heard that he was the person recommended by Emperor Lu himself, and Yang Hojue agreed without hesitation. This is actually an unreasonable thing. Except for one Yang Hojue who is still standing, all three of you are sophisticated. It was just a very subtle pause between the young hermit and the old national teacher. Emperor Lu immediately wanted to understand the joints. It should be that Qin Pingan needs a little bit of buffer time to determine whether God Tianjun can call Yang Hojue himself, and whether he needs to do it himself. However, Yang Qing was afraid that he shook his hand with the supernatural powers of the immortal, and directly moved Yang Hojue from outside the world to this place in Qin Pingan's dream world. After Yang Hojue took his seat, he happened to sit opposite Qin Pingan with a sincere look and a smile said, the last time I was poor, I missed it. In fact, I have wanted to see the hidden official side for many years, but today I got what I wanted. Yang Qing was afraid that he had roughly talked about the reason for this high-hope younger generation. Yang Hojue nodded slightly and then God smiled and joked. In fact, there are two distinguished guests in the Chongxian department at the moment. It is also fascinating. I wonder if Mr. Qin has ever heard of Gao Xianting? Qin Pingan looked solemn and said solemnly, the name of Grandmaster Gao is like Lei Guaner. Also, although the Xuanhu mountain where the chief is not a kendo sect, it has been a frequent visitor to the Great Wall of Sword Chi for thousands of years. From the perspective of Beiju Luzhou, after Guyu died, there are now only 3 martial arts in Beiju Luzhou. The unscrupulous old King Piao went to the mountain and made a lot of military exploits and recovered. If you are free, you don't have to go to Tianjun Xiesher every year to click on time. The Lion Peak Gesh Qing Li heir was a great master who suddenly appeared. In addition, it is Gao Xianting who is in his early 100s. During his travels, Gao Xianting served as the chief worshipper of a northern sect of Yushan as a pure martial artist. Facts have proved that the ancestor of Kun Yushan has a very good vision. A young martial artist, he didn't break the border too quickly, but he walked very steadily on the way to ascend, and he eventually became a martial artist of the end, and he is expected to be on the first floor. Gao Xianting's wife, the Taoist couple on the mountain, is a female sword fairy who has been in the Yupu realm for a few years. Her name is Jing Yuanji and the Taoist name is Qing Luo. In the end, Gao Xianting became the chief worshipper and then became the Xuanhu mountain. Son-in-law. Xiao Shu, the contemporary suzerain of Xuanhu mountain, is Zheng Yuanzi's senior brother and a fairyland monk. Although he is not a sword repairer, he led a group of more than 30 members of the sect. Back then he crossed the continent and rushed south with Han Huizi, the sword sect of Taihui. Jianqi Great Wall. Because the shot was too heavy and too far out of the city, he was seriously injured and almost fell. Without exception, all the Jade Mountains in that group were monks from the Patriarch Hall, and they suffered heavy casualties. However, it is rumored that the relationship between Zheng Yuanji and Li Kai is not harmonious just because there was a culprit named Jiang who once offended Zheng Yuanji miserably. And this famous Jiang thief in Luzhou, North Ju, now happens to be the chief worshipper of his own Luapa mountain, making a bewildered account. After chatting for a while, Yang Hojua suddenly stood up, stepped back 3 steps, and once again made a door-to-door check with Chen Pingan, and he said in a trembled voice, "Thank you, Mr. Qin, who was poor but a predecessor in the Ghost Valley. Long-cherished wish, Yang Hojua of this life and old man of Longshan country in the past, sincerely thank Mr. Chen for himself and her." Not only was Lu Yang confused when he heard it, but even Qin Pingan himself was at a loss at first. It was only when Yang Hojue called himself Old Man of Longshan Country that he suddenly realized it. Standing up, he hesitated. Qin Pingan still squinted his xinxing, and returned to Yang Hojue, a Taoist chief inspector, and said softly, "Duckweed gathers and scatters. Goodbye." God sighed slightly, but between his brows he looked more relaxed. It turned out that back then Qin Pingan and the good brother had traveled to a secret chamber grotto together. There were 2 bones in it. One was the female sister of Feng Mingfeng of Qingda Zone, the other was the monarch of Longshan State, and was also Qingda in the early years. Zhongna was one of the embryos of the cultivation practice who opened up the drum to open up the golden door, and 30 immortals went up to the Tsuiwei, but after the national disaster came to the fore, this person had to give up halfway, abandon the practice, go down the mountain again and inherit the Datong. In this way, Yang Huju's willingness to serve as the guest of the little Kaik's mansion was a matter of course. It's no wonder that the good guy would go to the mansion of the Summer Empress in Piluo Mountain, and he would coincidentally find the secret room tunnel. After sending Emperor Lu back to the imperial study in the capital, Qin Pingan took a trip to the Shaking River Temple and saw the He Bo named Shui Yuanxing again. After visiting Luzhou and Beiju for the first time, after Qin Pingan left the Mural City, it was He Bo who likes to be a boatman and took him for a ride. Shui Yuanxing is still the same, a dark-skinned old man like an aged farmer, facing the lust with his back to the sky every year. It's just that Qin Pingan at that time was wearing a hat and a hip flask riding a boat across the river. After confirming the identity of Qin Pingan, Lao He was surprised and shook his head and said, "I can't believe it, my small temple, I even accepted the incense from an adult hermit." Back then, Shui Yuanxing mistakenly thought that he had encountered a fool who knew nothing about the world. He would let such a great blessing happen, just like leaking from his fingers, and finally missed the master of a Mural City riding a deer goddess. Shui Yuanxing and the sword fairy in Qingshan walked out of the ancestral temple and walked to the riverside together. It is hard to imagine that this old man with a golden body and no righteous of river water is still a Yinzi Hebo who has not been approved by the court. Shui Yuanxing pointed to a place by the river and said with a smile, "The little girl with the surname Pei was here in the past, and the weather is so terrifying. Well, it has only been a few years of hard work and now it's time to call out Master Pei. After the Battle of Luapa Mountain to watch the ceremony at Jingyang Mountain, this matter became a lot of conversation between Shui Yuanxing and his old friends at the wine table. The old man once stood still by the river and took a punch from the great Master Pei. After that, the two sides could not know each other if they didn't fight. The old man punted her across the river and it was very easy to talk. Qin Pingan smiled and nodded. Pei Qin's opportunity at the time was a fight between the truth in her heart and the truth in the world. Qin Pingan once asked Li Huai in detail about his travels with Pei Qin about the big and small things on the journey of mountains and rivers. When the little girl grows up, becomes a girl and then becomes a young woman, she should hide some thoughts. Even if it was Qin Pingan who was a master, it would be hard for him to ask too much. Shui Yuanxing habitually squatted down, rubbed the soil and said with a smile, "What did you think back then? Others couldn't ask for good luck, but you couldn't avoid it. At first I mistakenly thought that your kid was a wooden person who was incomprehensible, or a fool with an incomprehensible mind, otherwise it is really unreasonable. Now I think about how a person who can become a sword immortal and a hidden official can be stupid. Then he must have been pretending to be stupid back then." Qin Pingan sat on the bank casually and nodded. "I was really pretending to be stupid at that time, but I was really afraid of being afraid." Shui Yuanxing laughed and said, "The goddess riding a deer is very noble, and only someone she doesn't look down on. As a result, she didn't know where a foreigner came from. She was already half dead by you. If you hear this kind of bastard, then I have to be off by you again." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Each has its own merits, there is no difference between superior and inferior." Old he unavoidably slandered. It was strange, it seemed that the young sword fairy beside him had passed by. The 8 painted goddesses of the mural city, Xuanhuan, Baogai, Ganoderma lucidum, Chongqing, fairy rod, and deer riding, Xingyu, hanging inkstone, all become outline patterns. Of course, the 5 in front have left the mural city a long time ago. But can this concealed official be regarded as a close official? Qin Pingan took out the sword-raising gourd and took a sip of wine. This was so real that he couldn't really drink fake wine. The only remaining 3 painted murals at that time, the goddess riding a deer, was heartbroken by a young outsider, but due to fate, she turned to the Qingliang sect master who was in harmony with the Tao and the heart, Yixiaoyang. And the rain goddess who is good at chess, named Shushi, has an appointment with the young monk who is holding an ancient jade medal and kneeling until his forehead is bare, and then she will look for it. Lilu, please. As for the goddess of hanging inkstones, she followed her master to Luxiazu. Before leaving the Bone Beach, she walked to the Ghost Mythical Valley, and she took the Jixiao Mountains Pocket Thunder Pond into her bag. And the owner she identified was Xiao Baowan, the lord of the City of Appearance on the night ship. Every time Qin Pingan thinks about this, he doesn't get angry. Lao Tzu dug a few thunder whips for Jixiao Mountain back then. Why did he start a big fight with you? Is your main road a field road? Even if the road in the field was ready, they would walk sideways and pass by each other, and walked forward separately. Shui Yuanxing asked curiously, "Is this in the dream of the hidden officer?" Qin Pingan nodded. Shui Yuanxing couldn't help but sighed. "This is also okay? It's a great accomplishment in cultivating the Tao. A good man don't wait for 3 days with respect. It's just a trick. You scholars speak without leaking. It's worth 8 pennies. Shui Yuanxing was taken aback for a moment, and then burst into laughter. "Let's talk about it, what can I do this time?" After getting the answer from Qin Pingan, Shui Yuanxing frowned and said, "What is the picture? Is it worth it?" Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "Anyone can ask this kind of question, but Master Shui is superfluous to ask. If the figure is worthwhile, the height of He Bo Shui Yuanxing's current golden body can be at least 50% higher. If this is the case, now that Dadu is enshrined, Shui Yuanxing is more than enough to fill the vacancy as a Dumiao Shuizheng." Shui Yuanxing raised his hands, rubbed his cheeks fiercely and nodded. "Then it's settled, I'll stick to the incense sincerely, and I will worship you and my heart is not worth it." The two parties talked about business affairs and they were all refreshing people, in fact it was just a few words. After talking about Pei Qian, he immediately opened the chatterbox. One was willing to talk more, the other liked to listen to it and was reluctant to leave. Shui Yuanxing said that it was impossible to connect such a fan of money back then with the later Zheng Seiqian and Pei Qian. Just say that the girl moved out a whole set of guys back then, weighed the silver with that zizi, and then carefully cut the broken silver with small scissors to make $8. In addition to the small zizi with green bamboo poles, there are also a lot of weighing weights. 2 with the words, "Never lose money," and "Only earn money" respectively in the seal engraving. No wonder she later changed her name to Zheng Qian and walked the rivers and lakes. After apologizing to Shui Yuanxing, she would still be extremely upset, saying that she practiced boxing and practiced a fart, and practiced a hammer boxing. At that time, there was a young scholar wearing a Confucian shirt. He was very nice, but to be honest, he was not particularly open-minded in reading. Chen Pingan could only be speechless for Shui Yuanxing's evaluation of Li Huai. Chen Pingan put away the sword gourd into his sleeves and asked, "Is Shui Hebo willing to serve as the river of the court?" If Shui Yuanxing agrees to this, there will soon be a swaying river passing through the country's official letter of the Ministry of Rites, holding an emperor's golden emperor, and rushing to the abbot for the imperial ceremony, and then there will be a deputy head of Yufu Academy at the same time. This is also the reason why Chen Pingan changed his route before, and he needed the help of Emperor Liu Yang and the Chongxian office to build a bridge. The imperial court enshrining the gods of mountains and rivers requires a nation's energy and luck, and Shui Yuanxing is notoriously indifferent to incense, so that everyone respects this swaying river, but all the imperial courts through which large rivers pass are not. I dare to take the initiative to find Shui Yuanxing, and I am afraid that I will be unable to make ends meet and impair the fortune of a country. It's just that Chen Pingan had his own means to smooth out this account, and he would definitely not treat the court badly afterwards. Shui Yuanxing looked weird and smiled. "You have to push my Yin shrine to this position. What on earth do you ask for, Lord Qin? You are planning to find me to do business in partnership, which is similar to that of Faima sect in Chunlu Garden. I hope that this new river god I will take care of the river transportation, and then make money and share the accounts together. You have a lot of money and I am prosperous?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Shui Hebo thinks too much." Shui Yuanxing joked, "Why, can you ask me to fail?" Chen Pingan held back a smile, "Then count me as I beg you." Shui Yuanxing wondered, "Dignified sword fairy master of a sect, is face so worthless?" Chen Pingan replied, "Although it is not too valuable, it is worth some money, but Mr. Shui can afford it." Shui Yuanxing shook his head, still insisting on his own opinion. "If I am quite the righteous of the river, I would have become a god. I am not happy, too much restraint, not as comfortable as I am now. They all say that distant relatives are inferior to their neighbors. It's true that Xuanhuan, the former lord of the Faima sect, is a very outrageous aunt on the mountain. She has found herself twice. It is almost the same. Old Shui, you don't think you are a little uncle he. Shame? I'll give you the right words. This will help you run the operation. Keep a family and knock on the door. In the future there will be no 7 or 8 temples on both sides of the swaying river." It's just that Shui Yuanxing didn't nod his head. Shui Yuanxing turned his head and said, "Thank you Qin Shanzhu to give me a quasi-word for the end of the bamboo wormwood. Otherwise, even if I refuse this matter today, I will still be entangled in my heart in the future. It is hard to talk about the sword repair in the world. The Patriarch Hall on Luzhou Mountain in Beiju knows best." Chen Pingan waved his hand and smiled, "Shui Hebo, don't think too much about it. If you don't agree, it will be fine. I just made a temporary conscience and said casually." Shui Yuanxing said in a huff, "I believe you a hammer. Show me a little sincerity." Chen Pingan thought for a while and gave the answer he thought, "Although I am not old, I have traveled many places in my life, and I have not encountered too many old rivers and lakes." Shui Yuanxing sighed, "With you it will be enough. It's much more comfortable than being a high-ranking jianghu righteous god." Chen Pingan said in his heart, "Shui Hebo, if you have been a Yinsi Hebo, you may miss a big chance." Shui Yuanxing stretched out his hand and patted the young man's shoulder and said with a smile, "Chen Pingan, kindness is accepted. You keep busy, it's important to hurry." Chen Pingan nodded. Shui Yuanxing stood up and asked with a smile, "It's not easy for these years, right?" "Speaking of it, it's actually simple, it's nothing more than." Chen Pingan paused briefly and said slowly, "People do things and things teach others." Shui Yuanxing nodded and said, "It seems to say that the sky is broken, which is the truth to the end." Chen Pingan smiled brightly and said goodbye with his fists. Shui Yuanxing clasped his fists silently. Until today, old Hebo did not know that the Great Wall of Jiangxi and the Last Hermit, they turned out to be mutual accomplishments and both lived up to their lives. Jidu Lingyuan Gongfu. At dawn, a group of Yingying Yanyan who did not need to go to the official hall for the time being, were on duty. They gathered in a hand-shoveling veranda to chat. Because they were not part of the official road of Shuifu, no outsiders were destined to pass by this place, so there is no need to pay too much attention to the etiquette system. Their identities are mostly female officials of the Department of Traceability of the Waterhouse and the subordinate department of the division. The latter's identity and responsibilities are similar to those of the Earth Master of the Qin Tianjian, drawing boundaries, regularly inspecting the boundaries of all rivers, lakes and rivers, guarding boundary markers everywhere. Both are veritable Qingshui Yamen with small authority, no oil and water, and usually few things. These women are not the daffodils and female ghosts of the old people in the Nanshuan water hall, or the girl monks who have just entered the water mansion. Most of them are still childish and lively. If you are close to the residences of prominent government offices such as the Inspection Department and the Reward and Punishment Department, you will never see such a beautiful scenery. A young girl from the Great Seal dynasty could not help but ask, "Follow Master Zu's explanation of words and slur words as a small canal. Then it's just a small ditch. What's the matter?" A female officer of the Division from Nanshuan Water Hall nodded and smiled. "Master Wenxing also has that self-cultivation article, and there is a sentence in it, look at the source, open up its blasphemy, the river can be exhausted. It is obvious that in our Master Wenxing it seems that this dew is smaller than jianghu, which verifies Master Zu's statement. As for how this dull turned into a big dew, I used to work as an errand at the archives of the water hall and read a lot of official books. There seems to be no written record." Another Xiao Dao embryo born in the market, timidly asked, "Why are you Master Wenxing?" Of course she knows the old master who restored the temple of Confucianism, but is Wenxing not a Chinese native? The Jidu waters, divided into two, are still vast. There are nearly 80 dynasties and small vassal countries under the jurisdiction of the Lingyuan Gongfu. Like the Great Seal dynasty near the Jidu estuary, a decree was issued a few years ago. Together with the Zhou family of the Great Seal, plus a dozen vassal states, supplied nearly 50 cultivating embryos to the Shui mansion in one go. In addition, there are some extra shades similar to the officialdom. It can be regarded as going through the back door to enter the Shui mansion practice. In fact, it is the gilding method used by the children of some aristocratic families, which is equivalent to a squatter identity of a Dedushui mansion. This group of men and women, regardless of whether they are successful in cultivating within 10 years, stay on the spot, or eventually be sent back to their hometown, all have a future. Just like this moment, a young girl sitting on the railing at the edge of the shovel veranda, she was studying a piece of paper horse-carrying water talisman. It was a hand-painted golden talisman. The talisman paper was made of gold foil paper and painted with gods on horseback in armor. The pattern is similar to the fast-walking formula and the shrunk method of the gods on the mountain, but the secret method of the water palace is used, and the path of the gods and incense is used. Because there is an additional process of sacrificial burning, it can be regarded as a true talisman, so the ordinary talisman monks cannot draw talisman. Now this symbol has the reputation of paper money, horses, fruits and xian, thousands of miles in front of you. Practice does not realize that spring is approaching, and every inch of time is worth an inch of gold. I don't know this? The female officer who once served in the archives office of the old Nanshuan water hall said, "Hey, at that time, our northern capital Luzhou swordsmen repaired vastly, and we traveled across the sea together and landed on Iazhou. We had to ask the monks of Izhou to ask for guilt. It was Mr. Wenxing's kind words to persuade that we didn't fight, but we didn't run in vain. After that there was no north in Iazhou. This is something recognized by the Confucian temple. 4,000 of years, Haoranjiuzhou, the change of name only this time, can it be a trivial matter?" Speaking of this, the female officer looked bright. "So, when Xingming is more towards us. It is half of her own family in Luzhou, Beiju. Furthermore, when Sheng's direct disciple Mr. Left, Mr. Zhudejiangxian, the highest swordsmanship in the world, Pei Min, whoever swordsmanship, had to stand aside. Back then, Zhudejiangxian went to sea and visited us. Here there are a few Jiangxianjius from the Yuanqi mountain Jianxianyu, who have taken their swords to the coast. They have all experienced Mr. Zhu's swordsmanship. Of course they have lost. Insufficient realm, even if you rush to find Zhudejian immortal Wenjian, people are willing to take care of it, let me see, let alone raise your hand, you are not willing to raise your eyelid? Even if we don't talk about these old calendars of a few years, just talk about the things of the previous years. On the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the young hermit who seems to be born in the sky, and Taihui Sword Sect and Duckweed Sword Lake. What is the relationship now, who doesn't know? Chen Li and Gao Yuqing of Duckping Sword Lake, aren't they just the two sword fairy embryos handed over to Master Li by the young hermit? Then Chen Li, there is also a little hermit. As for the title, I heard Mother Lu say that Chen and Li claim to be 100-year-old sword immortal on the innocent sign. How bragging? Wrong, it is because they are self-effacing. It is possible. The girl from the mountain tycoon, the little chicken pecked rice and said, I know, before coming to the water mansion, I heard my grandfather say that the young hermit and sect master Lu of Taihui sword sect are the best drinkers. No, I can't drink sect master Lu at the wine table. So, we are in the north of Luzhou Jianxiu swordsmanship, that's definitely going to be lost to the Great Wall of Jianqi, but it's really true. Don't even persuade them to cultivate their native swordsmen at all. The Huang Lao Zhongli of the Taihui sword sect also said that he left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and at the wine shop, he gave away the old sword immortal named Dong Senging to drink. Threw up. She seemed to think of something and whispered, it seems that there is a gossip. Long Tingho said that he and the hermitser, or the brothers who beheaded and burnt yellow paper, are they really fake? If it is true, it is indeed amazing. Although he is a Dada Ho Yi, he is slightly inferior to his own spirit source father, but in this matter, it seems to have given the Ho mansion back a city. The old female officer of the Nanshuan water palace said in a sullen manner, Bag, who is really stupid. What kind of virtue is Long Ting Ho? Outsiders may not know, we are old neighbors of Longgong Dong Tian. A teacher who happened to pass by the corridor heard the words from a distance and immediately stepped forward and scolded, presumptuous. A yellow-mouthed kid not ashamed. This Mother Lu is now in charge of the Department of Rights in the 16th Division of the Water Mansion. She was once an official at the ruins of a Day Dragon Palace in Luzhou, Beiju. The film came forward and said angrily, how dare you chew your tongue, tell right and wrong, there are no rules at all. If you pass it out to outsiders, you will mistakenly think that our government has no law. You guys, everyone who has spoken, I recorded it once at Bo Lucy, and there were similar words again. Once found, he was expelled from the mansion on the spot. The old woman stared at the little chickens like an eagle, not only the old official of the water hall, but all the other women were so frightened that they were cold and pale. The stern old woman is really angry, but it's really not that the old woman deliberately made a fuss with a group of girls, and took this opportunity to show off her majesty. In her position, it is unnecessary. It's just that this kind of talk can be big or small, but if it really reaches the ears of Longting House Mansion, if one is not careful, it is a disaster. It is inevitable that there will be a gap between the host and Na Longtinghao, who had a harmonious relationship between the two parties. Even if Longtinghao is big, I don't take it seriously when I hear it, but am afraid that there is a rib in the Hofu officialdom, and there is the ancient atmosphere of insulting the officials. There are many mountains and rivers between the two houses, and it is easy to disputes continue. In the countryside and fields, only because of water grabs, there are often armed fights, let alone the two residences of Dadu Gongho. What's more, you little girls who don't know the heights of the sky, really think that Li Yuan, who is not even in the eyes of the water dragon sect when the water is in time, is a good match. Just talk about the thunder god's house at the baby mountain in the westernmost part of Dadu. Back then, even the plaque at the gate of the mountain was deducted from two characters. Why did you pinch your nose and let it go? It's not that Li Yuan has spoken, dare not let anyone go, he Longting Ho is about to flood the thunder god's house. A few days ago, Shuijing, who had only been in Longting Ho for a few days, dared not take the official position and the rules of the Confucian temple seriously. What? Is he Longting Ho a fool? It's a pity that Lord Longting Ho is not present. Otherwise I really can't help but reply, you are wrong, I really just rely on the blood and loyalty. This is called piercing a knife in both ribs for a friend, first piercing yourself and first asking the other person if you are afraid. If the other person is not afraid, then piercing the other person again. This cycle depends on who is more cruel and more able to hold it. There are women in palace costumes, imperial concubines, graceful and glamorous. The spirit is pure and beautiful, just like a distant mountain hibiscus. The woman is the former owner of the Nanshuan Water Hall, and now Shenlin, the father of the great blasphemy spirit source. Behind her is two goddess of the water palace, the inspector and the leading female officer of the Qing confession, one with high authority and one responsible. Receiving gifts. Shenlin laughed softly and said, let's not take it as an example. This time, there is no need to record at the bookkeeping department. The old woman immediately gave a blessing to Duke Lingyuan, and Duke Lingyuan opened gold mouths. It was a great blessing to those little Nyezi. The female officials saluted Shenlin one after another. Shenlin asked them all to get up, and then touched the heads of the girls who talked the most with a gentle expression and a soft smile. In the future, you should be more cautious when you speak. Lu Lizzie is not only kind, but also acts according to the rules. But when I returned to my residence, closed the door and whispered, it was not a big problem, so you don't need to be too cautious. Well, pay special attention to it, don't let your Lu Gubin listen to you, then everything will be fine. Of course, the old woman herself was given such an unpopular nickname by the officials of the Waterhouse, but she didn't care very much. At this moment, when she heard the ridicule of Lord Lingyuan, the old woman couldn't help laughing. Shenlin smiled and said, "It's still early, you continue to chat. It is always good to boast more and less harm people between words." Then he turned his head and said to the old woman, "Lu Lizzie talked to you about something by the way." After walking out of this scribbling corridor, the old mother asked, "The master is still worried about the name of the dojo?" Shenlin nodded and said, "It's not a problem to drag it all the time. Long Tingho has already thought of a name, and after submitting it to the Confucian temple, the news seems to have passed. Like the Aquarius Island in the south, Dadu Changchunho Yanghua is a mansion with two plaques, Changchunho Mansion and Bixiao Palace. One is the official gate of the Confucian temple, and the other is the Keifu Taoist temple of the gods. Chidu Lilyho, an old Jiao from Fengshui Cave, had his old priesthood as the head of the Qintang. They were written by two mountain leaders from Guanhu Academy of Linlu Academy. Only on the side of Lingyuan Gongshui Mansion, there has been no eyebrows. Shenlin was lucky at first and wanted to exist with that person to see if he could ask for a name, but at the beginning of the construction of the mansion, Shenlin had flew quietly. Jian Chuan believed in Lion Peak, and then it was like a mud cow entering the sea and there was no more. It was obvious that the other party was not willing to pay attention to him at all, and Shenlin would no longer dare to disturb the other party's clean repair. There is another way, like Chang Chunhao and Lianliho, to seek fame from the head of the mountain of Benzhou Academy. If you have a friendship and a way out at the Zhongtu Confucian Temple, please help those who study the palace to worship wine and work. Of course it is better, but not to mention the Confucian Temple, the head and deputy heads of Luzhou Yufu College in Beiju, there is no incense. After all, helping with a name is not a trivial matter of simply giving 2 words. Want one for yourself. Shenlin really didn't think he was much better than Li Yuan in naming. Shenlin rubbed his eyebrows. It was indeed a headache. The matter was not small and he was too anxious. How could he not worry and couldn't help but sighed. Lu Lizzie, you and Deputy Chief Zhao of Yufu Academy, you still know each other. Find an opportunity to pay a visit and see if you can invite him to the Water Mansion. There is no need to mention the name. The embarrassment of this kind of thing is that the other party agreed, earnestly helped to choose a name, and took out a picture of calligraphy. In case I don't like it in my heart, I feel that the name is not in agreement with the Shuifu Avenue, is it not the other party? Face. The old woman nodded and said, I know the importance and disadvantages and the owner is a little relieved. I believe that with the feng shui path of our waterhouse, the boat will go straight to the bridgehead. Shenlin Xiangyan smiled and said, I hope so. The old woman left immediately, holding the Shui Mansion token, went to Yufu Academy to pay a visit to Deputy Chief Zhao. Shenlin walked into the boundary of the old Nanshuan Water Hall. The large and small yamen were mostly goddesses, and there were also men, but the relative number of them was not large. Some of the diligent officials of the Shui Mansion had already taken their seats in their respective public houses before the official hall had been clicked, and began to deal with the affairs at hand. Shenlin went back to his study and hung up a plaque with a book of gold letters which has a long history. Shenlin said, Tell me within a month, thank you behind closed doors. As for the opening ceremony of the Zhou family in Dezhuan, I declined it for me. The letter will be written by Bo Lu Sitsuan. Send her my official seal. If you have to do something important, don't bother. A personal goddess standing outside the book's house, also serving as the female officer of the seal division of the Water Mansion, said respectfully, Lead the decree. Shenlin waved his sleeves, closed the door, pinched the magic formula with both hands, opened the layers of extremely hidden landscape restrictions, and then his body dissipated and turned into a mysterious picture, like a water map. The golden half of the main vein of Dadu, pale golden rivers, some relatively minor rivers appear silvery white, and the largest number of gray streams. Shenlin quietly came to a secret place in the Nanshuan Hall. It was Shenlin's true Taoist place. It was equivalent to the ancestor hall of the sect on the mountain. It was also the place where Shenlin's golden body was placed. This fascicle comes from a large sect that has died out. It is one of the sacrificial ritual vessels. There is a very deep water law and Taoist art on the inner wall seal. If it weren't for this, Shenlin, I'm afraid I can't make it to reunite with that supreme. The dojo has a small space similar to the study outside, but it is a manifestation of the Taoist xianxia. It is conceivable that the old master of this conch has reached an incredible level of attainment in Taoism. In the dojo, there was nothing but a purple gold character urn. The purple lingering talisman is as big as a vertical scroll landscape painting, hanging in the void, a string of golden text shining brightly, is the room of upright and bright. The strands of incense gathered here from the large and small water houses and the jianghu temples. The essence of the incense on the earth, the stars floating in the house, are floating. Xuanlin originally planned to take a break from the busy schedule. Spend a month to harden her golden body. There are many tasks in the water mansion. She does not like to be the shopkeeper like Li Yuan. Xuanlin does things more delicately, but she must be personally involved, but Xuanlin is not because of her identity. There is the slightest slack in the change. In the final analysis, these gods, tempering the golden body with incense and raising the height of the gods, are the only roots of the great path. Xuanlin suddenly noticed something wrong. She immediately stretched out her hand against the center of her eyebrows, and closed her eyes subconsciously. The center of her eyebrows seemed to open a pale golden sky, but Xuanlin's original tight heartstrings immediately relaxed a little, and silently collected a stream of water. Law attacking supernatural powers. Xuanlin smiled sweetly. He was actually with that daring and uninvited guest. He had a good demeanor and gave a blessing to him and said softly, "Xuanlin, an old man in the Nanshuan water palace, has met Mr. Chen." The green shirt guest in front of him was the foreigner who was called Mr. Chen by Li Lu back then. Xuanlin was indeed grateful to him and owed him a lot. Pushing back, if you didn't meet Li Lu, then the two prominent positions of Dada Gongho Shualongzong would definitely support the honor and disgrace Li Yuan, and occupy a place. Then even if you get Duckweed Sword Lake and Li with the support of Jianghu, but with the background of the Chongshen department of the Dayuan dynasty, in this kind of thing, he will definitely try his best to support the Situ agitation of the Jidu Shangxi Shuijing, and he still has no chance of winning. But if it were not for this Mr. Chen to travel to the Dragon Palace Cave Sky, Li Lu would not be destined to return to the Dragon Palace Cave Sky, one of the many summer palaces in the past, and he would not help Xuanlin to recover his golden body. So this Mr. Chen is absolutely true. She is Xuanlin's benefactor. Qin Pingan replied politely, "It's a crime to come uninvited." Xuanlin smiled and said, "It will only be brilliant. It's not like Shuijing Li Yuan." In those years, Xuanlin, who was nominally responsible for the wind and rain in the Dragon Palace Cave, was actually the water without a source, while the golden body of Xuanlin was a tree without roots. In the Yuan dynasty of the Dayuan dynasty, the Chongshin department of Yunshao Palace set up checkpoints to intercept the water transport of Dadu and the weight that flows into the Dragon Palace Cave Sky. It happens to be maintained at an extremely delicate water level, so that Xuanlin will not fall into gold due to the exhaustion of water transport. It's bad, but it's also difficult to use water transport to temper, stabilize the golden body, and make up for those gaps in the golden body. It's like waiting to die, waiting for death. Therefore, Qin Pingan, who traveled to the Dragon Palace for the first time, saw Xuanlin for the first time, and at that time the Water Empress had no intention of concealing her true face. Therefore, in the eyes of Qin Pingan at that time, her first feeling was that her face was broken. Like the Celadon glaze, countless tiny cracks are horrible. It is the edge of the broken golden body that is about to collapse. It is not an exaggeration to say that the life is hanging by a thread. Shuijing Li Yuan, serving as Dada Long Ting Ho, is a promotion and icing on the cake. But for the goddess of water in the Nanshuan Water Palace, it is a life-saver. After being under the fence for many years, like an angry little daughter-in-law, she finally worked hard to become a mother-in-law. Qin Pingan didn't take a look at this dojo and asked, "Can I change a place and discuss something with Ling Yuan?" Xuanlin smiled without saying anything. "Mr. Qin, you have forgotten that in your dream the host and guest have already exchanged identities. How can Xuanlin lead me?" Qin Pingan explained with a smile, "Duke Ling Yuan only needs to visualize a familiar scene casually." Sure enough, Xuanlin thought a little bit and she was in the study room outside Faluo. It's just that Xuanlin quickly discovered the strangeness. The objects that he remembered clearly were colored paintings, and the objects that he had never paid attention to would be black and white. When Xuanlin's eyes touched those black and white objects, they turned into painted paintings for a moment, as if they suddenly added a bit of life to them. Xuanlin didn't want the difference between the host and the guest, so he moved 2 chairs, and Qin Pingan pulled the green robe and long coat lightly, and sat in a precarious manner. Xuanlin said, "Mr. Qin, just call him by name with me." Qin Pingan nodded and said, "Then call Lingy Wangong to be Mrs. Shun." I heard that it was the incense stick. Of course Xuanlin knew about it. The most important thing was that as a person who respected incense, he had to have the so-called sincerity, and he couldn't fake it at all. Otherwise, this fragrant stick is easy to ignite, but the hard incense that maintains the incense is destined to fail to ignite. It's just that on Shenlin's side there is no problem. I really hate that monk Tong Yezhou, but since Mr. Chen's next sect is established in Tong Yezhou, how difficult it is to be sincere. Think of it as paying homage to Xian's father far away. As for the merit, Shenlin first declined. Seeing Mr. Chen insist, he became angry. Qin Pingan continued to know the reason. Shenlin moved with affection, his face was sad, and when Qin Pingan continued to formulate the words, Shenlin became angry. Eyes flushed and there were faint tears, saying, Mr. Chen, did you deliberately trap me in a place of injustice, or did you say that in Mr. Chen's heart, from beginning to end, I felt that Shenlin was the ungrateful person? Qin Pingan had to withdraw his words and had to apologize to Madame Shen. As a result, Shenlin smiled suddenly and began to stretch out his thumb to wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes. Qin Pingan took out a copy from his sleeve and handed it to Shenlin, explaining, it can barely be regarded as a supplementary gift to congratulate Mrs. Shen on serving as Lingyi Wangong, but I must be selfish. As a result, Shenlin turned the page of the booklet and said in surprise, is that the golden rule of the land and water dojo? Qin Pingan nodded and said, I met a real person who has attained Taoism in Tonggishao before and asked for some knowledge. The old real person gave it to sect master's son in the name of Lingyuan Water Mansion. Shenlin's so-called golden rules and jade rules are Taoist rituals, and they are veritable gold and jade good words. They are old rules that can't be bought with the god's money. The ritual book of Taoist opening altar rituals is roughly divided into rituals for praying for blessings, eliminating disasters and relieving evil, and rewarding gods and giving thanks, as well as those about recommending sacred spirits, prescriptions for saving lives and giving food. In a fair ritual. Among them Daiban is the most precious. As the saying goes, it is like this. According to the script, the emperor of the northern Jin dynasty like Tong Yezhou who worshipped Buddhism, worked Daiban and tried to restore the old system. Before, Qin Pingan was on the banks of the Oran River, walking along with Liang Shuang, the great celestial master of Longhu Mountain, and he was not a rush. In addition to consulting the old man about the unique rituals of Longhu Mountain, he also talked about the Zhaijiao of the Water Dragon sect. For one thing, on the 10th day of October and the 15th of October every year in Longgong Cave, there will be 2 sacrifices that follow the ancient rituals. According to different years there are gold urns, jade urns and yellow urns. So the old man can't help but ridicule, you kid put the wool here. Shenlin hesitated and asked, why didn't Mr. Qin give this thing to Long Tingho and let him transfer it to Sun Jie or Shao Jingji for help? This is a great favor. The sect on the mountain attaches the greatest importance to the benefits of such a long stream. If talking about personal friendship, of course Mr. Qin is better with Li Yuan. Before today, how many words did Mr. Qin say to himself? Only a handful. Shenlin didn't suspect that Qin Pingan had any intentions against his spiritual source Water Mansion or against himself. Mr. Qin Jiwa breeze, gentleman magnanimous, how bright and clear. Qin Pingan explained with a smile, Li Yuan can't hide his words. Once he's high he's easy to talk to people. He will dig out any truthful words. It didn't matter before but now it's all Long Tingho, you still have to pay attention Li Yuan. The threshold for making friends is high and there are only a few to count. I took out this copy at once. It is easy to cause unnecessary misunderstandings on the Water Dragon sect. If I am replaced by me, I will also suspect that Li Yuan served as a water maker in the early years. During the long years, it is clear that there is this ceremonial script, why hasn't it been taken out? This is human nature, no wonder sect master Sun and the others think so much. Shenlin nodded, Mr. Chen's move is indeed mature and serious. Qin Pingan continued, but on Mrs. Shen's side, you don't need to be so restrained. Nowadays there are strange people and strangers in Lingyuan Palace. It can be completely explained as someone's old possessions from a certain place, and then Mrs. Shen the wisdom I knows the pearl, so it is only today that it can be regarded as seeing the sun again, and gifting it to the Water Dragon sect is naturally the meaning of the question. Shenlin pursed his mouth and laughed, overwhelmed with joy. He finally did not laugh and said softly, there is another reason. Only then will it be hidden and tucked away. Qin Pingan smiled and said, this kind of truth I am a guest and it is inappropriate. Shenlin smiled like a flower. Thinking back that year when they first met, the young man was carrying an oil paper umbrella in his hand, his eyes were bright, like lights in the rain. Qin Pingan said, helping others is helping oneself. Shenlin nodded. Earlier Mr. Qin said that he was selfish. Of course Shenlin knew very well because Li Yuan would help this brother of the handle every year. Qin Pingan bought the Fushui Island in Longgong Cave at a very low price. Nowadays it is a kind of good beginning, good ending and good beginning? Qin Pingan was about to stand up and leave. Shen Lin suddenly said, "To win the crowd will move the sky and good intentions will prolong the year." Qin Pingan smiled knowingly, stood up and clasped his fists. "Then I will borrow Mrs. Shen's auspicious words. This is what my husband said." It was the sage's words that were engraved on black paper and white characters and were recited and annotated by countless scholars. Mrs. Shen said these words at the right time. Shen Lin followed up and persuaded him to stay and persuade him. "Mr. Qin, why bother to come and go like this? It's not just a moment, right? Let me lead the way anyway, and invite Mr. Qin to visit the former site of the Nanshuan Water Palace?" Qin Pingan had to say truthfully, "It takes a certain amount of merit to spend time in the long river for the long journey in the dream." Shen Lin looked puzzled and said, "It's only a few steps. I want to lose a lot of money. What's more, on my side, does Mr. Qin consume the merits? Could it be that Mr. Qin decided that I would not accept the merits from the beginning?" Qin Pingan felt helpless, so he had to say a kind words, "Then it is better to be respectful than fate." Madame Shen and Zhu Quan, the sect master of Paima sect, seem to have two completely different personalities, but they are generally powerful. Of course, what makes Qin Pingan as big as a dustpan is a certain female sword fairy from Aijo. After that, Qin Pingan followed Shen Lin, and both sides walked in the water palace where the truth is unpredictable, and the truth is easily confused. The distance between the shoulders of both sides is just enough to accommodate one person. Shen Lin found it interesting. She had heard some news from the mountain before that this young hermit was often locked out by Ning Yao for drinking during the years when she was the second shopkeeper, and squatted overnight to deal with the past. And there is no temper at all? Is that Ning Jianxian really that amazing? No wonder she can become the world's #1 person in wuxialover, and it is indeed not without reason. According to the ritual system of the Confucian Temple, the green glazed tiles can be used in the House of Lords, in Dadu of the Five Mountains. Compared with Li Yuan's Longting House mansion, the two occupies roughly the same size, but here is a bit crude. Of course, Li Yuan was not at all polite to give a large sum of immortal money to help build the home mansion. Moreover, in the private of Water Dragon sect, he also got the private instruction of Shen Lin. First consider Longting his side. As for my own side, I don't need to take care of Water Dragon sect. However, in the end, the Water Dragon sect, who breathed a sigh of relief, still invests here. A lot of manpower and material resources, money is not much, and there is always no shortage of genealogical monks who hold a personal field. Fortunately, the old Nanshuan Water Hall has been moved out of the Dragon Palace Cave Sky, which can be used as the hub of the divisions, and the big huts have been opened up as the divisions of the divisions. The mansion of Dadu Gongho is no different from a small imperial court, with many government offices. According to the ritual system prescribed by the Confucian Temple, there are generally 16 divisions. The number has increased or decreased slightly, but it is not a big problem. Although the official ranks of Lord Lingyuan and Ho Longting are on the Golden and Jade genealogy of the Confucian Temple, they are similar, but there are still some differences. For example, Shen Lin can build 2 temples and have 2 Shuijing responsible for incense. Li Yuan has only 1 quota. In addition to the number of Jianghu Jingshin under his jurisdiction, Lingyuan Gongfu is also 20% more than Longting Haofu. As for Hebo, there is no fixed number, just look at the number of tributaries. Depends. When Shen Lin walked near the incense department, he asked softly, "Mr. Qin has any suggestions for the 2 candidates for the temple blasphemy?" Qin Pingan shook his head. "I have visited Luzhou and Beiju twice before, and I didn't deal much with the mountains and rivers along the way. Nowadays, the many mountains and rivers along the way, formerly under the jurisdiction of the courts of various countries, are now equivalent to 2 more bosses out of thin air." However, compared to Li Yuan's single appointment, Shen Lin took away a batch of Narcissus and ghosts from Longgong Dongtian in addition to the goddess of the Nanshuan Water Palace. In addition, Shen Lin also enlisted a considerable number of monks in the middle 5 realms, as well as the water spirits who voluntarily rushed in. Just like the teacher of the ceremonial department next to him, she is the best example. Nowadays there are a total of 18 government bureaus in the Lingyuan Waterhouse, which are well organized and perform their respective duties. In terms of management, a few Li Yuans together may not be better than one Shen Lin. After all, Li Yuan is accustomed to the loneliness. It is the kind who can lie down and enjoy the blessing and never sit and doze off. Shen Lin is a well-known housekeeper. In the past, there was only one Nanshuan water hall in Longgong Cave. It is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. Today is different from the past. Every time I go out to inspect the jurisdiction, the honor is strict and powerful. When he walked to the door of the Qing Confession Division, Shenlin looked a little bit embarrassed. A group of female officials in the house are reconfirming a list. It turns out that any river righteous in the world has a day of enlightenment every year, which is similar to the birthday of a vulgar sun under the mountain. It's just that the general landscape gods and those with low ranks don't account for this. They want run wildly. At most, there are more incense from the world in their respective temples. Otherwise, who can do it once a year? The neighborhoods of Xianxia officialdom are just like the money exchanges between the people at the foot of the mountain, but they all have to pay attention to the exchange of courtesy, so there is an unwritten rule which is mostly done by jiazi or simply ignored. However, a great sacrilege like Shenlin, who had been in office for a few years, could not help her to be simple. And Shenlin's Enlightenment Day happens to be this month, so in recent years, the leader of the female officials of the Qing dynasty secretary has been busy at the end of each year. Not to mention hospitality, just accept and count gifts, or say tribute is a veritable vast project. The imperial courts of various countries, the tycoons of aristocrats, the large and small sects and fairy houses on the mountains, the land of the gods of rivers and waters and the gods of the mountains in the jurisdiction, and the city temples of the counties and counties of Nazhou. Those pots of sky-high priced orchids from Lanfang Kingdom, eagle falcons carefully produced by Jin Fei Kingdom, and several koi carps from Jinlin Palace, as well as those of Chunlapu and the Great Seal Dynasty. Which gifts need to be returned in the future, and what kind of gifts need to be returned, which only need to be recorded in the book, and then divided into categories, each and the previous gifts are filed, and they need to be finalized by the clearing and offering department one by one. Negotiation, no mistakes can be made. It was the first time for Qin Pingan to travel to Beiju Luzhou. After leaving the Skeleton Beach, he walked through the front lines of Lanfang Country and Jinfei Country, and finally reached Chunlu Garden, and then met our Lu Dijiuxian by chance. I remember that the country of Lanfang is prosperous in commerce, so women who married as merchant wives would often throw money in the water to ask for good or bad luck. And let it go swept the country. Whenever there is drought or flood, I like to vent my anger with the Paper Dragon King. To the north of Chunlapu, there are dozens of countries including the Great Seal Dynasty. Since ancient times they have been advocating martial arts, with sturdy folk customs and martial arts rampant. There are scenes of beating the martial arts on a mountain. It is estimated that in the entire Howran world they are unique. The poor Jinlin Palace, the Yuanying old god, is miserable. Every time the disciple travels down the mountain, he suffers from a sap and a quilt. Zach, it's not a joke. Shaking xuanhuan, Senior Guyu. He used to be an old housekeeper in a villa under the pseudonym Qiufengjia. In the end, they questioned each other with the sword fairy Jiue of Yuanqi Mountain. I heard that Emperor Zhou's personal obedience of the Great Seal was a woman martial artist who used a sword. Originally, she was considered to have reached the end of the road when she entered the far travel state, but unexpectedly she was among the top of the mountain. In the Department of Construction, there is a young servant of the Ministry of Industry of the Oriole State, who is talking with relevant officials here. I heard that Lord Lingyuan had just returned from a tour of the mansion, but he announced that he had closed doors and thanked the guests. It's a pity that I wanted to meet her, it's always good, I didn't dare to expect more. As Jida's entrance to the sea, the Green Oriole took the initiative to take care of things over the years, and did not say hello to Lingyuan Gong's mansion, so he began to start construction to open a station for Shenlin to patrol the Dadu. Within a few years, Green Orioles not only emptied the treasury of gold and silver, but also borrowed externally, which is probably an astronomical figure. Of course, Shenlin didn't want the Green Orioles to spend money like this. It's just that the Green Orioles themselves don't cry out for poverty. They keep saying that the treasury is surplus. There is no problem. When the female officials of the construction division visit the Green Orioles, with the will of Lingyu Wangong, all the expenses are still only reported to the Water Mansion. The low price, this act of swollen face and fat man made Shenlin dumbfounded, so he had to once again put down a stern decree, not to give the Green Oriole Imperial Court any chance of wrangling. The follow-up project, which was just over half of the time, had to be handed over to the water. The Department of Construction of the palace takes over, otherwise it will be so deserted. Whoever wants to settle in it in the future, you Green Oriole Kingdom can figure it out by yourself. On the side of the Department of Etiquette, officials are a little embarrassed right now. Because the grandmother Lu Lizzie who was in charge had just left the Water Mansion, Lord Lingyuan thanked the guests behind closed doors, but at noon today, 2 distinguished guests will soon arrive. Shenlin smiled and said, these interpersonal relationships are really tiring. Qin Pingan nodded and said, I have a deep understanding. Shenlin asked, does Mr. Qin have a knack for dealing with such things? The reputation of Luapa Mountain on the mountain south of Beiju Luzhou is excellent. Qin Pingan shook his head and smiled, I can only tell myself one thing, whether it is okay to get rid of the heart or to get rid of the heart, you should always do one of the things, don't just leave it alone. After a moment of silence, Qin Pingan held back a smile, actually there are shortcuts. Just find a competent butler and you can rest assured to be your own shopkeeper. Shenlin shook his head, I can't learn. In the past few years, guests from Lingyuan Gongshui Mansion can be said to be in an endless stream, and there are busy traffic all year round outside the door, but in a few years the situation is expected to improve a bit. After visiting the offices of the government, Qin Pingan stopped and Shenlin said, the next time Mr. Qin travels to Luzhou in Beiju, you must come here as a guest no matter what happens. Qin Pingan folded his hands and clasped his fists with a smile. Sure. Shenlin said bluntly, Mr. Qin, I have something to save. Qin Pingan smiled and said, no problem, I can send a letter to Mr. In fact, Qin Pingan had guessed it a long time ago. It was the name given by the plaque, so it was really considered that Shenlin had found the right person. Not to mention 1 plaque, that is, 10 plaques. With the knowledge of my husband, he can also help Lingyuan Gongshui Mansion. However, Shenlin looked embarrassed and said, how dare you trouble the sage master, can Mr. Qin himself? Qin Pingan laughed blankly. Madam Qin, you really thought out that such a big thing, how could it be so sloppy? Waved his hand quickly, the name is really not my good point. With a playful expression on his face, Shenlin stroked his temples and said with a soft smile, Qin Lingjun didn't say that back then. Qin Pingan shook his head. Shenlin took a deep breath and had to sacrifice his assassin. He bit his scalp and said, maybe Mr. Qin is still not clear. I have been behind the scenes abbot of the Jin and Jade Dojo in the Dragon Palace Cave. If it were not a last resort, how could Shenlin take the initiative to say this kind of thing? She really hoped that Mr. Qin could leave a piece of calligraphy, so she had to make a move. Qin Pingan looked complacent and was silent for a moment. When Shenlin couldn't help but change his mouth, Qin Pingan nodded and smiled, then I will show my ugliness. Back to Shenlin's study. Qin Pingan shook his wrist, and a bucket pen appeared out of thin air in his hand. He poked it lightly. The bucket pen in his hand seemed to be dipped in thick ink, but the ink was golden. Calligraphy is more difficult than lowercase, so it is even more difficult to write a good list. After concentrating for a moment, Qin Pingan said, if you don't adopt this name, Mrs. Shen doesn't have to bear any burdens. It's just a small pen for correspondence. Madame Shen was relieved and nodded and said, of course there is no problem. Qin Pingan held a pen in his left hand, put his right fingers together and lightly swiped it. A piece of semi-cooked snow-white rice paper was spread out in front of him. Finally write 3 characters, Dio Palace. Taken from the phrase, German Tianyu. The German travels in the sky, the autumn moon and the cold river. The day asks the moon to learn, the traveler goes to the hometown. It also implies that the water of great blasphemy, the stream is endless, only the merits are stable like the lotus out of the cement, it can be used as a place of peace of mind. Shenlin was attentive, watching the strokes on the paper. The words are like a dragon going out to sea, magnificent. Qin Pingan put away the pen, shook his sleeves and clasped his fists to bid farewell. Shenlin was actually dull and speechless. When Qin Pingan had quietly left, the Lingyuan father also forgot to say goodbye. After returning to his senses for a long time, Shenlin was like a treasure, only to find that there was no green shirt in the study. The next moment, Shenlin returned to the dojo. Place yourself in that upright and bright room. Shenlin stood in the void, just like the hibiscus in the distant mountains, standing tall and graceful. Tomorrow is Lichuan. It's just that Shenlin is like a spring breeze today. The Zhangyun Lake in Yinping country is not far from the Zhujiaking, and it governs 1 lake, 3 rivers and 2 canals. Hujuan Yinho, who wears a purple robe, has converged a lot in recent years. Although the Confucian temple had promulgated the golden jade genealogy ranks of the landscape gods before, the Zhangyun Lake did not rise, but Yinho was still open, and it was not better than that. More than that, when you are not happy, just think about Huanghua City and Baodong Wonderland and you will feel relieved. Iron-struck hills, fairy masters with flowing water. Back then, the crossing river dragon was a guy who claimed to be a good man of Qin. It was called a city palace, deep, cruel and cruel. At that time, beside the young Jianxian, there was also Duyu who seemed to be an acquaintance of the gangster, the soldier monk of the Ghost Axe Palace. Xuanhuan Lake had kicked an iron plate, and Inho would vaguely feel a little bit of toe pain at this moment. Otherwise, Inhogue is a big lake water monarch. Wherever he needs to go, he would take the initiative to drink with the little fire temple in Suijiaking. Just like a Beijing Liubu Longguan who was born in Qinglu Jingtu, do he need to be brothers and sisters to a local county grandfather? Today, while Inho was practicing, he planned to go out and relax, but he stumbled into the secret of the mountain and water of the monk on the top of the mountain. As a result, I looked intently and saw a smiling acquaintance. Inho immediately saluted. Inho pays homage to Qin Jianxian. With only a few words from Qin Jianxian, Huju and Inho categorically said, "What if Jianxian said to do, Xuanhuan Lake Dragon Palace will do it." It's the old saying of the year without changing a word. Common speech, two minds. Last time it was forced by the situation like a knife on the neck, I had to follow it. The two sides fought wits and bravely, fighting methods and asking swords, and both lost to this city mansion's deep and cruel foreign sword fairy. Xuanhuan Lake is not miserable, especially those confidants who have been folded on their own site. This makes Xuanhuan Lake become a clean place where people can live from the crowd. The fairy masters on the hills from a dozen countries around Xuanhuan Lake, who would dare to come here for a drink again? Does it have a few more lives than the average person? I promised to be so refreshed, but seeing that the sword fairy in Qingshan showed no sign of leaving, Inho felt bitter in his heart. With our friendship, wouldn't it be possible to sit down and change the cup? Is it possible that something is wrong with me? This extremely difficult guy has come to settle accounts again? For example, was Du Yes' visit last time? The problem is that Inho thought he was very benevolent and righteous, and he couldn't help Du sincerely. He wasn't the direct descendant of the big sect, let alone Shanzi Yeshio who provoked Kaiyang Linzong. Where can he go? You sword immortal, if the teacher asks for a crime today because of this incident, then he'll have to crane my neck and do whatever you want. Anyway, as long as you don't kill me, I'll go to Yufu Academy. While shouting injustice, beg for justice. Qin Pingan was like dragging a lake prince, walking side by side in the familiar dragon palace at the bottom of the lake, and then quickly came to the surface of the water. Lingbo flew across to the once dilapidated Narcissus temple. As for the incense sticks, in many cases, that kind of fear from the heart also brings sincerity. Qin Pingan smiled casually and asked, "Now Hujin's Dragon Palace chief officer must have changed a lot of new faces?" Inho carefully chewed the aftertaste of this sentence. Is the other party sprinkling salt on the wound? Get. I am honored to be able to talk a few words with Qin Jianxian, a passerby who is willing to take down the tribulation of the city with the car, and a guy who is like a sitting on a high chair in Xuanhuan Lake. What a daunting monster. Inho was cautious and nodded. Now the new owner of Zhaoxi River, she was a very virgin woman before her death. If Qin Jianxian doesn't believe it, she only needs to change her way and see the current landscape and weather in Nizao River. As for the other channel owner who had not succeeded but failed, it didn't matter if he didn't mention it, anyway both he and Qin Jianxian knew the bottom line. But it's strange to say that in the early years there were two Narcissus temples. One was like a prosperous high-ranking family with a crowd of friends all the year round. The other was so miserable that it couldn't be more miserable. Even the painted statues in the temple couldn't bear the gold of the canal's owner. Body. On the contrary, it is such a stupid ant who has not enough brains. Among the many river gods and Narcissus in Xuanhuan Lake, it is the only one who has been a blessing in disguise. Lacquered in gold. It was the infinitely beautiful Zhaoxi who took the post of the canal master. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Of course I can trust Lord Inhu. Before I went to the Dragon Palace, I had already seen the scenery of the brand new Narcissus Temple. After changing the owner, the weather was indeed refreshed. It was still the plaque of long flow of green water. Advise him not to fall into the eyes of the money too much and not get out, and stay aligned to meet in the future. Otherwise, it is estimated that the temple plaque has now been replaced. Now that algae creek, the bottom of the algae grows densely, each branch is several feet long, beautiful as a phoenix tail, the creek is clear and bottomless, drifting with the current, and it is lovely. And the stream next to the road at the foot, although not comparable to Zao Creek, has changed a lot. The two banks are no longer the bleak scene of overgrown weeds. The cobblestone roads are flat and clean. The carriage passed, but the ancestral temple of the canal was only a few tens of miles away from the city, and the incense would be decayed, so that even the statues in the ancestral temple could not carry the divine light, and could only be on the side of the waterhouse. Every year the east wall was demolished to make up for the west wall, borrowing money to survive, saying that it is not difficult to borrow and repay. She has accumulated years of old accounts, but it is her ability to use incense. Qin Pingan asked, "Is her cup from Qing Dizong?" Inho nodded and said, "Qin Jianxian has a good eye, this thing is indeed one of the ritual tools of the Qing Dizong in the early days." Qin Pingan ridiculed. As a result, the Empress of the Channel Master used it to carry the ecstasy soup and attach to the peach blossom luck? Inho's face suddenly became embarrassed. Arriving outside the Narcissus Temple and unable to pass through the door, Qin Pingan and Inho shrank the mountains and rivers together. In a flash, the two sides came to an old road near Xuanhuan Lake. Qin Pingan walked in the mountains and asked, "According to the geographical map of the local county chronicles, this place seems to be called Dashishan. Is there any pointy tail nearby?" Inho became more uncertain about what this guy was going to do, so he could only nod his head and said, "Qin Jianxian is not too expensive to forget things at all." Qin Pingan had an extra hiking stick in his hand, poked it lightly and joked, "Sloppy is really not suitable for Lord Inhu. Next, let's not mess with each other." Ascending to the top of the mountain, Qin Pingan looked around and saw the white sword waterfall in the distance, a white water hanging upside down like a sword. There is a hill nearby that is rich in china clay, and the porcelain is burned out, which can be shipped along the Zhao Creek and sold to various places by water. Inho asked tentatively, "Did Qin Jianxian ever go to Xuanzong?" This extremely quiet questioning sword has already spread to Luzhou and Beiju. Lu Jinglong, the young lord of the Taihui Jianzong, and an unknown sword fairy surnamed Qin climbed the mountain to raise Yunfeng, and demolish the Patriarch Hall with a profound sect. The essence of the immortal way, even though he sacrificed a mirror at the bottom of the box, he still failed to take over Lu Jinglong's questioning sword, and now he obediently retreats to recuperate. But for some reason, it didn't take long before Xianzong Yangke went down the mountain in person, and he actually signed an alliance with Taihui Jianzong on his own initiative, and he assumed himself as a hilltop half of the vassal. Qin Pingan laughed at himself. If good things don't go out, bad things will spread for thousands of miles. Just as Inho was about to say something, he suddenly remembered Qin Jiangxian's previous reminder, and stopped talking again, swallowing back those really disgusting words. Inho asked again, "So Qianglin Zong Pao Shirtang?" A little later than Xianzong there was another change in Qianglin Zong Zhu Shirtang, but the relative momentum was not big. Qianglin spared no effort to cover up the matter, but Qianglin reputation on Luzhou Mountain in Beiju is well known and friends are all over the place. How can there be no one to help speak righteously, in a continent of mountains and rivers? Although it is still a mystery who did it in the end, the only thing that can be determined is what the sword repair did. For example, in the Duckweed Sword Lake, a newspaper was published, using a phrase that monks from a certain continent were destined to be dumbfounded, but Luzhou and Beiju was very accustomed to it, saying that since no one admitted that he had taken down the ancestor of Qianglin Tang, then our Duckweed Sword Lake had to be splashed with dirty water. Since the explanation is not clear, we will not explain it. The problem is that Qianglin has never provoked Duckweed Sword Lake, and he has never even suspected Li Kai. What dirty water is splashed? What exactly are you, the sword fairy, explaining? The reason why Inho had this idea was that Duyu, who was a guest at his own dragon palace, said frankly that he had provoked Qianglin. A few days after Duyu left Xuanhuan Lake, Qianglin suffered such a disaster. Is there such a coincidence in the world? Qin Pingan angrily smiled and said, "Can this be counted on me? It's that Lu Jinglong, Rong Chong and Lu Jiqing joined forces with Lu Jiqing, and it's my business." Qin Pingan turned his head and looked at the Zhaoxi temple. There was a handsome young boy standing on a raised eaves with a yellowed bamboo flute tied around his waist. He Lu from Huanghua City, and Yanqing from the Baodong Wonderland, the Golden Boy and Jade the Mountain. Ilu Yanqing. The length of life in the Song of Wine, for example, how bitter the morning dew goes. Ayan Qingping. They are all good names put together like a destined aphorism? Afterwards, the 9 children who were taken out of the Great Wall of Sword Qi were also the little fat man Qing Chaolu and Nahi Gu. With that, fortunately safe, see the sun again, the rest will be exposed first. There is still that, the world of perfect peace, the law is like the dew of the morning, and the simplicity is not scattered. Probably this is the so-called no coincidence. Qin Pingan returned to his senses and said, Xuanhuan Lake did not kill Duyu before, but did something within his power. Junin, who is still very kind. Inhao's smile was far-fetched, but it didn't sound like a good thing. Then listen to good things. Inho asked heartily, can you ask Qin Jianxian for his real name? It's not a problem that I'm always so worried. The sword fairy in Qingshan actually reported his name and hometown. The real name is Qin Pingan from Liju Cave Sky. Inho was shocked in an instant. He was shocked. His heart was like a stormy sea. He swallowed and hesitated and said vaguely, Mr. Qin is the closed disciple of Master Wenxing? Inho deliberately did not mention the more shocking sword repair identity. Qin Pingan smiled knowingly and nodded, of course it is. This guy Inho is reminding himself that you, Qin Pingan, are an upright Confucian child with a Taoist culture, a scholar, a little master, don't beat and kill at every turn, insulting gentleman? Qin Pingan held a trekking stick, turned his head and smiled and asked, even you have heard of the Liju Cave Sky? Inho nodded and said, of course. Nowadays in the vast world, who would not know the little cave sky that had been broken and landed a long time ago? Makushuan Lu Xianyang Gu Kan. These younger monks all came from the Liju Cave Sky that seemed to be the size of a palm. Among them there is Qin Pingan, the hidden official who liked to get a pearl in the exploration of Li, and the rest of the same age are like each with their scales. In short, they are all first-class handsome men in the world. Qin Pingan's face was calm, and he looked south as if his sight could cross the sea, spreading to Aquarius Island, Dai Dynasty and Old Longzhou in the south. In an instant, the green shirt was no longer seen on the top of the mountain. Inho immediately returned to the Dragon Palace of Cangyun Lake, only to feel that he was going around the Guimen Pass for a while, and he was left with lingering fears for the rest of his life. Only a moment later Inho whispered, I used to fight him back and forth. If it is spread out, would it be worth it? Huang Ting had already practiced his sword at the Mi Xiefeng mansion. Negative Mountain lay on the railing and continued to look at the scenery. Suddenly, a look was in a trance, the smoke and water was hazy and gradually disappeared and he was still sitting in the shop of Moxiandu. Yuangshan sneered, turned his head and looked around only to see the green shirt man wearing a hat and drape, came to visit the shop again, gently took off the bamboo hat, shook the rain outside the door, laughed, said, Dao fellow Negative Mountain, we have met again. How are we in Shindu Mountain? Yu Jishan said solemnly, Qin Shanju good way. The King Shank smiled and said, don't be nervous, I just want to ask for something with Daoist Negative Mountain. If you agree or not, don't force it. Since Qin Jianxian is in Shindu Mountain, why should he be so sneaky? It can be discussed in person. Actually, I am not in the mountains at the moment. If there is something offended, I still look at Haihan. Don't dare, how can I dare? The Taoists of Negative Mountain are all going to be the masters of Taiping Mountain to worship the monks, so why are they so unassuming? After talking about business matters, Yu Jishan was very curious. How to do it? Sincere is spirit? Can you teach, can you learn? Easy to learn but difficult to teach. After that, it was also Mi Xiefeng, and Qin Pingan found the old Chiu who had the pseudonym Chiu Du. A cultivator wants to gain the Tao, regardless of his or her aptitude, unless there are a few exceptions they can't escape the word diligence. Chiu Du was breathing out at the moment and after opening his eyes, he hurriedly got up to salute, I have seen Lord Qin Shan. After leaving Shindu Mountain, Qin Pingan went to Bio Palace to find the goddess buried in the river. It didn't seem like she was going to talk about business. Instead, she ate a meal of genuine fish noodles, not pickled fish. Raising one leg and stepping on the bench, the goddess of water rolled up a large chopsticks noodles, blew her breath and asked, Little master, when did you call your brother Jun Qian? You two will come together as a guest. Qin Pingan smiled and nodded, no problem. Lu Ro sincerely exclaimed, Little master is getting more and more spicy. Next time I will ask old Lu to add 2 more dried chilies. Qin Pingan said helplessly, I really don't need it. You're welcome, let alone 2, a basket of dried peppers is worth a few dollars. It's not about money or money. Lion Peak. Li Lu heard Qin Pingan's request and smiled, unconsciously Mr. Qin has changed a lot but it's good. But it's just a stick of incense. If the problem is not big, Mr. Qin is worrying too much. Qin Pingan shook his head and said, if it's for this matter, I won't come to you. It's too much involved. I came to Li Lu to beg for a token. I went to the Land and Water Transportation co-owners Mrs. Tan Dan, and she was a good fox. After all, that Lu Shu Pit was once a place for Li Lu to escape the summer heat. Li Lu joked, will you find that juvenile guy who can only play tricks? Qin Pingan shook his head and said, she's fine. Among the 4 Cs I only look for Li Yeho. Mrs. Tan Dan, who is named Qingzhong, was approached by Qin Pingan. The 2 sides seemed to be standing on both sides of a border. At first, she hesitated, obviously she wanted to get rid of 1 or 2 things, mainly because she was worried about Yuli's incompatibility. Eat and hang down at the Confucian temple. Yuchen Pingan has a Mr. Wenxing Dangna, but I don't have one. There is no one to support him at the Confucian temple. It is very bitter. Only when Qin Pingan took out the token presented by Li Lu, Madame Tantan immediately wailed, with a smile on her face, saying such trivial things, wherever you need a hidden official to visit the humble house, just find someone to give yourself a word. What? Li Yeho, the lord of the South China Sea, agreed without procrastination. Anyway, it was another business. Merit is a thing, the more rare it goes. This is already the consensus of a small group of mountain monks. Qin Pingan didn't care, the hidden officer was wealthy and improper, but Li Yeho paid great attention to it. To say that in case the Confucian temple pursues the blame afterwards, with Qin Pingan's character, he will definitely not shrink back. If you want to come to the kind of deeds that are dead and poor, young hidden officials can't do it. Besides, there are old talents. In the Confucian temple, there is no fear of falling under the sky. The old scholar has never lost a fight. As for the determination and ability to protect the calf, in the Howran world, it seems that you should not compete with the old scholar. It's just that Li Yeho couldn't help but ask the other party a question before Qin Pingan left. Even if you are repairing a continent, why should you rush for a while? Wait until. However, after the word wait was uttered, Li Yeho stopped speaking. I believe Qin Pingan knows what he wants to say. As a result, the guy said, sword practice, do whatever you want, the world is free. Li Yeho helplessly shook his head and waved his hand, indicating that he would not see off the guests. It's hard to say who is the guest and who is the host anyway. His mother's sword repair is just happy. On the side of Yulongzong, Sovereign Nayland Xuanhuan was in high spirits today. He found Zhonglu Yunqi and threw a jade medal to her. The simplest style of no accident card, not the pros and cons. The Great Wall of Jianghu is sealed on one side, and the world is engraved on the other. It's just that on the Great Wall of Jianghu, in addition to the word hidden official in xuanhuan, there is also a number in tiny lower letters. Yunqi was puzzled. This is? Nayland Xuanhuan smiled and said, I just accepted a direct disciple for Zhongyo. This is his apprenticeship. Yun Qian was slightly annoyed. How could there be such a playful act, that he had never seen the other side, so he had one more direct disciple. Nayland Xuanhuan smiled and said, don't worry, those who have a good aptitude for cultivation and definitely not a small scorpion. Nayland Xuanhuan leaned against the chair in the Yunxi room, swaying her legs. If he is a sword repairer, no one will get you. The cloud sign is still easy to talk, holding the jade card in his hand, raising his hand and asking, are there any specialties? Nayland Xuanhuan pointed at her. If you practice, you will know practice. If you don't hear the smell of things outside the window, you don't even read the latest news? Yun signed yen and said, occasionally turning over it is because I have seen less. Nayland Xuanhuan revisited the old story and chatted with the insider. Back then in the Chunban's High Conference Hall, like the Baishi of the Weipin Ferry, Dai Hao of the Taiging of Iazhao Lu Shen, the owner of the Nishang of Xinjia Island, and the Wuzhong of Luxiazu Lu Yu and others, these 54 shipowners and stewards from Howran 8 continents have received a small gift from a young hermit, which belongs to those who see it. In addition, the number of Wu Qiu's jade medal is 9, Tang Feiqian's 12, and Lu Shen's 96. In today's awe-inspiring world, people who have good things have counted them. In the end, it seems that they have not collected 99 jade medals, only more than 80. Anyway, it is definitely less than 90. This is because the young hermits did not participate in discussions in person after that. In addition, the number of intercontinental ferry boats to the Downhang Mountain was limited. Together with the Zhong to Shenzhou, there were only more than 150 and 60 ships, and none of them. Fewer ferry boats will take a trip to the Hanging Mountain every few years or even more than 10 years. It is said that the young hermit drew and engraved characters with his own hands. Each jade plate contained 2 to 3 sword spirits. According to Miyu at the time, it was not valuable but unique. Really worthless? It's a lie. Jiang Gaotai had taken the initiative to request that the piece in his hand be replaced with 99. It now appears that this Jiang shipowner is really far-sighted. It's a pity that it didn't work. And that 1 and 99, the 2 most special jade medals with numbers, have they ever appeared, and who will get them? No one knows yet. Many jade plaques were given by those ship owners either to the disciples of the closed door, or to a descendant of the family who was expected to shine. We'll let the latter be put away properly because this jade card at the critical moment is a talisman, even a life-saving talisman. The opening ceremony of some Jindan Dixian was used as a ceremonial gift from the Zongmen Zushiteng. This thing has occasionally appeared in the world, and then it has been learned by the outside world. The reason for this strange appearance is that the Dragon Elephant Sword sect of Nan Pasuazhou reported a news to the world through the Academy Mansion of the Chen family. The Dragon Elephant Sword sect recognizes both people and brands, but only does not recognize Shantao. The Dragon Elephant Sword sect will consider whether to help solve the trouble and help through a certain difficulty. If it is done, the Jade card will be taken back and it will not be able to help. We'll talk about it later. To put it simply, these jade plaques obtained from the Spring Banner Studio in the Fallen Mountain can be passed on from generation to generation, hereditary and irreplaceable. But if these signs fall in the Zhongmen and Xianfu holding the Jade card, come and ask the Dragon Elephant Sword sect to do something. Sorry, the Jade card will leave. After that, Xia Songhua, Songpin, Puhi, etc. these sword immortals who had been to the Great Wall of Sword Qi all responded, both as if they were interacting with the Dragon Elephant Sword sect, but also as if they were. After Yunxian knew these truths, he nodded and said, "No wonder it has become so valuable. It is really a life-saving talisman. For Monk Howren, even if he keeps the Jade Medallion and does not use it, it will be an invisible form to his enemies. Deterrence. It's just that this kind of jade metal doesn't seem to be a special need for you, Sect Master, right?" Nalan Kai dazzled her eyes and said, "Are you stupid? With this jade metal, Yulongzong really has important matters in the future, such as needing to find a helper or something that we should not show up so we can go to Luji. Otherwise, it is Song Pin, especially Puhi, who has a wild road. Let them help cut people." Yunchi suddenly realized and sighed. Sure enough, he was only a decoration master, and Nalan Saihuan was right to be the lord. Nalan Saihuan turned his head and looked out the window. Back then, that young guy who was in a high position was in the Chunbazai Council, with his cheek in one hand, staring at the goose feather snow outside the door in a daze. Damn it, Nalan Saihuan looked back now, she looked a little bit shit. The first intercontinental ferry to the Downhang Mountain in history was the Pillow Water of Nan Pasuachao. The second is a sect named Yundashin in Fuyao, and the ferry is named Pitch. And the third ferry, Tongishis Tong Umbrella, sank in a shipwreck. There was once a distant memorial service on the Great Wall of Jianxi. Even the sacrificial sword in Luzhou, Beiju, was born here. It's just this, the years are long, the time is too long. If it weren't for the young hidden official, he had eaten and supported him, carefully read every archive book in the shelter of the cold, and then said it personally on the way of the discussion. Otherwise, even Nalan Saihuan would not know. Nalan Saihuan swaggered out of the house. Yun Xian continued to practice, and she was suddenly shocked to find that a strange man walked out of the clouds, in a blue shirt and long coat, with a slender figure and a warm expression. Yun Qian hurriedly stood up from the futon and said angrily, "Who are you, dare to venture into Yulongzong? Isn't an ascendant cultivator with profound knowledge of Taoism? How can he possess such incredible supernatural powers? Could it be a certain wild remnant hidden in the vast ocean?" I saw the man in the blue shirt carrying the sword, gently raised his hand, holding a jade sign in his hand, the word ancient seal hidden official, and said with a smile, "Sect Master Yunchi, my name is Chen Pingan, I used to be the hidden official of the Great Wall of Jianxi." Yun Xian was extremely surprised, but she still frowned, shook her head and said, "How can I prove my identity based on this thing? Do you think fellow Taoist is so foolish?" Chen Pingan said, "I once asked Chun Ban's Hai Shao Jianxian to send you a secret letter, so that there is no need to worry about firewood burning in the Green Mountains. He put together and wrote a secret letter out of thin air. The font size, arrangement, fine handwriting and private seal are all exactly the same." Sign Master Yun exhaled. It turned out that the unmasked Yulongzong N person came here in person. Yun Qian hurriedly saluted. If it weren't for the advice of the person in front of him, then the entire Yulongzong's incense would have been completely cut off. Yunchi asked tentatively, "Why do the hidden officials show up in this way?" Qin Pingan apologized. "It's a long story. I will visit Yulongzong in the future to make amends with Sect Master Yun Qian." Yulongzong is a place where water transport is condensed. It is like a spring and even a bit like the separatist rule of a vassal. Like Li Yeho, the Lord of the South Sea, cannot completely control the flow of water here. According to the records of the Summer Palace, the origin of Yulongzong is two speculations: either it was the place where the Rain Master stayed in the world, or it was the place of fall in the battle of ascending to the sky. Yunchi blushed slightly and said, "Don't dare to hide the hidden officials, I am only the Yulongzong in charge now, and the Lord is Nalan Saihuan." Chen Pingan suddenly said, "Afterwards, I asked Yun to sign a fellow Taoist to help me talk to Nalan Saihuan. I will come to congratulate her next time." Nalan Saihuan is not profitable and early. However, she came to serve as the sect master of Yulongzong, which is good for both Yulongzong and her. Yulongzong's reputation in the Haoran world is very ordinary now, so the support of Yulongzong by the Confucian temple after the war is extremely limited. If it is not for the location of the Yulongzong, it is too important, and it is estimated that it will be impossible. Avoidance is gradually going downhill, and there is no sect master with a strong wrist, and it will only become more and more fragrant. Of course, asking the gods is easy and difficult. With Nalan Kaihuan's temperament, it is estimated that she will never give up if she does not sit down on the position of the sovereign. Once the sword repairer enters the fairyland, it is different from other chi practitioners. In addition to tirelessly refining the sword, one is to temper the edge, and the other is to find more certain God-given supernatural powers for the flying sword of the destiny. But in addition, compared with for ordinary mountain monks, xianxia is often not particularly concerned about the opening of mansions and the combination of many natal objects, so ordinary mountain cultivators are among the immortals, especially in the ascendant realm, often opening mansions and refining natal objects. In terms of two things, there is nothing to do at once, but sword repair is not the case. You can free your hands to check the missing and make up for the shortcomings. However, it is not easy for Nalan Xianhuan to enter the fairyland. She is not Lu Ji after all. Yun Xian deliberately ignored the word was, and after hearing the explanation from the young hidden official, he immediately agreed. Chen Pingan said, "Senior Yun signed, don't worry about agreeing to this matter, it is best to discuss with Nalan Xianhuan, after all, it involves the water transport of the sect, which is of great importance." Yun Xian shook his head and said, "No, I am the ancestor of Yulongzong's ruler at any rate. I can make a decision on this kind of thing myself." Qin Pingan thanked him and left. Yun Xian wanted to say something but stopped, just raised his hand and put it down. The other party had already traveled far, not to mention that even if the young hidden official stayed for a while, it seemed that he didn't know what to say. For some reason, she lowered her brows and blushed slightly. There are thousands of miles of yellow sand, the top of the hill is bare, almost no grass growing, and it is red. At the foot of a mountain where running water is rare, a small wine shop was opened a few years ago. There is a large wine tank in the shop, selling wine by horns or bowls. The proprietress is a plain lady, Jingchai Sarong, who often visits the wine shop business. Just a few old faces, mountain gods, girls the other kind of hippo, the rest don't come often. They are some strange things that don't make the weather. Many of them are half-finished, and they can barely be regarded as repeat customers. Anyway, in this place where the birds don't shit, they are safe in their practice. According to the master of the mountain god, those who can settle down here regardless of their origin, are all people with strong Tao heart and extraordinary perseverance. They must be cherished and taken care of. They all think that the woman who sells wine is the concubine of the old mountain god, and at the very least, it is a horrible thing and she would not dare to make a fuss. Our mountain master is also pitiful. I have heard that other mountain gods are the father of the land, and he can find himself a landlady who is both beautiful, and who is good at holding a family. Even if you don't talk about the beauty of the country, you still have to look at the young. The wine seller likes to read books, but she is the same as the mountain master who likes to recite poems and make fuss and export chapters. And that poor mountain here who can't beat thunder twice a day every morning and night, visits a volcanic crater. In fact, it is not a rule made by the Confucian temple. It is just that the mountain feels that the heaven is a great responsibility and he must carry the burden. I went to the volcanic crater with trembling for a while, and then I would often go to the wine shop to drink a little wine and be shocked. Nowadays the liquor store business is a little bit better. No matter how poor it is, you are still a half-hearted trainer. But the wine here doesn't cost immortal money or a few taels of silver, but the 3 wine tables have never been full. The oil stains on the table are never wiped, and business is really dependent on wine. Even the mountain who came here to sit there for a while, only mistaken Yang Ji for a successful cultivating water monk, he was a cave mansion realm. As for those smoky rumors, Master Mountain God jumped with anger. Bah! Lord, am I not so picky? The sun is scorching at the turn of winter and spring, the heat is still rising like a steamer. The table of guests in the shop is full of spirits, all sweaty, shirtless, drinking, topless and punching there, and the woman is also completely. It didn't matter, she was just reading her own book. She suddenly raised her head and gently closed the book. The woman squinted and smiled. What a rare visitor. The woman picked up an old and yellowed cattail fan on the table, gently fanning the breeze, and the hair on the temples fluttered gently. Come in, but you still have to spend money if you want to drink. A green-shirted guest wearing a hat came slowly in the distance, holding a green bamboo stick, took off the hat, gently placed it on the table and smiled. The shopkeeper, a bowl of wine. He stood up and held a fan, really stood up, went to bring Qin Pingan a bowl of wine and put it on the table, but in the wine shop, except for the two of them, the rest of the guests seemed to be caught in a long river of stagnant time. Without any doubt, Qin Pingan picked up the white bowl and took a sip of wine. Lu Cha was forcibly left behind by Qin Chunan. In contrast, Yang Ji had to be more aggrieved, and he was first returned to the awe-inspiring Lu Qi from the Qingming world, and he used spells against spells to completely crush the battlefield on the sea. Later, I couldn't see the power, so I had to flee. However, a vice-master of the Confucian temple came and waited for him, and was imprisoned in a volcano that was rumored to have been a Taoist alchemy furnace. This is the land under Qin Pingan's feet. Sitting on the opposite side of the wine table, Yang Ji gently shook the fan. In public and private, the grievances between the two sides are not small. On the battlefield, Yang Ji used to twist off the head of a great sword immortal surnamed Yu, who traveled to the wild and hidden his identity for many years. This sword immortal in the hinterland of the wild world, decisively pulled out his sword, wandered around, shattered two important supply lines, and was responsible for maintaining the stability of the route. The cultivator of the upper 5 realms of the demon race was so exhausted that he was so exhausted on the side of Jiazikin. Had to let the 2 old throne demon Xuanhuan and Yang Ji personally chase this person. On the battlefield, the Summer Palace strictly ordered Xianxia not to rescue, and this incident may only be because the young hermits and the Summer Palace were too cold-blooded. Not only has Fei Xingcheng talked about it so far, many sword repairmen still have complaints. Even Qin Ping's brought out the 9 sword fairy embryos of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, 2 of them because of this matter. It is always difficult to care about the last 2 children. I still recognize the master with Yu, erased the name from the genealogy of the patriarch of Jisei Peak, and chose to follow the old Lu Xiaozhou Jianxiu to leave Luopa Mountain. In addition, there is Jiashan 10th Sword Xiu Tan, who is regarded as the half-closed disciple of the old master of Yiluo, who is extremely highly regarded by her. What's more, the entire Nantang Lake on the Aquarius Island seemed to have been drunk by this Yang Ji, resulting in the height of the lake after the war, less than 10% of the year. Qin Pingan asked, "Is it a fine wine from Jiuquan sect? This kind of loss-making business cannot be done by ordinary people." Yang Ji smiled and said, "You can drink all of this? In fact, the mixing of water in the wine is serious, and the aura is thin and almost nothing. In fact, it is no longer what it is to say that it is a mountain fairy. Once, there is not much storage of wine in the things that are nearby." Yang Ji didn't want those customers to drink the aftertaste, then the wine shop would not be able to open. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Don't forget that I am a brewer myself." Yang Ji doubted, "You are drinking in a dream, how can you taste it?" Qin Pingan smiled and did not give an answer. Before going to Yiluo Yuding, passing by Jiquanzong once stopped drinking there. It is said that both Yang Ji and Qian have taken care of Jiuquan sect, so that a sect that is not good at fighting can stand for a long time in the wild world. Seeing Qin Pingan not speaking, Yang Ji didn't bother to ask, it was just a strange technique on the mountain. Yang Ji and Fei Fei are 2 old throne monsters. The 2 sides used to divide 80% of the barren world's water fortune, just because no one can beat anyone. To put it more accurately, it is nothing more than no one can eat anyone, making both parties fail to become the co-owner of the world. Water transportation naturally cannot be ranked among the 14 realms by this. It is just that in addition to the battle of the avenues on the table, there is actually a more hidden and more dangerous battle. It is not only a battle for water transportation, but also a battle between water and fire. Because Fei Fei's avenues and feet are extremely special, and Fei Fei is a rising star, in fact, a younger generation. One heist solution was so simple that it could help both parties change to a larger site, each taking what they need. This is also the only reason why they are willing to follow Tueshan Great Ancestor wholeheartedly to rush to the awe-inspiring world. Yang Ji smiled and said, "I have figured it out now. So-called cultivating is a very boring thing. There was providence in the dark, he was stopped and stayed here, but Fei Fei managed to return to the wild world. In the end, the green shirt in front of him robbed half of the river water transport. Presumably, the fact that Fei Fei entered the 14th realm has become an illusory matter in the foreseeable future. There is no gloating about misfortune in Yang Ji, but a little bit of pity for the same disease." Qin Pingan held the wine bowl and asked, "Is it because I think it's fixed? It's in vain to work his own?" He twitched the corners of his mouth, "Probably so." Qin Pingan caught a glimpse of the book on the table earlier and asked with a smile, "Can I borrow 1 or 2? Yang stopped playing with the taste. "This is a banned book, is it not a taboo?" Qin Pingan waved his hand and took the book. It was the new book written by Howren Jason. In fact, many Howren monks regretted the former Howren Jiaxing, and even openly raised injustices for him, only to wait for the battle to come before there was no sound. Found that the book had many pages with folded corners, Qin Pingan turned to one of the pages and scanned the content casually. It was the story of the two-headed snake, and there was such a dialogue. Today I saw two snakes on the road and I feared that I would die without a day. Don't worry, you will cut this thing, and those with een and virtue will reward you with blessing. So in the eyes of Howren Jiaxing in the past, what are two snakes? Later, in the eyes of the wild and thorough, what did they regard as the two snakes that stopped the world? Yang Ji smiled and asked, for example? Qin Pingan said, for example, offering sacrifices to ghosts and gods is impolite and insincere. Another example is the sentence, ritualists are forbidden before the general, and the law is forbidden after the past. Another example is the sentence, knowing oneself, there is another saying, change customs and customs, make the world move its heart to the Tao. Look up and look weird. It really is? I thought this young hermit was just a perfunctory remark. Yang Ji put down the PU fan and poured himself a bowl of wine. I thought you would love the phrase being a child, teaching solidly. Yang Ji raised the wine bowl to the other side, but the other party was indifferent. Yang Ji smiled and drank with his head up. After drinking, after putting down the wine bowl, he wiped the corners of his mouth. Let's talk about it. When Qin Pingan finished speaking, Yang Ji sneered and said, what's the matter with this? Not to mention that I lit a stick of incense, the essence of water transport. Can I leave this place and finally flow all the way to Tongyi's Hao? Even if you agree, what's the point of using it to sew such a big hole with such a little water transport benefit? This is not something you need to consider. Qin Pingan, have you forgotten something? How to say? Since it's a business, what advantage do I deserve? I can still sell wine alive in the future. My lord, do you like to tell jokes so much? I know you know I'm not kidding. He turned his back to cover his mouth and laughed, then stretched his waist. We're talking about it, right? Qin Pingan glanced up and stopped. Her black dragon robe of great immortal military rank used the unique secret technique of Jean Quiching's weaving and refining of the robe. Nowadays, the female cultivator of Kaik Mansion, the reason why everyone turns into a weaver girl, day and night is to a large extent because Qin Pingan asked me to send a robe from Jean Suiching as a sample, and completely demolish it. After the solution, Kaik Mansion's skill in refining the robe stepped up a big step. For the Dai dynasty alone, he ordered more than 1,000 robes from Kaik Mansion in one go. Known as one of the top 10 robes in the world, there is also the feather garment on the second child of Baiyujing Dao, the dragon and tiger mountain master Zhao Tianlai, the chief assistant of the Qingxin dynasty Yao Qing, and the piece of Fulu Yuxuan. Dao Gaon's purple air, are all in this column. So there is another saying that the world's first-class robes, Daomen account for half. Qin Pingan finally smiled and said, if you don't nod, I am a sword repairman who is not even the Jade Pure realm now, so what can I do? The big deal next time you visit the Central Earth God continent, and bring Xiao and Mo here for a drink. Yang Ji sneered and said, it's a good point. This time it was Qin Pingan's turn to have an accident. Yang Ji gritted his teeth and said, the great breath of your body, even if you are separated by hundreds of miles, I can detect it. Bai Zhe must have returned to the wild world. As for that guy, why would he wake up from the bright moon and bright colors and eventually get together with the last hermit of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, God knows. Seeing that Qin Pingan showed signs of leaving as expected, the wine shop returned to normal in an instant. The mountain god master continued to speak the unfinished words, touched the scene and shook the wine bowl. The chaotic crow crushed the sunset sky, cold flowers are pitiful. The girl at the same table, Hepa, took a sip of her wine and sighed. The hemp rope is specially selected for the details, and bad luck is only for the hard-failed. It is really the strong fortune, the poor are even more bitter. Xianxia couldn't help moving out of his elder's posture, bending his fingers, tapping the wine table lightly and reminding, you're young, don't always say some frustrating words that pretend to see the world. It's just that the two sides were almost at the same time, and found that at some point, there was an extra man in a green shirt on the table next to the wine shop. Laoshan and Xiahipo looked at each other for a while. Are they not land gods? Yang Ji asked in his heart. Qin Pingan, do another refreshing business? Qin Pingan was a little strange and waited for the following. Yang Ji said, you help me reserve a part of the water transport in the Shimmering River. If possible, you can help me in the Confucian Temple to explore my breath, and see if I can be allowed to be like the Tao Pavilion and the little stranger next to you. Howren comes to freedom, of course I can swear, no matter what the victory or defeat in the wild world, I am willing to learn from Baizé and stay in Howren for at least 1,000 years. If you agree to these two things, I will teach you one. Spells. To me it is tasteless, but to you it can solve the urgent need. Take a step back and say, even if you can't practice this method, the real fire dragon who is lying on the top of the mountain may be an opportunity for the Great Road. Based on this, you have a very good relationship with him. Qin Pingan smiled and said, do you want me to be a guarantor? Yang stopped and asked, how? Qin Pingan shook his head and said, it's not very good, I'll talk about it next time. Standing up, Qin Pingan picked up the hat again and asked, why did you give yourself such a pseudonym? Yang stopped. The mountains stand up? Yang Ji hesitated, she raised her finger to the sky. Qin Pingan became more confused, followed his line of sight, and glanced at the floating sun. She glanced up and stopped again, she looked in a trance, it was not like she was just looking for a guise. Yang Ji sighed, just remembering something, so she needed to stabilize her Tao heart. There is one of the highest in ancient times, sitting in the shadow of the stars, cooking the 4 seas and refining the 5 mountains, the towering fire, and the gods. At the beginning of the practice, Yang Ji was far from getting a certificate of the local immortal, but he had witnessed a tragic and extremely slaying, the so-called Earth Immortal. The life of the Tao was as cheap as an ant. Fortunately, she was even hit by the corpses on the battlefield, standing blankly. The existence left the throne, and finally came to the little girl, bent down, stretched out his hand to hold the ladder's head, and looked at her. Finally I said something, little crawler, ugly is a bit ugly. Qin Pingan withdrew his gaze, put on his hat, and continued to travel far. Sword of Coming Chapter 928. Yang Ji suddenly asked in his heart, can you let me have a few words with that fellow Taoist? Qin Pingan stopped and helped the hat, seeming to be discussing something with others. After a while, a camel bell rang in the distance, and the ancient road on the yellow sand. The camel bell was long. Some people wearing a power fence and a blue robe led a peak of white camels and came slowly. The sun hangs in the sky, the earth is roasting, and the light is distorted. The alcoholic drinkers at the table in the shop all turned their eyes and whispered. Holding the camel's arm, showing a white lotus-like wrist, they began to speculate about the woman. I don't know how old he looks, whether he might be the relatives of the woman who sells wine, how old he is, whether he is married. It was only quickly concealed by another strange scene. In the distance in the air, a car rides across the hills and rushes towards the wine shop. There is a huge patrol. The civil and military officials, the goddess Gong, there must be a small. The 20th character is just like the 8 family patrols in the Gong'an novels, holding a xianxia sword, sounding gongs to clear the way, and subordinates carrying the 2 quiet mountains and quiet, strangers avoiding carts. The biggest difference is that one is on the ground. One is in the sky. Qin Pingan nodded with Qing Tong, who walked to his side, then raised his gaze, looking up to see a young man in the Huangman Qingyu car, Feng Yiguiwi, with a white face like jade, and a pair of pale golden eyes, just looking down from the side of the wine shop. Just after a glance at the 2 passers-by, they stopped paying attention and used the lookout technique. They were just a 5-level martial artist and a cave mansion-level female cultivator. Such a pair of mountain priests became the guest of the mountain Gong Shinzhou, more than enough. It's just that I really can't get into the eyes of my own law. At a large table in the wine shop, the spirits and ghosts stopped yelling, got up and put on clothes. In a hurry they all took a shirt and put on them indiscriminately. In the end, the thin people hung their clothes and the fat people got tight. The stretched funny scenes are just short of time, and they can't help changing back to their clothes. They have their heads as big as a fight. Who doesn't know that the monarch pays more attention to those polite etiquettes? Just beg you not to fall into trouble because of this shit. The thing was wearing little shoes. The local mountain master and the young girl Hippo had already left the wine table and went outside the shop to greet the boss in the car. As soon as the 2 sides went in and out, they happened to pass by the man in the blue shirt and hat, and the woman, wearing a power fence. Qing Tong walked to the wine table, did not take off the power fence, just raised a corner, looked up and said in a crisp voice, "Look up to fellow Taoists and call me Qing Tong." To Qing Tong, the blinding technique used by Yangji is nothing but a virtual reality. In Tongji's Hao, Qing Tong often sees Yangzi's figure. It is impossible to say that it is impossible not to envy. In order to drag Luoha, the old master, one of the 14-throne great demon, commanded the 2 barren army tents, and the status was still above the Fey concubine. It can be said that the power is in control and the road can be expected. Sit anywhere. Yang Ji took the puff fan in the book and pointed to the bench next to the table and smiled. As a prisoner, there is nothing to pay attention to hospitality. After Qin Pingan took his seat again, Yang Ji asked, "Did someone forget to pay for the drinks?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "It's not that this hasn't left yet, it just happens that the new and old accounts are settled together." Yang Ji just pretended not to understand the meaning, turned his head to look at Qing Tong and gently shook the poo fan. On the Great Wall of Jianxi they said that they would do business with hidden officials. Friendly vision. Qing Tong sighed quietly and said frankly, "It's just a last resort. First I have a fist with Master Hermit and then a question with Xiaomo. If she doesn't know anything about it anymore, Master Hermit will take the half of the seat. The Jianxi Great Wall has moved to Tongyi's house, so what can I do?" Yang Ji smiled and said, "Wen Jian? Xiaomo?" Qing Tong thought of the guy who had recovered to his peak state in the town demon tower. His face changed slightly and he became more helpless. "You have already guessed the identity before, and now following the hermit, you somehow claim to be dead. The name worship of Luopa Mountain is on the side of the Confucian Temple, with an unfamiliar pseudonym, and the Dao name is Shishu. I usually like to call myself Xiama." Yang Ji stopped the fan and asked curiously, "How much better is this guy's swordsmanship compared to 10,000 years ago?" Qing Tong smiled bitterly. "What was his swordsmanship at that time, and I don't know the details." Yang Ji nodded. Back then, the person who knew the level of Xiaomo's swordsmanship best, apart from the handful of mountaintop sword repairs, was probably Yang Ji, who was most qualified to make irresponsible remarks. If Xiaomo, a group of ancient demon who has been sleeping for thousands of years, can wake up a few years earlier, and then enter the throne of the Hall of Valor one by one? Can you fight side by side with these 14 old thrones? Then in the previous battle, all the wild army accounts only need to be pushed all the way. I dare not say that they will eventually win the profound Middle-earth God continent, but first of all, Nan Pasua Island will not last long. Chen Chunan may also have a good reputation. Secondly, Luxiazu north of Jinjiazu will only be taken down. The grass on Iazhao will only fall with the wind, especially the Aquarius Island. No matter who is in charge of the situation in Howrah now, you can be sure of one event: when the war is over, it will only smash a continent of mountains and rivers, resulting in no Aquarius Island in the world. Even if Suzi Lu Qi returned to Howrah, it would be in vain. Except for Bai Yi, Fu Lu and Yu Xian would all fall to Fuyao continent together. If you want to come to yourself, you won't be obstructed. Being imprisoned here, you can only sell alcohol and read books every day. Qing Tong looked around and said, "The Temple of Confucius doesn't seem to have a landscape restriction here?" Yang Ji said, "I had a gentleman's appointment with the little master. I can walk as long as I don't kill indiscriminately, and I don't need to do anything for the Confucian Temple. Like prisoners like me may be rare." Qing Tong praised sincerely, "The little master is still big-hearted." When the two parties talked about the Saint of Rights, they still used to call him the little master. Yang Ji laughed and said, "Our master Bai Zhe, even if he is so good, I always feel that he is still a little bit less interesting than the little master." Qing Tong said tentatively, "Is it because Master Bai Zhe is not cruel enough?" Yang Ji thought for a while. "It's harder to tell." It sounded like the bitterness of two ants in the city, and it was short in the parents who were talking about trivialities. Qin Pingan pays more attention. He is still on the side of the car. He just listens to the things in his ears. Anyway, he will not feel unfamiliar. The content of the conversation is slightly larger. The woman who arrived broke her mouth, nothing different. Yang Ji glanced at the young hidden official with arms and hands, and joked with Qing Tong, "Are you in conflict with Jian Xiu's fate?" Qing Tong sighed, "Who said no, just keep going?" Yang Ji smiled and said, "Compared with the superior and the inferior, it is more than the below. It is better than me. If you don't call Qin Pingan and talk about these and some nothing, it's better to say that when you talk about it, you will inevitably get a little short of breath, and the more you think, the more you feel aggrieved. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there used to be a lot of spies and dead men from the wild world. Therefore, Jai Zizeng knows a lot of insiders, and because of Ning Yao, a young foreigner who was not originally a sword repairer, just follow the heart a little bit. I think back then, even the Jade Pu realm native sword repairing halberd of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he secretly took refuge in the wild. To be honest, if the halberd had not missed on the city head back then, he would have been hacked to death with a single sword. Qin Pingan, who had not been a hermit for long, probably didn't have so many things behind. There may be immeasurable changes in the general trends of the two worlds. It is a pity that Li Ji's flying sword Burning Flower, was first blocked by Miye's sword, and then Qin Pingan, who was wearing 2 robes, used a lock sword charm to imprison Burning Flower for a while. Blasting a natal flying sword still only severely injured Qin Pingan. There is no way, many things a little bit worse. It is 10,000 yuan. However, Miyu, who started to eat and wait to die after reaching the upper 5 realms, was indeed okay. He was indeed the sword repairman who earned the nickname of Mi Lian when he was the land immortal. After delaying a little precious time for the new hidden official, he drew the sword out of its sheath, and even directly slashed the halberd that was still a good friend from the shoulder, causing the halberd's body to be divided into 2 on the spot. Haren's sword repairer in the world, even if the realm is higher than Miyu, will definitely be a little bit muddled and can't do what Miyu did. No need to think about killing people with a sword. Because of the change at the head of the city, Yang Ji was in the Jiazi tent at the time, watching the process together with Tua Yushan Dazu and Wenhai Zhoumi. At that time, Zhoumi even said with a smile, "It is a pity that Miyu has been restrained by himself for many years. Otherwise, if this person succeeds in breaking through the boundary, and then luckily enters the ascending state, I am afraid that the Great Wall of Sword Chi will have one more Dong Sanjian." Grand Ancestor Tuyueshan also specifically asked, "Can he recruit Miyu?" The one who answered this question at the time was Jianxian Shouchen, who said that if there is no older brother Mihu, he will have the opportunity to turn Miyu into the wild. Seeing that Qin Pingan's smile was a bit playful, she immediately noticed something wrong. She was shocked and said sharply, "Can you steal your heart?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Don't forget where you are at this moment. You really are in your own territory?" The heartstrings of an ascending cultivator trembled slightly and the sound was as loud as thunder. "Even if I cover my ears with my hands, I can still hear it." "Yes. What do you want me to do?" Yang Ji stared fiercely at Qing Tong and Qing Tong said aggrievedly, "Sister Yang Ji, we are familiar with each other, but don't forget that I and the hermit are in the same group." Qin Pingan held back the awkwardness in his heart. It was not the first time he had suffered. When he traveled to Tongyi's house with Lu Tai, he did not get goosebumps, so he got used to it. Yang Ji didn't have a good air. Beverages are sold for free. Qin Pingan got up and went to the wine jar covered with wooden planks. He uncovered the lid of the wooden plank. A bamboo wine scoop hung on the edge of the jar. He scooped 2 bowls of wine for himself and Qing Tong. He sat back at the wine table and asked with a smile. Said, "What's the origin? Why is Wuyue Mountain Monarch's pomp, but only the sign of Mountain God's mansion is hung?" Yang Ji said, "His name is Mei He, who was once a mountain monarch in a small country. The world has changed and he changed his surname. He made a wrong bet during the period, so the new emperor found a vengeance. He found a way to revoke the title of mountain monarch and was reduced to a mountain god. No one cares about this set of red tapes anyway. Mei He is now in charge of this piece of mountains and rivers, but the Taoism is shallow, just a little golden pill. The Confucian temple obviously did not notify Mei He, so he did not know that I was caught and detained here, and I don't know the true origin of this place. I only regard this volcano group as a place with weak spiritual energy, and treat me as a monk in the Dragon Gate realm who is playing with the world. It may be due to the practice of fire. That's why I took root here and produced a golden pill. I probably wanted to collect some money for buying roads and relocation with me. In the past few years I have hinted at me twice, but I just didn't understand it. It's time to make an ultimatum with me." I was too lazy to take a look at Mei He. According to the guest's private statement, this guy seems to be an official during his lifetime, and the official is not small. What kind of scholarship is the president, plus those posthumous titles? I've got a lot of things on my body and I still don't know the doorway inside. I'm talking literally, chatting with him, struggling. Qin Pingan took a sip of his drink and nodded. Students with half a bucket of water are not willing to speak well. Look up and look weird, just like to scold yourself so much? The previous parade car driving in the clouds and fog, after approaching the mountain temple and the Hippo temple on the side of the wine shop, deliberately slowed down, as if deliberately let this group of idle drunks prepare to pick up and drive early. The Laoshan is called Gong Xinzhou. According to the Golden Jade genealogy promulgated by the Confucian temple, the official rank is now the 7th rank. And the girl like He Pe, whose name for Ganzhou, she is in charge of the river near the wine shop, named Xiaoqiu. Like He Bo and Di Gong, it is the bottom of the mountain and water genealogy, even inferior to the county town god. The girl murmured, "I'm arrogant again, am annoying myself." The old mountain quickly reminded, "The official senior level crushes people to death. Do you figure it out for yourself? How much higher is it than the 2 of us? I will see Mr. Meishin later. You must not pull a person like the last time." Zhang Stinky Face, the person in charge of Mai Shinjun's mansion who came to me for a drink last time, had a bit of incense with me, secretly told me that Qingyun Mansion's inspector has already had an opinion on you. Next year's landscape evaluation, you will probably be bottoming out again. The girl didn't get angry and said, "What's the bottom line? I didn't think about getting promoted and making a fortune. I'm just an influential river woman, and I don't have to be demoted. I don't have the least oil and water. I can't get a single official bag. Xiao Shuqian, my Chaoqiao, what's the situation? No one knows. The county will laugh out big teeth, even if the surnamed Mei dismissed me on the spot. Lao Gong, you can ask the goddess in Qingyun Mansion, are they happy to come over and suffer? As long as whoever is willing to nod, I really won't serve grandma, and whoever loves to be a river girl will go, and after a big deal, I will confuse your old Gong." The old mountain almost rolls his eyes when he hears it. "You are poor, and I have saved a few more money to take care of the house. I can afford to drink and eat meat from the big bowl of your little aunt and grandma. What if you want to marry someday and you can't get the dowry by yourself?" Gong Xingzhou had to continue to persuade me painstakingly. Believe me, it is always right to give a smile to everybody. No matter how young Chaoqiao is, he bows his head at home and he doesn't get angry when he closes the door. The gang of spirits who finally took the opportunity to change their clothes, cowered and hid behind the mountain and the river woman, shaking their clothes vigorously, so that the heavy alcoholic scent of their bodies would fade a bit. The skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Even if Meha is not a mountain king, he is still a mountain who opened his house. The mountain shrine and temple built on the top of the horse race beam is called a style. Every time the mountain monarch makes a parade, the ground shakes the mountain even more. Look at the old Gong who is standing in front of him and rubbing his hands. He is also a mountain god. What's more, it is said that there are noses and eyes, that Master Mai's Qingyun Mansion once every 60 years, can see a few sword lights that scared a ghost to death. Yang Ji glanced at the young Mei and asked, "This guy has a jade medallion hanging on his waist, with the words cool breeze at the end of the day on it. What does it mean? Is it particular?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "It's nothing but a self-pity and complaint. It means that he was exiled in the end of the sky, far away from the temple in the rivers and lakes, and the emperor is far away, so it is difficult to display his ambition. Is it a pretentious rich idler?" Yangji Tusk said in amazement, "You scholars judge others, just hit the nail on the head." Qin Pingan asked, "He never suspected that you might be a worldly expert with hidden realm?" Yangji replied, "If it's you in your hometown, if you come across a stall selling wine on the side of the road, you will think it's an immortal?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Of course it will. It must be. What is the earth fairy in my hometown?" Even if the so-called earth immortal is the earth immortal of the ancient times, it is nothing in the sky of Liju Cave. It can even be said that the higher the level, the more cautious it is, no matter what background. He stopped talking for a while. Only then did he remember the young hidden official in front of him. His hometown seemed to be that Liju Cave. It is really used to this person as a local sword repairman of the Great Wall of Swordqi. As for the Liju Cave sky, since Zhoumi will be regarded as a place to climb to the sky, I think there is no lack of weirdness. The team of extravagant cars slowly stopped on the ground. Gong Xinzhou pulled the sleeves of the girl next to him, walked forward quickly and said, "Gong Xinzhou, the little of Xiangtou Mountain and Chaoqiao River Paganzhou, meet the Lord Mei Fu." The spirits behind them all learned the same way, bend over and make a fuss with the Mei Mansion monarch, making a noise for a while. "You are all waiting outside." Mei made a decree to the officials of the mountain god's mansion, stepped out one step, got out of the green oil car, landed on the ground, waved his sleeves, no courtesy. Seeing the woman of Gujiao at a table of 3 people and 2 strange faces, they were still drinking wine by themselves, and they didn't get up to greet each other. Although Lord Fujian felt unhappy, he didn't put it on his face. These mud-legged people from Shanzhuai Xiu's background may have never read a few books in their entire life. It is only natural that they don't understand etiquette, so why bother yourself? Mei stepped into the wine shop, raised his hand to cover his nose, frowned slightly. The old mountain wiped the table with his sleeve. Ganzhou was about to take the lead, when Gong Xinzhou quickly stretched out his foot and stepped on the girl's instep. The girl suffered from pain. Had to continue to stand. Mei didn't look at the spirits under his control and said calmly, "Change a place to drink." The 3 wine tables in the wine shop were finally full of guests. As a result, the group of drunks quickly fled the wine shop as if they were amnest. Mei said some official words with Gong Xinzhou and Ganzhou, then turned his head to look at the woman who sells wine, and asked with a smile, Taoist Jingxing, I never thought of looking for a dojo with a little better aura here. Open up a mansion? The world's famous mountains and rivers, a place full of aura, occupied half by the Zhongmen Xianfu, 20% by the temples and Taoist temples, and 20% by the gods of mountains and rivers. This is the saying that it is difficult to buy Xiaodongshan. It is not easy to find a good place that can be called a Taoist temple for those who do not become a casual cultivator. This woman of unknown origin, in Meihi's eyes, is a wild repair who hopes to consolidate her alchemy here. If she has this intention, then Meihi carried a geomancy map with her on this trip and also helped Jupi circle. There are several places for her to choose. I have given her a lot of face, a Dragon Gate Realm Chi practitioner who has not yet formed a pill, but he is a magnificent mansion, equivalent to a golden core earth immortal, sitting in the mountains and rivers, so as long as the opponent is not a sword repairer, even a dragon will have to take it. Seeing that woman smiled but said nothing, Meihi took out a porcelain bottle, unscrewed the lid, smelled the fragrance of flowers and asked with a smile, "These two are?" Yang said, "It is my two mountain friends, one surnamed Qin and the other is Qingtong, both of whom are not locals." Qin Pingan smiled and shook his head, "Not a friend, it's debt collection." Yang face remained as usual, but he regretted that this guy had killed Liz Hen. He stood alone on the battlefield, holding a sword pointed at their old thrones, and he didn't just stretch out a finger to crush him to death. At this moment, Yang had deliberately concealed his mood, and Qin Pingan naturally could no longer hear the so-called heartstrings vibrating like thunder. "This Jingxing, don't look at her simple dress, in fact the family has a wealth of money if my Shinjun is willing." Qin Pingan raised a palm and shook it on the side of his neck. "After everything is done, we can split the balance between the two of us." The girl Hepa opened her mouth wide. How could this stranger be so fierce? This kind of murder and over-the-counter activities can be said to be so upright? The Laoshan god is even more like a clay sculpture and wood carving, and he complains constantly. "I will not be murdered, will I?" Meihi glanced at the inconspicuous Qingshan guest, smiled, and for the sake of the name Mr. Meishan, he was not familiar with you. Meihi also didn't bother to continue to circle with the woman, to go straight to the subject, and not to give the other person a chance to pretend to be stupid. "Friend Jingxing, if I remember correctly, the matter of alchemy will consume a place of luck." Yang said, "Medium formation? Are there two golden core earth immortals in the world?" I never thought that Qin Pingan would immediately follow a very suspicious remark. "It's true." Yang didn't mind Qin Pingan's words but curiously asked, "Who is?" This is even rarer than a sword repairman possessing 3 or 4 natal flying swords at the same time. On the side of the Confucian temple, the natal characters of Confucian sages. Some Tianxian Taoists of Baiyujing were sheltered by gods. There is also an invincible Vajra by the Buddhist Arhat. But Yang hadn't heard of any Qi practitioner who could own 2 golden cores per person. Qingtong was willing to say something and stopped, but it was not easy to reveal the secret, so he mashed up, "There is indeed." Meihi looked displeased. This ant was so ignorant of admiration. Don't blame yourself after returning to the mountain god's mansion, and then teach her how to be a guest. Just leaving like this, it is inevitable to lose his face. Meihi asked Gong Xinzhou, "I saw you in the wine shop before flipping through a book." This old man is obviously used to talking halfway, and the second half makes people rely on guessing. Gong Xinzhou hurriedly took out a brand new imprinted musical notation from his sleeve, handed it to Meihi with both hands and said with a flattering smile, "It's a new version of imprinted musical notation, and the little has nothing to do with him, just flip it over." The reason why the name of the tablature was not reported directly was mainly because he couldn't bear the reading of a certain character. Meihi took it, scanned the preface a few times and then turned a few pages casually. "This book of the immortal Jian Jian plus the imprint of the 100-sword immortal before, is a piece of stuff. In the eyes of real scholars, it is laughable and generous. The 2 seals and the seals, that is, the Great Wall of Sword Chi, are sold well. If they are placed on our side, if the special identity of the engraver is aside, it will only sales or worrying." The girl Hippo looked at the Laoshan god. "The pronunciation of the word seems to be different from what you said. As for the content of the imprint itself, Ganzhou is not interested in the work of a scholar." Lao Shanshan explained to her with his own inner voice, "In fact, it is a polyphonic character and I am not mistaken." Meihi turned a few more pages of his seal. "Just say this seal, the word Xuanhuan, how can it be carved so fragmented?" And again this side, the word hero made the slender and charming mistake of loss, which is obvious. This concealed official, all his kung fu is spent on martial arts and sword training. Calligraphy does not consume much effort, but it can be considered forgivable. After all, he is a sword fairy. In the preface of this imprint, there is a highly praised compliment, 102 Spectra of Guanghai Cane, which is a solitary monk of the high pavilion type. He shook his head, dropped the imprint on the table, lowered his head and sniffed the fragrance of flowers in the bottle. It's just a layman with gold and stone. Haha, at a young age with a fancy name. Yang Ji glanced at the magnificent Mei Fujuan, and then at Chen Pingan who was smiling beside him, found it very interesting. You can't guess it to death. The Lord is sitting here. It's like a painter in front of Fulu Yuxuan, picking out the flaws in Xuanhuan's attainments. Here is what is wrong, there is not. A gash trainer who practices fire method said that your fire dragon real person thunder method is acceptable, but it is a pity that the fire method is not enough for the fire. The 20-odd square seals of this powder roll are really not of high standard. From this it can be seen that this young hidden official, even if it can be regarded as having a gulf in his chest, is just extremely shallow. What black hair is like a cloud with white teeth and bright eyes, and what green temples and waists are like. It's really vulgar and unsightly. Fortunately, the hidden official got this penknife back in the day. Yes, the scholarly skills of hidden officials are very ordinary. Yang Ji was obviously a little gloat. I didn't think Mei Mansion was so pleasing to the eye before, and his words were so pleasant to hear. Holding the wine bowl, Chen Pingan glanced at the pages of the Yinpu book and said, "The Yinpu of the immortal Jianjian, there should be no such imprints that specifically describe the appearance of women." Gong Xingzhou immediately became unhappy. "Do you know all this?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "The first copy of the least printed score is definitely free of these contents. If I remember correctly, there does not seem to be any fancy typesetting such as fit powder rolls and drinking rolls." Gong Xingzhou sneered, "How rare is this initial copy of the imprint? Have you seen it with your own eyes? Young people brag about it, so they have to make a draft anyway." When the Laoshan god was not polite, he secretly winked at the green shirt guest, and when he went out, he shouldn't have to fight for his spirits. "You a foreigner, why are you so ignorant and don't know how to observe your words? You didn't see that Mei Shanjun's face has changed?" Yang Ji shook the fan and said with a smile, "Mr. Mei, I will visit Qingyun Mansion to discuss with you in person when I spend money to buy the dojo. They'll forget it today, there are guests." She was worried that Mei He would be hacked to death if he didn't agree with him. Although Mei He wondered why the other party had changed his mind, he didn't think much about it. He got up and left, boarded the Qingyu car and headed back home like a cloud. Gong Xingzhou took the young girl Hippo to see off together. When he disappeared from the car, he returned to the wine shop and continued to drink. The bowls on the table were empty, and he walked to the wine jar with a white bowl in one hand. The man in the green shirt was already standing by the jar. When the Laoshan god went to scoop the wine, this stranger who didn't understand the world at all, he was quite open at the moment. He didn't take care of himself and was complacent, and he took the initiative to help scoop the wine. The Laoshan god sighed in his heart, "Why are you doing it early? I have to argue with Mei Fujuan on the stage, that is not painful." Chen Pingan sat back and said, "Hey, I have printed all over the world and there are mostly counterfeiters." Yang Ji asked casually, "Do you hate that halberd?" Perhaps it was precisely because of the sword that Li Ji made that Chen Pingan had the secret to leave the summer palace and go to jail. Only then would he meet the sewing man, be able to carry the real name of the demon clan, and be able to join the half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. An inevitable thing, I really don't know how many accidentally connected together. Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "I hate him for what he does. There are reasons and unreasonable things." Back then, the local sword repairers of the Great Wall of Sword Chi such as Xiaoyan, Luoshan, Zhuangjianxian defectors like Li Ji died in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, or Zhang Lu chose to stand by from the beginning to the end. It may not necessarily be the temptation of interest in the wild world, maybe they just don't like the Howran world, and they don't want the Howran world to remain peaceful for 10,000 years. Those sword repairers respected Qin Qingdu who had been stationed at the top of the city for 10,000 years, but deep down, they absolutely did not approve of the choice of the old sword immortal. They would feel too useless and aggrieved. And that halberd was actually one of the first sword repairmen in the upper 5 realms to go to the small wine shop to spend money to buy wine. On the top of the city back then, Chen Pingan took a pot of Zhuhai Dongtian wine brewed by himself from Li Ji. Never wanted to take over the hip flask, it was a lead sword with a dead end. Chen Pingan raised the wine bowl, raised it slightly in one direction and drank it in one fell swoop. Without delaying the division of the two sides on certain battlefields, but without hindering the halberds and others, it is still pure sword repair in Qin Ping's mind. Yang Ji remembered something. Miyu once played a sword on the battlefield of the old dragon city. I heard that he left the Great Wall of Jianxi and is the Luapa mountain where he took refuge in you? Qin Pingan nodded. Yang Ji asked, he hasn't broken the border yet? Qin Pingan smiled and said, it's coming soon. Yang Ji disapproved, what's the point of becoming a great sword immortal in the world after breaking through the realm? If you want me to say, Miyu, a person with a sharp sword heart, should follow Xiao Deng and go together. Those in the wild world stay here, especially when they have a genealogical identity. They will only be shackled. Just like on a Yamen errand, they have to pay for a long trip, so why bother? You don't have to save others by yourself. Qin Pingan shook his head and said, since it's not a sword repairer, I should teach sword repair less work. Unwilling to say more about this, Qin Pingan glanced at the girl Hippo and asked, I sell wine here every day and I am idle. You never thought about taking Ganzhou as an anonymous disciple and teaching it to her? 1 or 2 water methods. This Chaoqiu woman seems to have a destiny, named Snake Pan Mirror, and the name of the mirror is taken from an unnamed old saying with great boldness. I look at Yinghai, immersed in torrents, and Jiuzhou is in the center like a mirror with a snake. Rumor has it that the origin of the cultivator's view of the sea comes from this. Although the girl's mirror is not of high rank, it is only a spiritual weapon, but it is really a kind of Tao fate to compare with Yang Ji according to the rules of the mountain. Yang Ji glanced at the girl Hippo, who really didn't hate, and smiled, I haven't thought about this before. Since you said that today, let's look at your mood later. Qin Pingan asked, you two finished talking? Qing Tong nodded and said, if I have a chance to come to Middle-earth Divine Continent in the future, I will find fellow Taoist Yang Ji. Yang Ji smiled and said, Qing Tong, do you have any miscellaneous books on your body? Give me some books. Except for the priceless secrets and Taoist tactics, and some precious and isolated ancient books in the collection of Fuyuo, she has only a few miscellaneous books on her body, and she has read it many times over the years. Asking for it, Yang Ji really couldn't speak, not to mention that even if she had such a face, the Confucian temple gave a bunch of sage books. Wouldn't it be boring to ask for it? Qing Tong nodded and laughed. What kind of books do you like to read? Is it the 3 religious classics, barnyard official history, Zhiguai novels, gifted scholars and beautiful women, martial arts romance? Yang Ji was not polite with Qing Tong and said, I will have a few books for each category. Qing Tong turned his head and looked at Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan guessed his mind and smiled, if you two can do some ugly deeds under the eyelids of Li Sheng, you will be able to do it, so what can I stop? So Qing Tong put his heart down, quietly used a technique and gave Yang Ji hundreds of books. Yang Ji thanked him. Then Yang Ji hesitated for a while, staring at Qin Pingan in a daze and said, I didn't really have any idea about the deal I proposed earlier? Qin Pingan smiled and said, it's not impossible to talk about it, but you have to pay 2 deposits in advance. If you agree, I will travel to the Divine Continent in the future, and I will come here to drink again. I will definitely give you a definite answer at that time. Yang Ji said, deposit? Tell me about it. Qin Pingan said, your robe, a magic technique, is considered to be an inferior fake for me. You can strip out 30 to 40% of the most important Dao technique context in advance. Yang Ji asked again, talk about the second thing. Qin Pingan smiled and said, return the water from Nantang Lake. Yang Ji doubted, the second deposit, is this just this? Qin Pingan said, Mr. Mei should really listen to this kind of thing. What is a solid family background? That's it. Yang Ji said, the black dragon robe on my body is called Zhou Shui, also known as Huolian. The robes have 2 unusual miracles, which can make the descendants of the Narcissus of the 7 or 8 heads of the dragon's genus succeed in the water. After all, the waterways are all under my control. The effect is no different from that of the dreadful water. The green loach caught in the jail of the Great Wall of Jianxi from the Yuanying realm to the Yupu, relied on this shortcut, and besides, the original meaning off-walking water, you scholars know best. I can agree to both things. Seeing that Qin Pingan had clearly made the offer, he readily agreed. Instead, this guy began to hesitate and laughed. Yang Ji asked, for curiosity, when you finished the fight with Li Zhen, where did you have the courage to provoke us on the battlefield? If it is a stunned green who is not afraid of the sky, it is really possible that he is not afraid at all, but the problem is that the city is serious, and the guy in front of him is really not bad. Qin Pingan said, it can be regarded as a kind of questioning boxing. Qing Tong explained, that was a once-in-lifetime opportunity. The stone from another mountain can be used to attack Jade, and it can be used to strengthen the martial artist's indomitable state of mind. Although Yangji is not a pure martial artist, it is just a practice in the world, and the truth is the same, and Qing Tong will understand it by saying this. Qin Pingan stood up, put on his hat again, and said with a smile, "Next time we will check out together. Better not come." He raised his chin and gestured to the white bowl on the table in front of Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan lowered his head and glanced. There was an extra layer of beverage in the white bowl, and the surface in the bowl seemed to be floating with an ink-colored leaf. Putting the wine bowl in his sleeve, Qin Pingan clasped their fists with the old mountain and he and then took Qing Tong out of the wine shop and drifted away. The two of Gong Xinzhou waved goodbye, and continued to look at the imprint that was belittled to nothing by Mei Fujuan. It was not so bad, but suddenly their shoulders crooked, and the imprint fell on the table and picked it up again. "I can't afford to carry a sheet that is so light, it seems to have that vital importance," the old mountain snorted. Operating magical powers, finally picked up the sheet, turned his head to look at the ant and asked tentatively, "Is it you the blame?" He took the PU fan and pointed it in the direction where the previous two had left and said lazily, "It's the foreigner whose surname is Chen. It's a gift for him to worship the mountain top with you. Take it well. Be careful not to leak the wind and be snatched by the Lord Mei. To go." The Laoshan god moved slightly and quickly turned the pages of the book. On the last page of the tablature, there was a brand new seal out of thin air that was definitely not available before. "If the mountain is not high, it will be clear if there is a god." The girl Hippo craned her neck and looked at it. She didn't take it seriously, but she found that the lady boss suddenly stood up, as if a real guest had come to the door, and she looked at the woman with wine. She was full of books. The middle-aged Confucian scholar looks familiar. There is a poor old scholar next to the Confucian scholar, and he is very face-to-face. The two scholars walked here together, and one more dazzled at the poor Chioha, the poor old scholar. It was like shrunk the mountains and rivers, came to the side of the wine table, patted the old mountain on the shoulder, laughed and said, "This mountain, brother, is the text on the book handsome?" Looking back, he was very curious and asked in his heart, "Why did the Saint of Rights come?" Li Sheng smiled and said, "I can't hold someone's abnormal behavior. There is no such thing as a smashing and rolling, just drinking alcohol alone, so that Shi Ping is afraid of him, so he has to notify me so that someone can feel at ease. There are generations of people who are hard to beat. Bai Yi, the most proud of the world, the master of Fu Lu Yuxian. Su Zi is heroic and Lu Qi is romantic. The celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain of the previous generation, Ai Zhou Wei Shi, the real person of the fire dragon lying on the ground, the swordsman Pei Min, the dragon slayer, the of the Middle Earth Zhou Huayin. Beta Shengzheng is in the middle, Taishisheng Guo Ting. Pei Cup Chao Ci. But even if Howren is most proud of it, his temperament is as unpredictable as a dragon slayer, and he is unpredictable as Zheng Juzhong, and probably on the side of the middle-aged Confucian little master. He will be happy and sincere to obey the younger generation. But Chaoqiu asked cautiously, "Master of Rights?" Li Xing smiled and nodded. The old scholar straightened his clothes, coughed, then coughed several times. The girl was puzzled. "Why, who are you? Even if it is the official master over the Confucian temple, I don't recognize you, so why should I slap up?" The old scholar can only get his registration number. "I am the gentleman of the swordsman in blue shirt just now." Sword of Coming Chapter 929. In the middle of Beipingzu, a magnificent royal mansion, Dadu Changchun Hofu Bixiao Palace. There are many plaques hanging in the waterhouse. The merits donated by the head of Xuanhu Academy are permanent, the poems and ritual companions written by the head of the Yunlin Jiang family, and the Jing Pinghan sent from Linlu Academy. Even Lu Qingfeng, the old book of rituals and Dali accompanied the capital, made a rare exception during his lifetime and presented a piece of calligraphy. Now on the land of Aquarius Island, Yanghua, who was nominated by the Confucian temple, is the well-deserved head of the of water. Qin Pingan did not go to Yanghua directly. There is no way this blasphemous woman, Ho Yi, is more true to the top, and she needs to let the concierge announce it. It's just that if anyone can watch this series of dreams from beginning to end, they will find that the dreams created by Qin Pingan are getting closer and closer to the truth. Qin Pingan stepped up the steps and walked to the concierge. "I heard that the first thing Yang Hua did when he took office was to order all landscape officials within his jurisdiction not to go to the door to congratulate him, so not to mention many of the landscape gods under the Ho Mansion's low official status, together with the high rank of Jiangshui Jingshan. And the city gods of the southern states of Dei, who have not seen Yang Hua's true face yet. Let's take a look at our Wei Shanjun. In this matter there is too much approachability. Even the county town gods, the land masters, and the river ladies are fortunate enough to meet their own mountain kings at the night banquet. Previously, Qin Pingan sent a letter to Xianhua through the hands of Dayunling Mountain Shindo. I believe that Xianghua's heart is as meticulous as a letter. If there is no accident, Xianghua should have been to the old sites of Dayunling and Qiaobo River. And most of them are private visits of the kind of microservices. I believe that with Do Shanshan's love to take care of Nosy, and Sinhibo's water management skills, Xianghua may not be surprised. There are such 2 relics from the sea in her jurisdiction, but she will at least not be disappointed. The concierge is an old monk in the Sevuing realm. He is neatly packed. He is wearing a robe that is said to have been woven and refined from the Kaik mansion of Luzhou, northern Zhu, and is now almost becoming a standard official robe of the Dali Shanshui officialdom. The third great official in the concierge of the prime minister, the old concierge still looked kind, and took the initiative to go out to treat guests. Hearing that guest, he claimed to be Qin Ping and Leopishan. The old monk couldn't hold back any of them and blurted out, "Who?" In fact, this was an impolite act, quite a gaffe. With the experience of the old concierge, he would not have made such a mistake, but the news in his ears was really shocking. The other party was alone and alone. At the entrance to the home mansion, there was no sign that the sword light was shining brightly on the horizon, and it didn't look like a sword fairy. Qin Pingan had to smile and declare himself again. The old concierge oozes sweat on his forehead. He didn't dare to babble and said bitterly, "Can you let me give an announcement?" Did not call the other party the Mountain Lord or Qin Jianxian. The old concierge directly used the most important statement in his heart. The old man wanted to let him go immediately, but the home mansion had strict rules. In the past few years the old concierge had stopped how many distinguished guests. Before, there was the capital city god from the capital of Dali who came to the door to discuss the matter. The concierge carefully waited and felt he should be let go anyway without notification, but afterwards, Mother Lu from the Department of Etiquette and Systems scolded him severely, saying why you were so confused. Qin Pingan nodded and smiled, "Just go according to the rules." The old concierge was anxious, and stood outside the threshold of the home mansion with the hermit. "I'm a bit curious now. I don't know if my home mansion will open the Yamen to welcome guests today. This is the courtesy of the princes and princes of Dali, otherwise the monarchs of the 5 mountains and 1 continent will come here. But this young sword fairy who was born in Aquarius Island but served as the last hermit in the Great Wall of Jianqi, is a rare visitor, not to mention that his owner was promoted from the position of the Tiefu River water god, and he is a close neighbor to the Luapa mountain. It seems to be public for private, and it seems that the home mansion should open the door of the ceremony. But those who came to welcome the young hermit were the second in command of the Department of Etiquette, and a goddess of the Hofu Seal Department. Chang Chunho did not personally show up. Just such an incident made the concierge feel a little guilty and more trembling. Dare not say anything. It can be seen that there was a ceremony to observe Xinjiang Mountain first, and then the status of the astonishing hidden official, which spread across the continents and rivers overnight through the Dibao, and the water came to the fore. Now in the Aquarius Shanshui officialdom, the name, Qin Pingan, in itself is the most useful pass. The palm print goddess first saluted Qin Pingan as a female officer, then gave a blessing and apologized. "Qin Shanju, my master is just waiting for guests. It is not convenient to leave the guests for the time being. I hope that Qin Shan's main body will forgive me." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "It should be the case. It's good to visit your house in a hurry without prior notification, and without having to shut the door." 2 Hofu goddesses who were not from the old officials of Tai Fujiang, they all breathed a sigh of relief. It's still not very similar to the imaginary master hidden official. To be precise, it is very different. As a result, a group of 3 people walked through the corridor and walked halfway, and then 2 other female officials in official uniforms came. Look at that official Tuzi, they should be the first and second leaders of the water mansion. They were like waiting for the rabbits on the road early. They happened to pass by and then dropped in. They could go to the hospitality office of the Department of Etiquette together. It was quite dripping and could not fault it. The female officials of the Department of Ceremony Systems stared at them, and only then received the report from the concierge. Before leaving the government office, they specially reminded the officials not to make mistakes. Why is it still such a trifling matter? The goddess of the Seal Division could only remind the 2 of them in her heart, and said in a deep voice, "Come, come, but no one is allowed to speak next. If Lu Lizzie is present today, you 2 will definitely not be able to eat." similar to the mansion of Luzhou Lingyuan in Beiju. Because the owners of the mansion are all women, there are a lot of female officials, and there is a somewhat overwhelming and declining atmosphere. After passing by the government offices of the government offices, the door or the window inevitably probed the head, but it was still silent and did not dare to make a lot of noise. Obviously, they are all curious about the appearance of the youngest engraved sword repairman in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. When he arrived at the main room of the Department of Etiquette, the goddess said in a soft voice, "I still need to trouble Qin Shanju for a while." As Hou Yi said earlier, it probably needs a little bit of incense and he won't let Qin Shanju wait for a long time. There was a maid serving here. She quickly brought a cup of tea for Qin Pingan, but the official uniform on her was showing off, just like a member of a certain department of the imperial court. Yes. Qin Pingan thanked her and took the tea. The teacup is Longquan Celadon from his hometown. The glaze is the first-class plum green. And when you look at the craftsmanship, it was made at the mouth of a kiln in Baoshi. Qin Pingan even knew that the teacup in his hand was made by the master, or at least the disciple that the master brought out. Just quietly weighing the teacup, Qin Pingan sighed. The old kiln mouths near Baoshi always used the porcelain clay from the Huangmeojian area as usual, but now they actually use the clay from the Xianxian ancient road. It is the result of the official kiln being transformed into a civil kiln. The layman sees the excitement, and the insider sees the doorway. The same kind of porcelain clay is collectively called Zijin soil. Because of the different mountain tops, there will be subtle differences in water and soil. The weight and viscosity of the soil will be different. It will be ever-changing. The layman can't see the difference, but the layman can see at a glance. For example, the porcelain clay in the Huangmeojian area is much better than that on the Xianxian ancient road, but the number of kiln-fired artifacts will be much lower. The cost of the major kills can be ignored. Nowadays, some are sold for civilian kills, and every time a piece of inferior porcelain is broken, it is broken silver. The goddess of the palm print gave the maid winks several times, and the latter reluctantly left the official hall. Xuanhuan appeared outside the door of the Department of Ceremony, and saw the sword fairy in Qingshan who was drinking tea inside, with Erlang's legs tilted up, drinking tea leisurely in a leisurely manner, without the slightest unpleasant expression. When Xuanhuan crossed the threshold, Qin Pingan just put down his teacup. The two female officials in the house hurriedly bid farewell to Xuanhuan, and walked gently, quickly exiting here. Xuanhuan sat on the opposite chair and asked bluntly, "Lord Qinshan is going to the door today. What is your order?" Qin Pingan deliberately skipped the word you, and explained to Xuanhuan what he came for. Seeing Xuanhuan hesitated, Qin Pingan picked up the teacup again and smiled, "Don't be embarrassed, I will leave after drinking tea." Is a pun. Xuanhuan mostly wanted to say hello to the Empress Dowager. She didn't dare to act on her own, because she was worried that the Shui mansion and Qin Pingan and Luopishan would go too long, which would arouse suspicion. But if Xuanhuan feels embarrassed, the incense stick is actually meaningless. Although in Qin Pingan's view, Xuanhuan is already a prince of Dadu, but she has not been able to get out of the shadow of the maid of the Queen Mother Nanzan. There will be many sequelae. It's just this kind of thing. Qin Pingan is an outsider and it's useless to say more, maybe it will backfire. Sure enough, after drinking the tea, Qin Pingan stood up. Xuanhuan suddenly said, "I have no problem with that incense stick." Qin Pingan was quite surprised, but he still thanked her. Xuanhuan rarely had a smiling face and replied politely, "Why do you thank the Lord Qinshan for mutual benefit?" Since the other party went to the door today, in addition to seeing him during the period, he also sat there holding a teacup and leaning his legs, which was considered very polite. After that, Xuanhuan took the initiative to talk to Qin Pingan. It turned out that the group of guests that she needed to receive in person were from Nantang Lake Green Plum View. In addition to the two Green Plum Viewing girls, there is also Nantang Lake Shuijun, the of water. The officials under the Changchun Hofu, they had just left the house, and the people who accompanied them were Xiao Yunyan, the sword immortal of the Dragon Elephant Sword sect, and the Madame Yen Yen who had the pseudonym Mei Chinka. On the gate, Mrs. Yen Yen used Mei Chinka, and the Taoist name Zhengxian. So Qin Pingan had to ask with a smile, "Hurry up, when I leave the official office and leave directly, Ho Jun won't mind?" Xuanhuan is not aware of it, so it's okay to just say it. In the corridor of the official hall, a green shirt and Xuanhuan hugged his fists to say goodbye, turning into a sword of light to travel thousands of miles away in an instant. After Xuanhuan left the ceremony department, several goddesses returned to the official room one after another. The ceremonial secretary who pretended to be a maid serving tea once and serving tea again, raised his arm, smiled, and said, "Just now. When I saw the young hermit, I got goosebumps." The second in command of the Department of Etiquette of the immediate boss laughed and scolded a nympho. Catch up with a green plum viewing private ferry in the sea of clouds, wearing a green shirt, big sleeves dangling and landing on the bow. Xianxia noticed the unusual Daoqi ripples, shrank in one step and came to the bow deck. He was surprised and he folded his hands and smiled and said, "Why is the hidden officer here?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "It's just a coincidence. As soon as your front foot left, I entered the home mansion on the back foot." The master of Qingmei View is a middle-aged woman-like female cultivator, but her head is covered with frost and snow. Obviously, it was the previous move that was forced to relocate to the Patriarch's Hall, which hurt the fundamentals of the Great Tao. In addition to practicing water law, it was also in agreement with a Nantang Lake numerology. The female cultivator in Guanyi moved to another place, which was just a move. To her, it was a great loss to her vitality. Even if she did not fight with the demon clan, she almost fell. Standing next to the woman was Zhou Qianglin, the younger generation of the insider, an expert on the mountain. There is also a woman covered with moisture, pale golden eyes. Now Nantang Lake, the lake is full again, the plum blossoms are reopening and the landscape has changed. Chen Pingan clasped his fists and smiled, "I have seen Song Guanzhu, Qin Hujuan, Zhou Xianzi." After some courtesy, Chen Pingan only said that he was looking for Xiao Jianxian to talk about the old, and he would not bother with Qingmei. It can be seen that the three of Nantang Lake are extremely nervous. The shadow of the famous Tree of Man was originally just one of 10 young people in the world. It was shocking enough. So I heard that Qin Shanzhu will leave the ferry soon, both regretful and relieved. When he arrived at Xiao Yunyan's residence, Xiao Yunyan asked if he wanted to drink, and Qin Pingan said that it's not necessary, chatting for a few words and leaving immediately. Mrs. Yanyan was sitting in a precarious manner. She clenched fists with empty hands, placed her knees lightly without squinting as if she was discussing matters in her own dragon elephant sword ancestor's ancestor hall, and met the Lord Qi Lao Jianxian. Qin Pingan asked Xiao Yunyan about the current situation of the dragon elephant sword sect and Nan Pasuajo, and then said to Mrs. Yanyan, "If possible, Mrs. Yanyan had better change the road number." Mrs. Yanyan asked with a bitter expression, "Speak to the hidden officer, why is this? What's wrong? I just picked up a nice and elegant road number casually. Is it bothering you? Doesn't it mean that I have to take some soil, right? Hidden officials find it smooth? Is it so wide?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "I just said casually, there is a pure martial artist named Ma Zhuxian who fell into a state not long ago. Do you think it's unlucky and unlucky? Of course, if Mrs. Yanyan feels nothing, I don't care." Mrs. Yanyan sighed and stomped lightly. Can this be caught up by herself? Xiao Yunyan paid more attention to the affairs of Howren than Mrs. Yanyan and asked, "Is that Chao Sis' big brother, Ma Zhuxian?" Qin Pingan nodded and then drew out a white bowl from his sleeve. His fingers seemed to be picking up something. It was crystal clear and translucent like a bead. The precious light was flowing and the water was abundant. Xiao Yunyan is a good acquaintance and asked with a smile, "This is?" Qin Pingan explained, "I saw the big demon in a certain place in the Middle-earth divine continent before, and it's an extra addition to the business." Xiao Yunyan was puzzled and smiled and joked, "What does the hidden officer do? I have no merit and no reward. This trip is just running errands, which is no different from traveling in mountains and water. I don't practice water law. Isn't it a violent thing to give this thing to me?" Mrs. Yanyan has heard loudly for a while, and what was eaten into her belly by an old throne demon can also spit it out obediently. "Lord Hidden Officer, we are such a great official authority." Qin Pingan glanced at Mrs. Yanyan and said with an aura, "Go and ask the Lord Qinhu to come over. Remember, please." When the Nantangu woman named Shuijun came, she saw that Qin Yingguan had been standing with the Xiao Jianxian in the corridor of the door, waiting for her to come to the door early. There is a white bowl on the table, and the drop of water in the bowl waits until Mr. Qinhu takes his seat, like an old friend, like an old master, and the light shines all over the house. Actually, Qin Pingan didn't plan to find this Qin Hujuan to do business, but it just so happened that it was an unmissable fate. After Qin Hujuan heard about it, he was reluctant to take that merit. He only said that Nantang Lake is 80% of the lake water, and it is already a great fortune to be able to return to the original place. Not to mention that it is the effort of a hand to ignite a stick of heart incense. Nantang Lake, it is necessary to build a shrine for hermits and worship the gods. She said this sincere words, and Mrs. Yanyan was in a complicated mood. She never thought of this boring gourd girl Hujuan. If she did not speak, she would be so desolate as soon as she spoke. When the young hidden official left the ferry, Xiaoyunyan reminded with a smile, Mr. Qianhu, listen to my persuasion, and forget about building the shrine for health. Don't secretly worship the memorial tablet and worship incense every day. What the hidden official said is also a Confucian. Disciple Yuli is not in harmony. Qin Hujuan held the white bowl with both hands, never put it in his sleeves, thought for a while and said, according to the Confucian temple rule, I, as a lake water monarch, is allowed to open the mansion, so I can bring a Confucian temple ritual vessel to the nearest academy. Yes, if I talk to Xuanhu Academy and ask for a certain sage book from Master Wenxing, I will not cause trouble for the hermit, right? Xiaoyunyan showed admiration, nodded and smiled. This matter is feasible. Mrs. Yan sighed. Qin Hujun, you have practiced in Luapa Mountain. Tiaobo River, now officially renamed Laoyuhu. Old He Boatsen Wenxian, also successfully promoted to 2 ranks, promoted to Yidi Hujin with the same rank as Heshui Jingshin, and just got a 7-rank official body. Because before, Sun Wenxian followed the woman Ho Jun Yanghua and went to the Ministry of Industry to accompany the capital. He made a lot of suggestions on dadu dredging and certain closing dragons, and was judged as a good comment by the Dali court. Now Sun Wenxian, even still, he also serves as a temporary official position as a member of the water department of the Pei capital, and needs to go to Dianmao, on the side of the Pei capital, to work as an errand every some time. And through Yang Hua's personal recommendation, the Dali court's inspection and promotion to Hujuan passed smoothly. There were a lot of things and a lot of joints, but the speed was extremely fast. This made Sun Wenxian sigh with emotion. The same thing if it were in the officialdom of her home country, let alone less than a month's work. It is estimated that not a year or a half of hard work would never be achieved. I saw the sword fairy and Qingshan, exchanged greetings with each other, and then looked at each other and smiled. Some things, since both sides know well, they can only say nothing. Sun Wenxian agreed without hesitation. Then I want keep Mr. Chen. I never thought of Chen Pingan with a smile. You can still have a few glasses of wine. Sun Wenxian asked, then go to Dayunling to catch the autumn breeze. The self-brewed water of Dayunling Mountain God's Mansion is well known. The scholar with the surname Chui came here admiringly. One is the fish from the Diaobo River, and the other is the wine from Dayunling. If you can drink and eat fish, you will be a must. Chen Pingan nodded and said, if you are a big dog eater, it's better to rob the rich and help the poor. When he arrived at the Dayunling Mountain Shrine, Miaozhu hurriedly prepared a secluded house. Do Yen stood at the door, greeted with a smile, and hurried forward. The old god's expression was flattering. Isn't this Qin Jianxian? I said that if I turn over the yellow calendar today, why is it suitable for traveling far away and for hospitality? It turned out to be Qin Jianxian admiring his face and giving our little temple a chance to entertain guests. Go sit inside, Sun Hujun, how come here empty-handed? Hurry up, tell the Hujuan mansion to send 2 big fish over. I will cook today and cook a table of home-cooked dishes for Qin Jianxian. Helping his own Dayunling and connecting with the Bixiao Palace, Ho Jun and Yang Hua came to this mountain in person. Do Yen was a familiar face on Ho Jun's side, especially helping his old friend Sun Wenxian tide over the difficulties. Not to mention, but also because of a blessing in disguise, the change of course was obviously a disaster but was promoted. Now Sun Wenxian knows that he is eyes and eyes with that Ho mansion, let alone shouting Qin Jianxian. Even if you make Do Yen bow his head and learn from the flattery of the officialdom, it's okay to call Master Qin to Master Qin. The average young person knows how difficult it is to ask for help. When people are poor in summer, begging for someone is like swallowing a 3-foot sword. If they can't understand these old principles for a lifetime, they are probably really lucky people. Originally, Do Yen was ready to go fishing in the river himself, so Sun Wenxian might have taken a few trips to Deduhufu and Dallas, a company capital, and all of a sudden the elm knots were resuscitated. He actually asked them to wait for a while and then personally go fishing. Soon there was a table of wine and food. Do Yen took off his apron and put it on the back of the chair, indicating that he was indeed himself cooking. Chen Pingan took a chopsticks and steamed sea bass. It was the apricot sea bass unique to Diaobo River. He took a sip of wine, sipped, gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, eating fish and drinking wine, it tastes great, and it has a well-deserved reputation. Hidden somewhere, Qing Tong had to remind him in a low voice, if you keep staying you will lose a lot of business. Chen Pingan stays in the dreamland of the long river of time, and he needs to lose some merits. Thanks to your hard work in trading, what's the picture? Chen Pingan smiled with his heartfelt voice. It's just that I want to drink and some friends ask me to drink as long as I want to eat and drink. Qing Tong had to continue to wait patiently. When I was drinking tea in the mansion of the woman Ho Jun, I never saw you so bold. At that time, Chen Pingan actually had a few words in his heart, and depending on his posture, he had to settle accounts with that Xuanhuan who had been reluctant to show up for a long time. When Do Yin learned that Luapa Mountain was in Tongy's he actually planned to establish the next sect, so he began to inquire about the news and asked with a smile, "Is there really wanting to learn from our Aquarius Island, and develop a brand new one? Really want to start construction? Can it really happen?" Haran Jojo, the three principal and deputy heads of the Confucian Temple, together with the three university palaces to worship wine, and the division, rushed to each continent one after another, and a total of 16 datas were sealed. Baijiluzu and Beipingzu each have one, and Tongy's does not have one. Therefore, in the Peachleaf Alliance, one of the things is to discuss the joint efforts to open up the Dadu and redread the old Dudu waterways. Using the buried river as the main trunk, leading the river into the sea, the empress of the Yao family of the Daquan dynasty, it is estimated that she was willing to mix up those mountain things with this consideration. Of course, not all water that enters the sea can be called blasphemy. Like the Rin River in Tongya Island, plus its tributaries, it can be as long as thousands of miles. Even the rank of the river is only from the 7th rank, but the water veins are less than 3 or 4,000 miles long, and it can also become a great blasphemy. The Confucian Temple has never announced the specific evaluation method regarding Jiang's name change, how to get promoted, and how to obtain the du suffix. Chen Pingan nodded and smiled. There is this plan, but it is more difficult to implement it in detail. As the interests of all parties are extremely difficult to balance, Xuanhuan is a water control expert and knows the potholes here best. Moreover, on the side of Tongy's the heads of the three academies of Dafu, Tianmu, and Wuxi dare not nod their heads. Whether this is feasible or not, even if it is a hint, the academy will definitely not give it. Once Dadu has a backbone. The rudimentary form of the river, the closing of the dragon, the diversion of the diversion, and the diversion of the road. In the end, the Confucian Temple was not able to pass, resulting in the Great Water never being awarded the title of Dadu. Then for the Big Spring Yao who participated in this matter, the person from the north for all the participating dynasties, small countries and mountain immortals, Jinding Temple and Pushen Yunkatang are not the loss of dozens and hundreds of Guyuqian, but accidentally, they totaled as many as tens of thousands. Guyuqian's bad debts, muddled accounts and then embarrassed went back to each house, and then wanted to fill in the holes in their respective treasury. It is estimated that the xianxia of the households and the gods of wealth on the mountain will all resign, anyway nothing. Looking forward to it. Do Yin sighed. Chen Pingan raised the wine bowl, touched with Do Shanshan lightly, smiled and asked, "How come you want to ask this?" Sun Wenqian was also curious about whether there was a blasphemy in Tongy's in the south, and what could it have to do with your mountain Do Yin, so she joked, in front of the sesame mung bean officer, "Take the heart of the shofu shangshu. Friends often take pleasure in dismantling each other." Do Yin raised his head and drank the wine in the bowl. He said, "To the truth, this is not a big or small mountain school on Tongy's. It is one of the mountain forces of the Taoya League. In support of the relationship I found our Beipingzu, and then I was a friend of the mountain god and I somehow blended with it. This guy felt that there was an opportunity to make a fortune, so he asked me if I wanted to participate so I could collect a sum of money. After it's done, you can pay back at most 200 or 300 years, and then you can lie down and count your money every day. Such a good day can last for 700 or 800 years. According to that friend, if you roughly calculate it, you can at least have quadruple profits." Sun Wenqian smiled angrily. "You guys are crazy about money. Now that the Confucian Temple has reopened the confession, I have to thank 3 people. Aizhou Weishi, Deli Guishur, embroidered tiger Chui Huang. Yuan Yu of the Subsage lineage, Haoran's youngest academy leader in history. One is for this matter, and has been screaming for many years, because Weishi did not participate in the Confucian Temple deliberations, but it is rumored that Weishi revisited the old things and sent a letter to the 3 Confucian Temple leaders. And that Chui Yang didn't say a word, and he never even dealt with the Confucian Temple. He just does his own way, and does his own way to get things done. The emergence of Chidu became the best positive example, proving that a continent of mountains and rivers has a great duke, which is used to gather water transportation, and the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. After was Yuan Yao, who formally raised the matter during the discussions in the Confucian Temple. In fact, Qin Pingan also knew a secret matter. On that night ship, Qin Pingan had met with Yuanyu, the little heavenly master of Longhushan, and the young monks, and they had not only surveyed the world. In addition to the subtle deviations of the latest several types of weights and measures, I did make a special trip to complete a chidu, which is one of the key objects of investigation. Do Yen filled himself with wine again, raised his wine bowl to someone, and smiled at the unsightly sword fairy in Qingshan. Sun Wenxian, you are a small lake gentleman. Let's cool off. Sir Hidden Officer, why don't you give a precise sentence from your old man? If fails, I will advise that friend not to use the fairy money to get rid of it. If it succeeds, then I will pile up yunling to collect money. Qin Pingan poured the wine, shook the bowl and said, this stack of yunling drinks is not cheap. Sun Wenxian took the wine bowl and knocked on the table, reminding Do Yen that he should not take his time, staring. Do de Shan Shen, Mr. Chen has said so much and he didn't understand it. After a long time he can't understand human words? Because Sun Wenxian can conclude that as long as there is no accident, Tong Yezhou would not want to reopen Dadu, and Qin Jiangxian's words have already broken the secret, which can be regarded as the final word for this matter. A peach and leaf alliance, just a few forces on the mountain and down the mountain, how can they have the ability to make such a feat? One of the so-called agendas is a superficial effort to unite people's hearts. Only one possibility is there to hope to create a great blasphemy for Tonggishao, that is to be led by Yu Guizong, and Wei Ying must show up in person, not hesitating to consume the merits of his own sect, and then pull on the Lu family of Iazhao. If you are rich and powerful, you may have to pull in the northern ally of the Dali imperial court, and share the account together. Qin Pingan thought for a while and said, it's not just Brother Do, if Mr. Tsin has some spare money, he can count as a share. Sun Wenxian was stunned, the new Hujuan was a little confused. Qin Pingan continued, God Doshan, you have to give me a guarantee that it's okay to borrow money from everywhere, but even if it's with your colleague and friend, don't say anything even if you can't hold it. When the other party asks, you just perfunctory just say that it is the gossip from the side of the road, and it is his business to believe it or not. It is definitely not for him to drink this wine today. Homely with anyone and tell me everything. Do Yen nodded as if smashing garlic and laughed. If I don't understand this officialdom, it'll be the of the mountain. Sun Wenxian asked curiously, this is? As a result, the other party smiled and gave an answer. I will facilitate this. Sun Wenxian was dull and speechless, only feeling incredible, couldn't believe it, just had to believe it. The meaning of this young sword fairy could not be clearer. It's okay for the three college leaders to nod their heads. Sun Wenxian was silent for a long time, but as soon as the Hujuan spoke, Do Yen almost squirted out a sip of wine. Mr. Qin, I have been shy for a long time, you have to lend me some money, of course it is Guyu Qian. Qin Pingan just took a chopsticks and steamed sea bass, hanging in the air, helplessly said, this fish is really not cheap. Finally, after Qin Pingan left Dai Yunling, Do Yen was puzzled and said, it's weird why I always have an illusion, so unreasonable. Sun Wenxian smiled and said, I was drinking at the same table, but it seemed like a world away? Do Yen patted the table. In one word. That's how I feel. Wenxian, shouldn't we two dreams? Sun Wenxian asked with a smile, I want to verify the truth of this matter, it's very simple, stretch my face and I will slap you in the face. Do Yen smiled and cursed a few words, and after reducing his smile, he asked softly, we have such good things because of the scholar named Chui back then? Sun Wenxian nodded. Do Yen was silent for a long time, only to say a good word. This surname Qin is also very nostalgic. Book Jianghu not long ago had the first Hujuan. This is definitely not a good thing for the Xinjing sect, whose jurisdiction encompasses the entire Shujian Lake. It's not just about getting a piece of the pie. It's just another bed on the side of the couch. The new Hujuan is classified according to the rank of the latest Jinyu genealogy of the Confucian Temple, from the highest rank of the third rank, which is equivalent to the rank of the water of the Great Litiefu River and the long rank of the Old Chentang. In this case, looking at the lively Aquarius native genealogical monk, he also sympathized with the True Realm sect. The Dali court was indeed suspected of crossing the river and breaking the bridge. It is said that it was Lu Qingfeng, the old Xianxia who had passed away in office, who contributed to this. I just don't know what the current Lu Laoqing of Myanagi Island, the third sovereign of the True Realm sect, feels now. Will Yuguizong feel resentful for this, and there will be some gaps with the Song clan of Dali. Anyway, in the past few months, the atmosphere of the Xinjing-Zongdi boundary and the surrounding city of Shujian Lake has been a little bit curious. Hui fell in the mountain world and there was a new school established a few years ago. The head of the school was an old monk with a background in casual cultivation, named Zhang Yi. The change of Shujian Lake is like a rainstorm that is ready to go. Whoever has a big door, a lot of courtyards and more raindrops will fall, but it doesn't matter if the door is small. Almost every year an old friend comes here to visit xianxia. The female island owner of Sulan Island, Tianhujuan, who is Lu Zimeo's eldest disciple, is a native Jindan Dixian of Shujian Lake. She also came here today, but she was like the master and she used the blindfold method because the person she saw was Zhang Di. Among the monks on Xianxia Island, Zhang Di, who was the owner of the fishing house, was the first cherish from the dragon to follow Lu Zhimao, and he was not even one of them. Zhang Di, who did not have a family background, may not have the later true monarch Zhejiang, let alone the current chief of Xinjing sect. In a small room, Zhang Di sat around a brazier with his old master Lu Zhimao and Tianhujuan. Zhang Di drank a bowl of wui wine from Chishuiqing. Expensive, it's not an honorable guest and it's not easy to take it out to entertain guests. For small households, you need to spend money everywhere, but he is the head of the house. He spends a lot of money. The practice of those disciples is used as a spiritual tool for their life, and daily medicated food. And occasionally giving favors to Huiyuishan's neighbor Xianfu. Whereas no fairy money, although it was a little shabby, but the life was very fulfilling, Zhang Di didn't even think it was a joy and hardship. On the way of life, the last time I lived in this state of mind was many years ago. I just met Lu Zhimao at that time. One ambitious, the other ambitious, and two self-made paupers will look forward to the future together. Zhang Di, holding a wine bowl, twisted a peanut and threw it into his mouth, curiously said, "What is the background of this new Jianghu monarch, and there is no official news?" Lu Zhimao sneered, "Zhang Yi, the head of the Langhua school, the second in command of Xianxia Island in his early years, and the Yishio Zhangli, who was above 10,000 people under the Shijianhu, in the end, under the hands of a monk in the Dragon Gate realm at Huluishan, half rental and half buy a piece of fart land. Zhang Master, tell yourself, what are the official outlets? Now those landscape mansion newspapers are all borrowed from the monks Fuluocean, right?" Zhang Di picked up a few rice cakes from the plate, dipped them in the fermented bean curd, and grilled them on the iron net on the stove. Small, the name is big. As for the expenses of the Shanshui mansion report, if you can save it, you can borrow it to read it, and you won't miss a few words on the mansion report. Langhuan's blessed land in Luxiazu, and the blessed land of Mandarin Duck in Jinjiazu, are all excellent places in Jiuzhou, which is famous for its awe-inspiring nature. Just picked up a big leak and was able to name it Langhuan School, but it meant that Zhang Lu's sect would never want to join the sect in the future, unless it was temporarily renamed. In the past few years, every time Zhang Di went to Shujian Lake, he went to two places to meet the ghost Xiao Zhenji who brought up the mountain and set foot in practice. The simple and cowardly young man Zhang Di took to leave Maoyue Island. When I arrived at Xianxia Island, I met the accountant and had all the opportunities and circumstances behind. There is also the site of Hengbo Island in the past, but now it is just the surface of the water. Anyway, Zhang Di will deliberately bypass Xianxia Island. Obviously, he has made up his mind to draw a clear line from the past. Lu Zhimao said, "The new Hujuan Xiafan is a ghost. I heard that he was born as a scout in the Dali Frontier Army. He had made a lot of feats during his lifetime and led a team to attack and kill a Yuanying demon race. He didn't show up much and I don't know his true character yet. In short, it's not a fuel-efficient lamp, but a smiling tiger. Especially when he is accompanied by an assistant of unknown origin. He is called Wu Guanqi and does not have a Dao name. I heard that he was born in casual cultivation. If you want me to see, it's mostly a vicious person born as a spy." After listening to Lu Leicheng's words, Xia Fan can stand out from the crowd of heroes and make up for such a big shortfall. It seems the big Empress Dowager secretly contributed a lot. Zhang Di smiled and said, "This kind of fairy fighting in the clouds and fog, we small trash fish who only eat in the shallow waters on the shore, just watch the excitement." Lu Zhimao smiled and said, "It is indeed more comfortable than I am." Over the years, Lu Zhimao has repeatedly persuaded Zhang Di to return to Shujian Lake, even if he does not serve as a genealogist in Zhenjingzong, choose one among the vassal islands of Hengbo Mansion on Xianxia Island, which is similar to Tianhujun Dangdang, the island owner, can't create a mountain and establish faction? It's better than staying incognito here, leading a bunch of young people with a little spiritual aptitude, and eldest children dealing with chicken and all day long, is it fair to say? If it were someone who was so ignorant and didn't know anything about it, Lu Zhimao would have slapped him for fear of death. But I heard that this site where birds do not was first recommended by that person. Because Zhang Di chose such a name for his school, Lu Zhimao once privately asked a geographer to come here to examine the geography, but he could not see the slightest way. In accordance with Lu Zimao's consistent behavior in his early years, he can change the owner after falling down the mountain. I used to be a wild cultivator, but now my status has changed, so I have to be kinder and just spend some money. Just the other party dare to offer high prices? Don't take the chief of a sect head seriously. Lu Zhimao glanced at his eldest disciple. Look at yourself and then at others. It's said that people are more popular than others, so why don't you die? Every time Xuanhuan is in this room, he really doesn't dare to drink too much. I'm afraid that the teacher will be upset wherever I am, and then I will calculate with my new and old accounts. Hearing Lu Zimao's hidden murderous words, Tianhujan's face instantly turned pale. The so-called people of Master is, of course, the hidden official now. Zhang Di shook his head and smiled. Jun Qianhu is not bad anymore. Isn't even the golden core immortal now worthless? Lu Zhimao chuckled. On the Tongyi's house side, it's always valuable. If our Tiandixian goes there, it's not difficult to open up the mountain. Zhang Di's impression of Tianhujuan, who has grown up step by step, is not bad. It's just that her Taoism is not strong enough. To say that there is not much harm to others in the previous Shijianhu, this kind of monk has a realm and is not cruel enough. On the contrary, it is difficult to gain a foothold in the long term. It is just that the time has passed, and he has become a genealogical monk of the True Realm sect. It's probably like a joke made by the accountant back then. It's hard for people today to explain things about the day. After this, there is another saying from the bottom of the heart. If you wake up and you are still fine today, it is a good time in the world. Zhang Di converged a little, jokingly said, your real-world sect, if you don't have the ability to fart, you are frequently changing the suzerain and the world is number one. If you change again the next suzerain, why should it be your turn? Jiang Shangzhen weighing Lu Laoqing the top spot in Zhu Shirtang, the chair is about to be replaced before it is hot. Lu Zhimao was on the side of an old friend, and he didn't know how to hide it. He smiled and said, Lu Laoqing mentioned it to me in private and asked me if I have this thought. If he wants to, he will start planning this matter now. When the time comes, Lu Laoqing will follow the recommendation of Zong, so as not to hold the Buddha's feet temporarily. It will be difficult to pass Yugui Zong. After all, Wei Ying is not a vegetarian, he will definitely have his own layout, just talk about the Juifeng now has a new owner. But I didn't agree to this matter. To tell the truth, the three former suzerains of Yuguizong, from Sun Yuan to Jiang Shangzhen, to today's Wei Ying, any one of them is a very powerful role. Zhang Di was a little surprised. He handed Lu Zhimao a golden rice cake, and then gave Tianhujuan another one. Why didn't you agree? Being the first and second in command, the taste here is a world of difference. Lu Zhimao took the Mikkei, lowered his head and nodded. I can see that the identity of the genealogy on my body is just a piece of clothing that can't be taken off after passing it on. Others look at keeping warm and they feel too hot to wear and want to take it off hard. If you don't wear it, you have to take off your clothes with a layer of skin and flesh. I want to be only a chief worshipper, and I will say that there will be no retreat, but if the successor is to succeed the sect master, this will mean that I have to go all the way to the dark in this life. In the end, it's not better to be a freelance Shanzawei, acting unscrupulously, holding the power of life and death. In the Shujian Lake back then, anyone who wanted to climb up had to make a path. Just imagine any island owner, regardless of size, who had no bones under his feet as the stepping stone. Now one is the monk's own realm that has the final say. Finally, it's relying on the doorway and the teacher to pass on. In short, don't take the monk realm in the head of the zone too seriously. Let's say that on Myanaji Island, a little girl named Zhou Caijin was filmed. What kind of spiritual qualifications does she have, and the result? Not to mention that Li Fuyu regarded her as his own, and was even more direct than the original. It was the Lord Lu Laoqing who saw her, and that was a bit more amiable. There is also Li Fuyu's newly accepted disciple, Guochuanxi, from a small place called Xianyu County. He was once a pure martial artist who was a half-hearted warrior. He was a 3-level air trainer who was piled up entirely on the god's money. Li Fuyu is really willing to accept him as an heir? It was nothing more than a mess that Jiang Shangzhen had thrown over, and Li Fuhua didn't dare to neglect it at all, but she couldn't help but careless. Similarly, as the second enshrined Li Fuyu, she didn't dare to put a fart on Jiang Shangzhen's side. On the side of the General Ancestor Hall members of the True Realm sect, she casually struck a few words with others. Who would dare not take it seriously? Furthermore, Zheng Yi, who is stupid with stupid blessings, where did he get the secret book back then, and how could he be praised by others as, you can open a way for ghosts, Is it impossible to fall from the sky? It can barely be counted. After all, Jiang Xianxia was indeed thrown to Zenji casually, and then Zenji took a walk by the roadside and picked it up. Zhang Di glanced at his old friend, nodded, understood. Lu Jimao caught a glimpse of the big disciple from the corner of his eye, and she was still eating rice cakes happily there. Fucking it's such a silly trash. Got our real gentleman Jie Jiang half to death and almost couldn't help it, slapped her face with a slap. In fact, Lu Zimeo's words have two meanings hidden. Lu Laoqing, he has been in the fairyland for a few years, but he has the confidence to go to the next level and ask for the legendary Ascension realm. Otherwise, why should Lu Laoqing be so good with Lu Jimao? Isn't it just that you want to be a comfortable Taishang of Zhenjingzong in the future? Then there is what Lu Jimao calls a back road Tianhujuan can't understand, but Zhang Di is clear at one point, meaning that next time Wuxia Tianxia will reopen the door. Lu Jimao is very likely to start a school over there. Be the originator of that sect, rather than the fourth lord of the sect. It's really possible to do this, and there is no need to rip off with Yuguizong, one less chief worshipper of the next sect, but one more mountain ally who has established a sect in the colorful world. Although the next time you open the door and then close it, if you want to cross the two worlds, the non-ascension realm cannot be done, but the world is in doubt. For example, what if Lu Jimao is lucky enough to enter the ascension realm? Another example is the Confucian temple. Suddenly he changed his mind and wanted to communicate with Wuxia Tianxia for a long time. Like the to-horse trade on the border of the secular dynasty? Tianhu Jun clearly sensed Master's unhappy emotions, but she didn't know where she was wrong. She was so depressed for a while, she felt extremely miserable, and didn't dare to show the slightest bit. Zhang Di thought of an interesting story and smiled. I heard that the strange man and stranger who wandered in Qishui City for many years has now become a squatter of Hujin's mansion. What kind of background? Could it be that he really complied with that old saying, a stranger since ancient times? How hidden in Tugu? In the past few years, Qishui City came to Qishui City, a strange man with varying depths and depths. He can play the iron flute and has a strange temperament. Sometimes he wears a red shirt with big sleeves, such as anointing the Chinese children. Son, everybody begs on the street as long as someone is willing to give money, help fortune-telling, no matter if the other party agrees or not, they will follow up and give a few words similar to the aphorism. Lu Jimao sneered, it's just an old golden pill who knows how to be superficial. It's okay to like to pretend to be a ghost, to deceive the traffickers and pawns. The face is not trivial, but in the bones is the kind of sour scholar that you hate most in your life. If the people around you and the field farmer, scraping dung in the pit, dig your hands, you will say, I don't even have any light on my face. Speaking of this, Lu Jimao took a sip of wine. Those of you who have read a few books, don't scold yourself and scold others. Talking can be disgusting. Zhang Di drank a bowl of wine, shook the jug, and there was not much left. He poured the last bowl of wine and said with no reason, life is not about reading and admiring painting. Seeing the high mountains in the painting, I don't know the real pain of pedestrians. It's like the sorrow and rain in a poem. Although it is a good line in a poem, it is hard to be the one who deserves it. The reason is such a reason, it just sounds awkward. Lu Jimao nodded and said, Zhang Di, to be honest, you have been a genealogical monk all your life. Even if you followed me and created Xianxia Island together, you have a share of the family industry, but you have not been a xianxia for a day. Wild repair. Zhang Di smiled and asked, what about you? Now that you have become the chief worshipper of a sect, have you ever been a genealogist for a day? Lu Jimao was speechless. Zhang Di raised the wine bowl and smiled. There is no limit to the world outside the house, and there are only limited glasses in front of him. Lu Jimao gently touched him. The old boy is still addicted to pulling acid text. Zhang Di looked up and drank the drink and asked, would you not go back to Hengbo Mansion on Xianxia Island and have a New Year's Eve dinner? Is it possible that you still have to stay with me to watch the night? Lu Jimao smiled and said, what can't you do? Zhang Di waved his hand, forget it, I still have a decent New Year's Eve dinner here. With you two eating and drinking together, it's probably not the taste of the new year. Lu Jimao smiled and was about to get up and leave. Indeed, I don't know how many years ago it was the last time I ate the New Year's Eve dinner. It's just that at this moment, someone at the door unknowingly leaned against the door with his hands on his sleeves, and smiled and said, Chief Lu has a lofty ambition. At this moment, I want to go to the colorful world. I really think deeply. Good ambition, good layout. Zhang Di just raised his head with a sincere smiling face. However, Lu Jimao was sweating for a moment, not only the person behind the jealousy, but also the jealous one who could stand silently outside the house for so long. If this is a sword handed out, wouldn't it all stop? Xianhu could not hide his pale face, and the uncontrollable Taoist heart trembled. However, Lu Jimao quickly recovered as usual, turning his head and looking at the old acquaintance outside the door. The first time I met, the other party was a little ant who seemed to be toiling around his own shoes. Whether to trample to death or not to trample to death, it just depends on how I feel. The second time we met again, the other party was exhausted, and under the fence of Xianxia Island, he could barely sit on the same level as himself and have a drink. The third time it was at Jingyang Mountain. Both parties were guests. The young owner of Luapa Mountain was able to lead himself by the nose. As for today, perhaps the other party regards himself, a chief worshipper of the sect, a monk in the Yupu realm, is probably an ant? Mudlegs in the alley. Mr. Accountant from Xianxia Island. The Lord Qin of the Fallen Mountain. The last hermit of the Great Wall of Jianxi, the latest engraver at the head of the city. Xianhu's mood is somewhat different from others. Because the thing that made Xianhu the most jealous was not the appalling deeds and identity, but a trivial incident that few people knew about. The man in the blue shirt in front of him, even if he ignores all his identities and feats. He is still a person who can give Guken a slap in the face and Guken will smile sincerely. Lu Jimao stood up, turned around, clasped his fists and smiled heartily. I have seen a hidden official. Zhang Di stood up and smiled. It's really a rare guest. Last time I created a school here, I wrote a letter to Luopishan, but I still failed to invite Qin to the accountant. I will have to punish myself later. Xianhu stood up, tried his best to stabilize Dao Xin and said softly, I have seen Mr. Qin. Qin Pingan stretched out his palm and pressed it a few times, then smiled and said, a house is full of old friends, so you're so polite. As a result, even if it was Zhang Di, he still waited until Qin Pingan took the lead to sit down before taking a seat, not to mention Chief Lu and Tian Dixian. At that time I was not on the mountain of Luapa. How please, it was really not me who played the score, and whoever played the score with, I couldn't put it on Brother Zhang's side. Qin Pingan really drank a bowl of wine, raised the back of his hand, wiped his mouth. This Shuiqing Wui wine has nothing to say except Gue. Later I asked Zhang Di about the Xuanhuan school. As the master of the mountain, Qin Pingan agreed on behalf of Luopishan. In the future, as long as the disciple of the Xuanhuan school goes out and travels, he can go to Luopishan. If you have a pure martial artist with good qualifications, as long as Zhang Di is willing, you can still put it on the side of Luapa Mountain. It will be fine for 2 or 3 years. During this period someone will help teach you boxing. Lu Jimao said helplessly, I thought Master Hermit would help me persuade him a few words, but now it seems that it won't work. Qin Pingan smiled and said, there is a kind of strong person who can live the hard days seriously, and don't blame the sky or the others. Zhang Di waved his hand, it's just a poor life and worry-free food and clothing. It's not a bitter life. Qin Pingan smiled and said nothing. Lu Jimao laughed. Zhang Di also laughed at himself, raised the wine bowl, I can't tell you, drink and drink. A certain truth is like a river, and another seemingly negative truth is actually just a tributary of that river. Xianhu is after a moment, he carefully thought about it and finally chewed out the aftertaste. All of a sudden she became more and more embarrassed, a house full of people. It seemed that she had counted the most awkward feelings in her mind, which was really bad. There are only 2 cases of a person's incompatibility, one is to stand out from the crowd, and the other is to stand out from the crowd. Lu Jimao tentatively asked, is you planning to meet the new Hujuan? Qin Pingan nodded and said, don't worry, you don't need Chief Lu to introduce him on your behalf. After drinking another bowl of wine, Qin Pingan got up to say goodbye, and only let Zhang Di to the door. Zhang Di said in his heart, if Lu Jimao asks you for help later, it is because of my assassin. I hope you can help as long as you can. If you can't help, forget it. The old monk came and added a sentence. At least I beg you not to go over the old accounts with this guy. Qin Pingan smiled and said in his heart, it used to be difficult to explain a truth. If it's not that truth, it's a small one. Now it's easy to explain the same truth and it's not that truth. Zhang Di heard the strings and nodded and said, next time I go to Luapa Mountain to find you for a drink. Qin Pingan reminded, remember to notify Luopishan in advance. It's not that I am a big fan. I really go out often and may not stay on the mountain. Zhang Di smiled and agreed. Qin Pingan finally joked, you are the leader of the school but you are leisurely. Zhang Di laughed. Now that there is a so-called mountain school, he has to plan carefully for all matters. To tell the truth, how many acres of farmland he rented in the school, and he bought a few houses outside all need Jiangdi. I saw it in person. During the autumn harvest season, Jiangdi even happily went down to work in the fields himself. That scene was not like the white-haired old farmer standing among the ridges of the fields. Sure enough, as Jiangdi expected, not long after leaving the house, Lu Jimao asked in his heart, "I don't know what the colorful world is now?" Qin Pingan shook his head and smiled. "Jie Jiang will know it as soon as he goes." Seeing that the other party didn't want to say more, Lu Jimao was helpless. In fact, he just wanted to ask. There are not many upper 5 realm cultivators right now. Of course, if you can build a relationship with Fei Xingcheng, to be precise, that's the summer palace, and Fei Xingcheng had a good bond, which was even more desperate. Now it seems that if you really go to wuxialover, as long as you don't get caught in the shoes by this young hidden official, you should burn the incense? Qin Pingan smiled and clasped his fists. His figure disappeared in a flash. Lu Jimao then hid his figure and returned to Xianxia Island with Tianheijin. Overlooking Shujian Lake, one of the islands, the willows on the waterside are weak and curled up, just like the waist of a girl next door. And Junshui Mansion is located deep in the bottom of Shujian Lake. It has good mountain roots and water veins. It is also a continuous building built on the mountain, although it is not arrogant but not vulgar. On the nearby islands above the water, Zhenjingzong has already withdrawn. One of the big islands has built a new Hujuan shrine. Zhenjingzong is very sincere. Xuanhuan, the new Hujuan, is playing chess in a pavilion with that assistant Wu Guanqi. The young-looking Hujun, wearing a blue dragon robe, is not presumptuous. The white-robed scribe sitting opposite him, with a middle-aged appearance, a folding fan in one hand and a twisting hand in the other. Xia Fan lightly placed a piece on the chessboard and asked, "Would you like to test Lu Laoqing again?" Wu Guanqi nodded and said, "Of course it is necessary, but don't be too hasty. I don't look at the face of the monk and look at the face of the Buddha. Weighing Shangzong is not small. Besides, Lu Laoqing is a fairy and he was born in wild cultivation. It's not to be underestimated. If you want to break the big picture, you don't really need to use great effort, just a little bit, just light." Xia Fan smiled and said, "Lu Laoqing is so witty, we don't seem to find a chance for a new official to take office." As soon as he took up his post, Lu Laoqing took the initiative to visit him, and he handed over the land deeds and sent out the islands without saying a word. Xia Fan then asked, "Does Mr. Wu have the opportunity to contact Lu Jimao and win over one or two?" Wu Guanqi shook his head and said, "The Hujuan mansion can't give Lu Jimao what Lu Jimao wants, so we don't have to take the insult to ourselves. We just show it as a joke to the real gentleman Jiejiang." After a game of chess, Xia Fan was caught in a long test several times, but Wu Guanqi made his move again and again. Only both sides of the chess game, without knowing that on the side of the chessboard, there is a true gentleman, who is really observant and silent. Qing Tong couldn't help but remind it again, "Why is it so consumed?" Qin Pingan only lost both hands and looked at the chess game on the table with a calm expression. "Don't worry, wait until they decide the outcome." Each made more than a dozen hands. Qin Pingan saw that the overall situation was settled, and glanced at the folding fan in Wu Guanqi's hand. Previously this person said that weighing was not small, but in fact he was not bad anymore. There were 8 characters on the folding fan. Among the flowers, "I am the Dongjun." In an instant there were ripples, and Wu Guanqi asked before Hujuan Xiafan. "Who?" "I." Wu Guanqi's face changed slightly and he seemed to be very angry. It is the Hujuan Xiafan who is not in danger, and is still interested, looking at the man in the blue shirt who is gradually showing his figure and face. After seeing the other party's face clearly, Xia Fan immediately stood up and said, "The little worships the hermit." Wu Guanqi smiled slightly, closed the folding fan, bowed his head and arched his hands. "I have seen Qin Jianxian." Qin Pingan clasped his fists in return, saying, "The current situation is hard one, I implore Mr. Xiahu to cherish it." Xia Fan smiled and nodded and said, "It is the meaning of the question to seek his own government in his place." In fact, before Qin Pingan appeared, he was almost certain that he would go for nothing. The new Hujuan Xia Fan and the master Wu Guanqi are all smart people, especially the latter, who can be described as thoughtful. Before coming here, Qin Pingan actually went to the office of Hujuan's mansion, especially the archives with many secret records. For example, Zenji and Ma Dui, who were born in Meiyuedo, were all on the list. In addition, many familiar names have been turned over. The collection of espionage can be said to have spared no effort, and it has been very rewarding. And the genius brother of Zhenjiang and Shilong Feng are 2 extremes. And looking at the handwriting of those files, it is obvious that they are all written by one person. Even Myinajishima Zhou Tsaijin has many records here. On the booklet there are some speculations by the author. Look at the ink on the file, which is added later. For example, Jiang Shangzhen alias Zhou Fei and Li Kai, a female sword fairy in Duckweed Sword Lake, plus some fragmentary gossip. This person can infer that this Jiang Shangzhen is extremely doted and can be said to be a relative. The little girl raised by her daughter, it is very likely that her real hometown is Beiju Luzhou. Qin Pingan doesn't have much about this. Wu Guanqi, as an assistant to the Waterhouse, has his responsibilities so he can't be too careful. How could Qin Pingan not know the roots and feet of Shujin Lake Mansion? He would only know more about the truth than Lu Jimao, such as Xia Fan, except for the candidates handpicked by the Empress Dowager, his hometown, and the history of the battlefield are all clear. As for Wu Guanqi, Luo Pashan knew relatively little inside information. It seemed that he had been in charge of the espionage of the Dali imperial court in the middle of a continent, and he was regarded as a colleague with Li Baozhen. Qin Pingan turned his head to look at that Wu Guanqi. Don't think so in my heart? Wu Guanqi has a more interesting saying, don't dare. As a result, Qin Jianxian, who was in the fallen mountain, used a more interesting expression. I think you dare. Wu Guanqi sneered and said, I have never had a precedent for convictions. Qin Pingan smiled. That's because the position you are standing at is not high enough, so you don't know where my brother's real rules are. You must know the most powerful thing about work and learning. I don't even understand this because I can't be the accountant of the Lake Junshui mansion. Wu Guanqi was silent. Qin Pingan smiled and said, what's more, if one day I accidentally become the new national teacher of Dei, and then I will set a precedent for you. What do you do? Isn't it extremely embarrassing? You can save the face you lose on the ground. Get up, but if you say something, how can you eat it back into your stomach, right? Wu Guanqi was hesitant to speak, but his momentum was obviously much weaker. Qin Pingan smiled and stretched out his hand to hold the person's shoulder. So, young people should not be too sharp, like walking with a lantern in the daytime, and if there is suspicion of passing the city, learn to swim at night by holding candles. Wu Guanqi, who was called a young man by a young man, his face was tense. Fortunately, the uninvited guest disappeared after saying goodbye. The multiple restrictions on the Lake Bottom Water Mansion are completely useless. In Chishuicheng, there is a street of wailing monkeys that is several miles long and lined with shops. Since today is New Year's Eve, almost all of them are closed. Qin Pingan stopped in front of a shop. He once was here and bought an ancient bronze sword named Defengquang. Walk out about 50 or 60 steps, and on the steps between the two shops, Qin Pingan sat down slowly. There used to be an outlander who pretended to be middle-aged, and once sat here and then went to find hardship. Qing showed up at the same side, still wearing a power fence, not real. I don't know why, Qing Tong feels that this Jianxiu is a little sad, not more no less, but not how sad. Like a gluttonous alcoholic who has no money to buy alcohol? Had to close the door and scratch your heart? The young man was full of anger for a moment, 2 or 3 things, and it became a confession. The mountains and rivers are magnificent and immortal for thousands of years, and where is the romance? Is it a sword repairer? They are all swordsmen. Sword of Coming Chapter 930. Li Sheng drank a bowl of wine at the shop and asked, how to say? The old Xiaotsai smiled so that his entire old face was wrinkled together and said, this is a rare opportunity. Let me take a break and drink a little longer. The emperor is not hungry. Now the Confucian Temple and Gongda Lin are actually old talents who are in charge of large and small affairs, saying, sleeping from the busy, which is not too much. Li Sheng hesitated for a moment but still reminded, remember not to do things that are too small. The Confucian Temple can't help you, look for Qin Pingan. There are very few people who can make the saints of rituals such an extra reminder. After all, with them, the principles of ritual saints make sense. The old scholar complained, this is superfluous. The outsiders are still there, how much to give me some face? Li Sheng said, then please trouble Wen Sheng to give a sentence. I don't want the next Confucian Temple meeting. Qin Pingan took the initiative to intercede with Confucian Temple for the first time, just to help his husband clean up the mess. The reason why Jing Xing Shiping called to himself was not because he was worried that the old scholar would have an impulse and that no one could hold it back. The old scholar sternly said, how can I not understand this point? Only the students do things, but there is no reason why the students do things. Li Sheng said, drink your wine well. The old scholar slapped his chest and promised, Of course a good wine must be good. As soon as the saint of ceremony left, the old scholar cocked Erlang's legs, rolled up his sleeves and prepared to drink. A young man in his early 40s can talk to a barren throne great demon who is 10,000 years old at a wine table, negotiating business and turning over old accounts. The green shirt and hats, the leisurely mind and lively chatting and laughing. No matter what he said, he had to listen carefully and he had to think carefully, think twice, hoping to chew some aftertaste. For old scholars, there is such a dish of wine and dishes, and any wine table in the world is good wine. The old scholar picked up the wine bowl, took a sip of the wine, suddenly narrowed his eyes, shrunk his shoulders, gave a sharp shot and burst into laughter. Is drinking really that fun? Drinking alone is of course meaningless, it's the people at the drinking table, it's the thing outside the drinking table. Seeing the little girl who is Xiaoqiu Pas, she wanted to say several times and then stopped. The old Xiaotsai smiled and asked, "What do you want to ask?" "Just ask, there is no identity on the wine table." The old mountain began to wink again, reminding Ganzhou not to talk nonsense. Ganzhou has always been unable to hide words. "Master Wenxing, why are you not like the ones in the Confucian temple at all?" Before I heard that Wensheng had restored the Confucian temple shrine, she once sneaked out and went to a county once. The Confucian temple is of course to go. The Wenxing on the portrait is a clear-looking old man, with a dashing appearance, and he really doesn't touch the scrawny short old man in front of him. The old talent laughed and said, "It's because of Wu Lauer's poor drawing skills." The little girl lay on the table and asked curiously, "The embroidered tiger Chui Yang who was good back then, why did he betray the Wenxing line?" Laoshan God has begun to watch his nose and his heart. Even Yang Ji had to cough to remind this little girl not to be too presumptuous. The old scholar was not at all angry, looking at the desolate scene of mountains outside the wine shop, high and low, layer upon layer. Silent for a moment, the old scholar smiled and slowly said, "When a student, I was hurt by my husband. My heart, a wise man can't deceive himself, and he doesn't want to talk badly with his husband, so he had no choice but to leave without saying hello. What is regret? What is no longer available and the person no longer met, is regret." The old scholar twisted his beard without saying a word, sighed, picked up the wine bowl, drank a sip of wine, and wiped the corners of his mouth with the back of his hand. "Our words will not only be 1,000 mountains and rivers, but also pave the way and build bridges. Therefore, when you stay with people you are close to you for a long time, you must not speak angry, ironic, or silent." Gong Xinzhou sincerely praised, "Wensheng's words are really unbreakable." The old Xiaotsai smiled and said, "It is the insights of my closed disciple, I just borrowed it for a use." Gong Xinzhou saw the wind turn the rudder and said, "No wonder Chen Yingguan can become the closed disciple of Master Wensheng." The old scholar hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Qin Pingan, the closed disciple, was abducted by me with great difficulty because he was very picky." Laoshan God only thinks that this sentence is really wonderful, and he deserves to be the Master Wenxing who has never lost the debate on the three religions. Ganzhou asked again, "It is said that the emperor loves Yaoer, is that also the master of Wenxing?" Because the girl Hippo remembered the former foreigner, she didn't look like a scholar, she was more like a gangster who used to eat black. A gesture of shaking the palm of the hand, with just one sentence, the Lord Meifu was suffocated. The old scholar smiled and said, "I don't have many students and disciples, so I don't think it's a particular favoritism. They have their own preferences. My own students, a few disciples entering the room, plus Mao Xiaodong and others, all of them are of course excellent, and there is no need to say anything. Asked about the sword earlier, there was a left nerd. Ask about the fist, there is Junxian." Later, Chui Yang was among the planners. The breaker is Qi Jingchun. Then, as the closed disciple of Xiaoqi's apprentice, Qin Pingan can be said to be a master of their respective strengths. Of course, there may still be some gaps, but what will happen in the future is worth looking forward to. I just said that now, whoever sees Qin Pingan will question who you are, the younger brother of whom. Would you question that you are the closed disciple of the old scholar? The students are so nice and outstanding. In addition to being pleased, they are also a little ashamed. Ganzhou felt that Master Wenxing had said something about the scene, and it was not easy to make an official statement with himself, so the little girl drank a sullen wine. The old scholar grinned and looked at the desolate scene outside the shop. The ordinary scene, two moods are two styles. Probably this is the human mind and practice. No matter how powerful your ancient gods are, you will never have such a mind. Thinking, hard-hearted, involuntary, wouldn't it be sad? Haranjojo, death is like life, so there are many burial customs. And the vast starry sky above all beings is probably a water funeral cemetery. The old scholar quickly put away these thoughts and said with a smile, "Brother Gong, can you lend me the imprint of the sword fairy?" Gong Xingzhou hurriedly took out the imprint from his sleeve and handed it to Wen Sheng, panicking. "I can't afford it, I can't afford to be called a brother." The old scholar joked, "I can't afford it. I'm not often called old." Gong Xingzhou nodded like smashing garlic, his face was flushed and his words were incoherent. "Little god and you Rongyan and you Rongyan." While drinking, the old scholar turned the pages of the book and quickly turned to the last page. He saw Qinping's square seal, smiled knowingly and returned the seal to Gong Xingzhou. "Treasure it and one day later Mr. Gong will rise. If you are an official, you can learn that Meha can open a mansion on the mountain. As usual, you can ask for something from your local academy. Let me see. Those sage books from the Confucian temple are all dead after all. Why should Brother Gong give up near and far away?" Gong Xingzhou said in a deep voice, "The little must be enshrined as the treasure of Xianxia." The old scholar pondered for a moment, drank 2 bowls of wine and could not hold back his thoughts. He looked at the mountain shrine on the top of Gong Xingzhou and chanted slowly. "Who has a good mountain, I am willing to be my neighbor. The mountain will turn the day and the night, and the birds will return together. The strange peaks are the most impressive, inviting you to share the scenery. Thousands of people stand on the wall, the peaks are moving the sun and the moon, the beauty breaks through the blue sky, and the hand is raised in the nearest month. Support the world and people, open the sky for me." The painted clay sculpture of the mountain in the ancestral temple was golden for a while, and Gong Xingzhou at the wine shop immediately stood up and bowed to Wen Sheng, as if receiving a decree. "This is the verbal constitution of the Confucian temple merit saint. If you are in the land of the 3 continents where the old scholars are in harmony, you can lift the gods of the mountains and water gods with just 1 sentence, and instantly raise the rank of the Golden Jade genealogy." The old scholar hurriedly raised his hand and pressed twice. "You're welcome, it's a trivial matter," and didn't raise the height of Brother Gong's idol. In just a few good words, a trivial matter without expense. After all, it is in the divine continent of Middle Earth, where the sub-sages are located, and old talents should not cross the boundary. Lao Xiu looked at Pachioha. Only when he was happy for the Laoshan god, and there was no envy or jealousy, the old Xiu nodded secretly, then glanced sideways and stopped. Yangji immediately understood and said in his heart, "I am willing to take Ganzhou as an anonymous disciple, and teach her several water methods." The old scholar smiled and said, "In this Taoist alchemy furnace site, there is a river woman with a snake mirror in her arms, and she stays with you day and night. If this is not Tao destiny, what is Tao destiny? Qin Pingan reminds you of this matter. You probably still think it's difficult for a strong man, not too serious. Have you ever heard the phrase, things have the bottom line, things have the end? You don't want to think about why the saints detain you here. It doesn't seem to restrict your freedom too much. What is it for?" When the old scholar said that, he drew a circle on the table. Yin and yang alternate like a circle, and the personnel cycle is like a snake plate. In the past few years, you have only been complaining about the heavens and others, and the Taoism is dim, but you don't know whether the saint of rituals will give you something. Little kindness, he hopes that you can be here, make a new face, find another way, not in the magic but in the heart of the Tao, and embark on a broader path. That is the real opportunity for the 14th realm, and it is no longer just relying on invading the body. As the way to break the realm, you haven't thought about it carefully. Why are you wild thrown big monsters compared to the other 3 mountain monks in the world? Because of the long life of the sky, it is so easy to enter the ascending realm, and in the end it is rank 10. The 4 realms are so difficult, where is the crux? The old scholar smiled and said, "First I have to pay off the debt. Moreover, because you have trained in human form but in fact you don't look like humans. Lucha has to do better than you in this matter. You all think he is a sword. It's unique because of cultivation but it's not because of Lucha's Taoism." Yang Ji faintly sighed, got up and gave a blessing to the old scholar. She was indeed grateful for the other party's guidance, thanks to Wen Sheng for the advice. In fact, this old throne is even more relieved. Finally, there is no need to worry. I was in this alchemy furnace site, and suddenly one day was refined by someone. The old scholar shook his head and said, "I am just pointing out the direction of a path for you. From now on, you will still not be easy to practice. For the sake of drinking, I might as well send you another sentence. Kung Fu is only in the stubbornness of nature. Dao Xin's boil is above the 2 words. Yang Ji is like taking a big reassurance pill. The old scholar is so amiable and pleasant to herself. When I want to come here at the Confucian temple, does it mean that I have an extra amulet? In the past few years, selling alcohol here is like being in a drought, waiting for it to rain every day. It's not easy. This is also one of the reasons why Yang Ji is willing to do a business with Qin Pingan. As long as he has a relationship with this young man who is a hidden official, it is tantamount to a bond with Wensheng. And the guardian of Wensheng's lineage, several worlds are clear. Especially the old Xiaokai's love for the closed disciple, it really reached the point of lawlessness. Furthermore, since Qin Pingan is the closed disciple of the old scholar, then he is the little brother of those monsters. Because Yang Ji is very clear about his current situation, among the sages of the Confucian Temple, and even among the 3 leaders of the Confucian Temple, there is no objection. If it were not for the saints of rituals, he would only say that he had joined hands with Lu Qizi to take himself. The vice master under the command would definitely kill the killer directly. Unexpectedly, the old scholar smiled again and said, "It's still the same sentence, doing good and meritorious, making mistakes, good or bad, all have to be repaid. Just to say that this is a mistake to make up for is not necessarily easier than being in the 14th stage. I advise you to do it earlier. Be mentally prepared so that you won't blame me for turning you into the ditch in the future. I am scolded by others. I have always been a good temper, but I can't stand the road. The goodwill and kindness of the world are strengthened, the powerful will trample in the mud wantonly. As long as I see it, I will get angry, and if I get angry, you will be at your own risk. Not to say that it is the saint of rituals, even if the holy master is interceding for you, it won't work. Anyway, the saint of rites is not there, and the old man is nowhere to be found. What's wrong with me talking a few drunk things when I drank too much?" Yang Ji heard the straightforward threatening words. She was not at all annoyed, nor dared to be annoyed at all. In any case, Wensheng is still a 14th level monk who restores the Taoism of the Confucian Temple. She took the initiative to get up and filled the old xiaotsai with a bowl of wine. The old xiaotsai thanked her and then laughed. "Besides lugu wine and reading miscellaneous books, I still have to read a few more serious books. I don't even know that it is a word. What else could be done?" I just nodded and said yes. Qing Tong did leave her with a lot of miscellaneous books for playing Luminous Een. Chao Chiu Hippo was stunned. Master Wensheng was insinuating, saying, "What about me? When I was young, I felt that studying was annoying." Naturally, Master Wensheng blamed me. I blame who will go. Gong Xinzhou noticed Ganzhou's face and worried that she would misunderstand Master Wensheng. He immediately echoed, "A fair lady, a gentleman is so charming. A good heart is a slender heart, and a beautiful appearance is slender. Therefore, reading a book is enough to add color to a beautiful woman. Of course, read more. The Book of Sages, which is like white jade burning and cold, the writing is like a zhu string percussion deeper and deeper." So in the article on etiquette, there is this song of the Qing Temple, 1 sings and 3 sighs. Linguistic, deafening, and thought-provoking, it echoes the phrase, "the lyre of the Qing Temple, the zhuxian and sparse of the Lord of Ceremony." Nowadays, the so-called poetry and singing between literati and scholars, how can it be compared, and the difference is far behind. Yang Ji frowned. The old saying goes that listening to your words is better than reading 10 years, but listening to this Gong Shanshan dragging his books out of the book bag, it is really hard to listen to him, and he has been reading for 10 years. The old scholar changed his view and said with a smile, "If you want to jump out of the 3 realms, not among the 5 elements, you just read. If you want to go to the next level, there is no 3 realms and 5 elements in your eyes, only the book is finished and there is no more words." Barrier. The girl heard the cloud in the mist. The old mountain was thinking about how to keep up with the flattery, but he looked up but suddenly looked awe-inspiring. Old Xiaotsai planned to return to the Confucian Temple after drinking 3 bowls of wine at the liquor store, so he drank slowly with the last bowl of wine in his hand. The world gathers and disperses in a hurry, meet once and get old again. History is like a brazier, filled with a pile of ashes with remaining warmth. All the ashes are the dead people who have been completely forgotten, and those sparks are the traces of the dead people still remaining in the world. For example, the lettering of the Great Wall of Jianxi, the works handed down by the sages, the poems of Bai Yi Suzi, the hanging statues of the Patriarch Hall on each mountain, the cliff carvings and stone steels between the famous mountains and the big rivers, and the names of the gravestones of future generations. 100 years and thousands of years later, all the stories of the ancients that are still missed by posterity. Yang Ji suddenly said, "Wensheng has accepted a good student. This kind of nonsense." The old scholar paused for a while, drank the drink in the bowl. "Listen again thousands of times, I don't feel annoying. The affairs of heaven cannot be long, the friends are full of friends. Now there is guest Pili on the seat, driving the mountains and rivers effortlessly. Old love can still be pursued, and the mountain wind is surging like a rush. He is like a Qingshan Yujin in the white clouds, overlooking wuxialover. In the middle of Tongyi's Hao in the town demon building under the plane tree. Chen Pingan closed his eyes and concentrated, sitting cross-legged, like sitting in the heart of a house, wandering thousands of miles in dreams. Both the Qingtong real body and the Yin god have followed the young hidden official into their dreams and traveled around the world. Only the burly old man outside the Yangshan body stayed in place, fearful. Because of that Xiaoma, he once again assumed a pinnacle posture, condensing an illusory figure to a height of more than 10 feet, white clothes and white hair, barefoot holding a sword, staring at the of green Tongyang, and occasionally glancing at the towering ancient tree. It is clear that you can't believe in Qingtong. As long as there is a slight difference, this pinnacle sword repairer will cut the plane tree. The burly old man said with no good air, "Am already an ally like a thief as for?" Xiao Mo Hengjin was in front of him, his wiped the pure sword light, and he smiled and asked, "Where is swordsman Pei Min now?" Qingtong shook his head and said, "After asking the sword in the rain, Pei Min disappeared." For some reason Xiao Mo always felt that the deserted town monster building was a bit weird. It's just that he split his mind several times inspecting the corners of the vast building, but he still couldn't find the slightest trace. Xiao Mo asked, "The 12 picture scrolls you carefully set up before were all arranged by Zhou Zi in advance. You just copied them?" Qingtong remained silent. Xiao Mo asked again, "How did Zhou Zi take back these 12 answer sheets?" Qingtong remained silent. Xiao Mo's eyes were indifferent. "If you ask you something, don't pretend to be deaf and dumb. Only when I ask you the sword can I speak." Qingtong no longer dared to be dumb and said helplessly, "Where do I know what Zhou Zi thinks and how he will do things in the future? He is Zhou Zi. Zhou Zi is not that ordinary monk of the 14th realm." Qingtong's comment on Zhou Zi is almost as high as the sky. There are only a handful of monks in the 14 realms of the world, but in fact, how can one say, ordinary? Wei is really this Zhou Zi who owns half of the Yinyang family alone, which is too weird. Qingtong then whispered, "Maybe the mention of Zhou Zi's name here is a kind of resonance of heaven and earth. It has already fallen into Zhou Zi's ears and can completely ignore the isolation of heaven and earth. To avoid taboos in some dynasties under the mountains, not only the emperor and the monarch, but also the elders of the family must be avoided in the books, and their names must be avoided. On the mountain, only a small group of great monks on the top of the mountain will receive this treatment. If a gash trainer rashly calls his name, it is very likely that it will be immediate. High, like the louder the voice, the higher the possibility of the other person's feelings." At this moment Chen Pingan, who had been immersed in dreams, still did not open his eyes, but smiled and said, "I deliberately made it easy for Zhou Zi to collect the answer sheet from the beginning. Xiao Mo, remember that we just came here? Qingtong Dao, what did your friend say?" Xiao Mo suddenly realized. This Qingtong asked Chen Pingan at the beginning, "Have you ever heard of a saying from Zhou Zi?" Maybe from that moment, it has spread out like heaven and earth. Like an imperial examination, Qingtong is just the scoring officer of the examination room, the real person who writes the questions, and the chief executive officer of the abbot are all Zhou Zi. The test question is that sentence of Zhou Zi's words. So looking back at Chen Pingan's remarks, he also put his pen on the scroll paper a long time ago. It is to borrow Jing Zhezhong's words, "It's just not serious." This means that when you are not serious, it is up to you to believe it or not, Zhou Zi. After that, in the 12 worlds, Chen Pingan's various words and deeds, and the ups and downs of Taoism, whether they came from Chen Ping's original heart, whether they were true or not, just like Chen Ping's questioning to Zhou Zi. Since his son had been aware of it a long time ago, and had a way to deal with it, Xiao Mo would not bother himself with mediocrity. And Qingtong took the initiative to mention, which can barely be regarded as a leaked secret to make up for it. Xiao Mo just looked at Qingtong with an idiot look. Qing was speechless at the same time. "Okay, I'm an idiot. It's just you, Xiaoma, where is it better than me?" Xiao Mo smiled. "Unfortunately, I am Jianxiu. I'm not good at thinking about things and solving puzzles, but if you ask about swords and hacking people, you have to count me." And in the corridor of the top floor of a hall in the town demon building, the most sacred master and the Taoist Chunyang stood by a railing, but both of them are the identities and perspectives of the former people. Looking at the future, the current Xiaoma certainly can't find it. A middle-aged Taoist named Lu Zhu by Chen Pingan, he flicked his sword on his back and praised when he saw it. This fellow Taoist Shizhu has a keen sense of spirit. The most sage master nodded and said, "Of these ascending realm peak sword repairs, none of them are vegetarian. After the real person Chunyang heard Qin Pinggan's words, he was quite surprised for a while and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. If you are careless, if your steps slip, you will fall on the cliffs and be crushed. Conflict with Zhou Zi like this is dangerous and dangerous. The Holy Master smiled and said, "This is what Ko Ming said, the one who is safe is natural, and the one who is the body understands itself." Of course, it can also be regarded as the old scholar's sentence. The one who knows himself does not blame others, and the one who knows his fate does not blame the sky. If you speak more bluntly, it is nothing more than drying clothes on 3 poles in the day and going out to collect clothes on rainy days, but if you forget it, forget it. Princess Chunyang wants to spread these words. Take the opportunity to ask the most holy teacher for more information about the roots of the 3 teaching questions. However, the most sacred master doesn't seem to want to talk more about this. He has changed the subject and asked with a smile, "You have been wandering in the Qingming world for a long time, so you haven't sneaked to the Jade Emperor City to listen to Ko Ming's preaching?" In the dim vision, it is vaguely visible that earlier, a Taoist priest was drinking alone under the phoenix tree. The weather was slanting and the wind was cold, so the friends did not come, and the phoenix shadow stood up. This middle-aged man has a high and honest appearance, and has the charm of Yushu is near the wind, and the tree attracts the wind. Chunyang Taoist smiled and said, "I have listened to it 3 times, but I have been accompanied by Master Lu every time." Sage Master said, "Because Lu Qin had anticipated the future at that time, he was still worried that you would return to Haoran in the future and divide too much of the Dao Qi of Qingming Tianxia and Baiyujing." Chunyang Taoist said, "If Lu Xun never left his hometown, at least 1.5 Dragon Tiger Mountain could be created for Haoran." The most sage master smiled and said, "I am lucky if I get it, but I lose my life. The flowers bloom outside the wall and they are also blooming." Chunyang Taoist sighed, "Lu Qin Daoxing is unpredictable, but he is willing to look at him with admiration." According to what Lu Qin said back then, his master is a natural method, almost one. No matter how high the Taoism is, how great is the fighting ability. And Lu Qin also respected the big brother who accepted his apprentice on his behalf. He never concealed the reason why he left Haoran and went to the Qingming world. He went to ask the head teacher Baiyujing. Before he arrived at Ko's name, Lu Qin had many beautiful words about him. Suspect is to go to the void, not to be a prisoner of heaven and earth. A true man is the same in all directions, and my generation has no way of seeing it. A person is cold and has nowhere to defend the wind. Scratching your shoulders to take the road trip is too imaginary. Lu Qin even kept threatening to write a book for his brother. Probably in the eyes of Lu Qin, the senior brother Ko's name is exclusively real person. Therefore, after Lu Qin became the 3rd master, to the 2 seniors in Baiyujing, Ko was always called brother, but Yudo would be called brother Yu. In addition about this senior, Lu Qin also had some odd words, which others still have no explanation. For example, the root of heaven 1 becomes 7, 7 becomes 9 and returns to 1 dummies. When the Taoist of Chunyang traveled to Baiyujing for the first time, Lu Qin had just become a young disciple of the Taoist ancestor. At that time, Lu Qin was still relatively young and energetic. He told the real man Chunyang that he would go down the Taoist law that day, starting from the Taoist ancestor, continuing the incense on the Ko's name, and flourishing in my Lu Qin. Lu Xun has always played the world. He likes to speak colloquialisms with the layman, and talk to the masters that terrifying the heavenly people. When the Taoist Chunyang visited Baiyujing for the 2nd time, Lu Qin had successfully entered the 14th realm, and had the 5 dreams and 7 minds of no one before or after. In fact, the fellow Taoist who traveled to the Jade Imperial City with the real person Chunyang at that time was the real person with bones, one of the incarnations of Lu Qin. Taoist Chunyang guessed that one of Lu Qin's avenues, such as the 7 mind forms outside of the 5 dreams, is most likely the phrase, 1, the beginning of the transformation, and the beginning of the transformation, 7. This kind of thing is rare in the mountains, but it does have some precedence. Just like the predecessors put forward a certain hypothesis that seems to be hanging in the air, it is absurd and aloft in the air. Later someone really did it. The most sage master tapped the railing and slowly said, "If Ko Ming was born a few years earlier, I dare not say that one of the world's top 10 is a thing in the bag. Among the candidates there must be a place." There are 2 theories about the origin of Taoism that first created the borderless man in the current world. One is derived from the Western Buddhism, and traced back to the theory of Wu. The other is from the Great Palm of Baiyujing. The teacher's name walks above all things, walks in the sky as if it is true, and sleeps in a vacant bed. Because of this, certain Taoist scholars in the Qingming world always feel that the Taoism taught by the head of Bai Yujing often seems to be related to Buddhist scriptures, and occasionally closes to Confucianism. It's just that they respect the great master teacher. This kind of disrespectful thought will naturally not be publicized. They will only mention a few words when chatting among their friends on the mountain. In Qingming, there is a legendary novel that is widely circulated. It is written by Wu Mingxi and is called Shu Yiji. It is said that in ancient times there was a real man who had attained Taoism and traveled around the world in the cold of the first spring, and returned to the wind in the first autumn. In the cave, when the wind comes, the earth will grow and the world will fall. This tall old man, who was very powerful, turned his head and smiled and asked, "Do you think that in the future, if there is a saying similar to the world's top 10, Zhou Zi previously selected 10 young people and 10 alternates in the world, totaling 22, how many people can make the list?" The Taoist Chunyang thought for a moment and said, "From the perspective of the poor Tao, at most 20% can be reviewed. Moreover, before this, a battle of various origins without 1,000 years, I am afraid it will be difficult to settle down. Except for Ning Yao, who is in the colorful world, and the savage co-owner, because they are well known, no one dares to say that they will win." The implication is that there are probably only 4 or 5 young people who can successfully rank among the 15 or 6 people on the most mountain. The words of Taoist Pure Yang actually have a deeper meaning, that is, among the 14 realm monks in the world today, some people will definitely lose the election. This is also coupled with the step descent of some ascension realm consummation cultivators, and they will also occupy a few places in the same way. The most sage master joked, "Chunyang Lu Yen, how come you have to count as one?" Chunyang Taoist shook his head and said, "Pan Dao is a stray person, so I don't want to join in the fun, I want to find the avenue from a young age." The most sacred master didn't seem to be surprised at all and asked, "Just because I feel that the Tao cannot be asked for love, so I plan to cut the love with Huijin? Have you chosen the dojo?" Taoist Chunyang nodded, "I'm afraid I won't be able to go if I have chosen it, so I fell into it and the catastrophe will be lost. Therefore, I may need the help of the most holy master to select a person, protect the way for a while, and only say a few words at the critical moment." Foreign talk. The most sage master smiled and said, "It's a coincidence, but it's not a coincidence to answer the old saying, far away in front of you?" Lu Yen was a little helpless. It's not that you are dissatisfied with the selection of the most sacred master, but once you choose this person you probably have to come up with something. It's not that this, what, feels distressed, but that a cultivator who has reached Lu Yan's realm will actually be more troublesome when it comes to forming a relationship, whether it is good or bad. Lu Yan said, "Look at the poor road again?" The most sage master said, "What is this? It sounds like I'm forcing you to nod, it's something that both of you must love and I want." Take a step back and say, "Even if you agree I have to ask Chen. Peace is good, if he doesn't agree can I force it?" Heavy rain, some people wearing bamboo hats, wearing green clothes, walking on the riverside when encountering a mountain only need a tiptoe, the body shape is like a touch of green smoke, and they came to the top of the mountain in an instant. This Qiantang River, named Zhujiang in ancient times, is divided into 2 sources, north and south, and has many tributaries. At this moment, Qin Pingan is standing at the opening of the Qilalong. The old Qiantang is Long Chao Yong, and today's Beipingzi Chidu Lin Libo Daochang located nearby, is an ancient broken secret realm called Fengshui Cave. It is rumored that the dragon is full of vitality, and it is the place where many dragons of ancient Shu are collected and buried. However, nowadays the dojo has set up several layers of interlocking blindfolds. Normally, immortals are proficient in the arts of geography. If you have a geomancy map in your hand, you will only go around the ghost and hit the wall, and you will not be able to enter. Chen Pingan deliberately restrained his energy, suppressed his fist, let the rain beat him, and supported the hat, overlooking a prosperous commercial county with many shops on the shore, and building many clubs for water travelers from the same township. Resting and discussing matters besides the various merchant ships docked on the shore, there is also a flower boat called Jiao Bai Chuan. According to local county chronicles, fishermen of the 9 surnames lived on the water, all of whom were lowly registered, and were not allowed to participate in the imperial examinations and were not allowed to wear shoes to go ashore. Even if they disembark and land on the ship, their clothes must be distinguished from the civilians, just like the umbrella in their hands and the identity of the shipowner at a glance. The entrance of that old Jiao Taoist temple is different from the ordinary Xinjia cave mansion built in secluded mountains and deep water. Its mountain gate is actually located near the county government, just at the Xuanmiao Temple and Zhaoda Temple on the northwest corner. Between Qing Tong raised a corner of the power fence, glanced at the one over there and whispered softly, "It is rumored that this old Qiantang bird has a violent temperament, and he controls it cruelly." Qin Pingan nodded and said, "The rivers in the world have their own water, just like being born with a kind of nature brought from the mother's womb. For example, Hangzhou town, where the three rivers converge, is the impermanence of the Yuye River. As for the water quality of the trunk of the Qiantang River, only those poems chanting the great tide are proof." Before Qiao Yong became a member of the Yuanning, he used extremely harsh methods to manage the waters under his jurisdiction. With the neighboring Jianghu Zhangshens that were enshrined by the court in the early days, he often killed him, killing hundreds of thousands of aquatic creatures and injuring hundreds of miles of crops. Perceived the strangeness of the heaven and the earth, there was an old man admiring the old man, and he strode out of the dojo aggressively. This Uncle Daduli, who has been in Feng Shui Cave almost all year round, narrowed a pair of golden eyes, held the jade belt around his waist with both hands, and looked at the blue color on the top of the mountain. Operating the magical powers of his life, I can see that ordinary Qi practitioners can't see. I saw the green shirt on the mountain with a vague face, and there was a woman entourage wearing a power fence nearby. Qiao Yong said loudly, "Since the Taoists are here, they have to hide their heads and show their tails. Is it so shameless?" Without waiting for the words to settle, the supernatural powers have been activated, condensing the rain in the sky into a water method, turning into a long azure dragon of hundreds of feet, and heading straight to the pair of dog men and women on the top of the mountain. "How dare you, on your own turf, and a Dada Gongho who is equivalent to the Jade Pu realm, shaking up this? The illusion secret method of the Sea City Hall?" Only the next moment, Qiao Yong became serious, and saw that the green shirt only raised his hand and played with a fairy magical power similar to the sun and moon in the universe pot in his sleeve, and put the water dragon in his sleeve without mentioning it, and then changed it. Shaking his sleeves, his left hand goes in and his right hand goes out, as if pouring all the water into the rolling river at the foot of the mountain. Qing Tong is a bit gloat. In this dream, Qin Pingan is God. You, a jade water dragon, have long lost the advantage of being in a small world. How can you fight with it? Qin Pingan took a step, shrank the mountains and rivers and went straight to Qiao Yong, took off his hat, clasped his fists and smiled. "Junior Qin Pingan, I have seen Uncle Li Li." "Junior?" Qiao Yong was surprised when he saw the opponent's face clearly, especially the self-humble address of the other party, which was even more surprising. Neither party has seen it before and there is no incense to speak of. Why bother to surrender your status and obey the younger generation? Qiao Yong pressed his doubts in his heart, and bowed his hand in return. Qiao Yong turned sideways, stretched out his palm and said with a smile, "Hidden officer please." A small door appeared in the cave. The front of the door was, "Don't have a cave," in 4 golden characters and a pair of couplets. "Have in the hole to see the hole in the hole. The outer sky becomes the outer sky." Qing Tong looked through the power fence, glanced at the couplet and whispered, "The hole in the hole, see the hole in the hole. The sky is beyond the sky is beyond the sky." It's just that Qing Tong quickly changed his words. "In the hole, see the hole in the hole. The sky is beyond the sky is the sky." Qiao Yong laughed and asked, "Dare to ask this fellow Taoist, is it Ning Jianxian?" Qin Pingan choked for a while. Inside the power fence tool, Qing Tong also rolled his eyes severely. What kind of look is this old Jiao? It's no wonder that now is a half bucket of Jade Pu realm. Qiao Yong knew that he had made a mistake, so he just assumed that he hadn't said anything, and led the two of them into the Feng Shui cave together. In the cave, the three of them walked through the corridors and saw the white jade steps with beams and pillars, the coral bed and the water curtain, the glazed door lintel and the amber bridge. There are all treasures in this world. The only flaw in the beauty is that in this Feng Shui cave, although the aura is full and thick as water, it is just empty, not even the Fulua puppet, and it looks lifeless. After learning that the young hidden official came, Qiao Yong did not rush to express his position, but asked, "Why did the hidden official look for me?" Qin Pingan said, "We have a senior in Luapa Mountain. He taught most of the boxing skills of my disciple Pei Qian. He and Mr. Qiao are old friends who do not know each other." Qiao Yong pondered for a moment, then tentatively asked, "Is that Chui Ching?" It's not hard to guess that the pure martial artist who can teach Qin Pingan and Pei Qian on the continents of Aquarius is not Dali Song Changjing, or Chui Ching, who has been missing for many years. In addition, Qin Pingan is in the line of Wenxing and Chui Sincere's grandson, embroidery tiger Chui Yang, who once had the identity of the first disciple of Wenxing's line, is obviously more likely than Song Changjing. Moreover, Qin Pingan has said that this person does not know him if he does not know him. Could be Cui Qing. As expected, Qin Pingan smiled and nodded. In fact, as the Qiantang elder Jiao Yong could have been in the Jade Realm 100 years ago, but at that time the Qiantang River waters encountered a drought that was rare in 1,000 years. The Qiantang River was poured back, and this brought a shower of rain. Such behavior is tantamount to rebelling against his own Tao, that is, because he has lost his immediate superiors. Therefore the old Jiao only has suffered a loss of 300 to 500 years of Tao deeds. Years ago, Xiao Yong could walk straight to the dragon-slashing platform where he was skinned and cramped. Before this, Cui Qing was not very impressed with the irritable Qiantang chief, and because of a storm he went to find Xiao Yong and had a fierce questioning boxing. After that, Cui Qing's impression of Xiao Yong changed a little, and he took the initiative to visit again, not asking for boxing, just as for wine. However, Cui Qing taught boxing at the Luapa Mountain Bamboo Tower back then, and Qin Pingan never mentioned any past as if not once. On the contrary, when the old man came to Nuanshu and Millet, there was no shelf at all, and he was willing to talk to the two little girls about the stories of walking in the rivers and lakes in their early years. Hearing what Pei Qian said, Sister Nuanshu listened carefully every time, and the millet grains were incredible. After hearing some stories that had been told once or twice, she shook her head vigorously without giving any face. She just said something. I have said that, let's change to a more exciting and frightening landscape story. After the story, the elderly never let the millet grains be disappointed. Of course, the support of the millet grains is also very amazing, and I was surprised to hear it. At a glance, there will be countless interjections. Qin Pingan introduced to Xiao Yong the fellow Taoist next to him, the name Qing Tong from Tongyi's Hao. Xiao Yong naturally had never heard of this person, just as someone from outside the world who didn't show up easily. Qing Tong's first sentence made Xiao Yong more and more look at this person. Uncle Dr. Li, I seem to have had a great relationship with Taoist Chunyang. Xiao Yong didn't feel that this was an unspeakable secret. He nodded and said, I was once fortunate to hear a Taoist man who called himself Chunyang, explaining the fire scripture. Based on this, I was able to prove that Dao Xiaoqing was able to become a nascent soul. It is a pity that Chunyang, the Taoist's kindness in preaching has never been repaid. The Taoist from a foreign country, when he was preaching to Xiao Yong in Feng Shui Cave, the avenue was manifested, the witty words were like beads and a rain of fire fell. After this fire rain tempering, after Xiao Yong walked the river, it was extremely easy and smooth, like a xianxia master named in the palace examination gold list, turning his head to participate in a government test or even a county test. Of course, it is a trivial matter to get it. After Xiao Yong learned about the relationship between the young hermit and Cui Qing, he did not hesitate to agree to the matter of Xinxiang. Xiao Yong suddenly asked, a visitor has come to the door again. 2 people in a boat are all my old friends from the waterhouse. Would you mind meeting Mr. Qin Shan? Qin Pingan smiled and said, it's good to listen to it. In fact, Qin Pingan was aware of the whereabouts of the group earlier than Xiao Yong. In a small boat on the river, there are 3 gas trainers from other continents and 2 local water gods from Aquarius. Seeing that Qin Pingan was so polite and thoughtful on the side of a water dragon, Qing Tong was a little bit guilty. On his side, the hermit Sama didn't mean to be casual. Xiao Yong naturally did not know the inside story, and still first introduced the identity of the passengers on the ship to the young hidden official. The 2 gods of water are both qualified to open a mansion. One of them is Qingqiao Lake near the Qiantang River, located near Longyu County and Wushan County. The female water is named Zhuxiang. Another lake monarch, named Wang Xiangjin, was governed by Biluo Lake in Nadangta County. The other 3 are not local monks in Aquarius. Among them is Qin Jinrong from the Tanru Qin family in Nampo Suajo, who is good at drawing dragons. In addition, there are 2 female monks from the Middle-earth Shenzhou, named Qin Buwei, and a man who claims to be Luoyang Myuk, who is a Baozhai. The 3 monks from other villages had actually been here before, but Qin Jinrong made a temporary intention and said that he was going to visit Longyu County. In the ancient times, it belonged to the land of Guzhou and was set as Taima County. Later it was renamed several times and finally named Longyu. Heavy rain, the sky is gloomy, floaters sit in danger and go alone. There is a Yupeng boat in the river that undulates with the waves, and the white rain jumps into the boat randomly, and it seems to be worried about capsizing at any time. There are 5 people on the boat who are drinking, talking and laughing freely. They are naturally Taoists, people among gods. The matter of small talk is also related to practice. It is just sticking to one's own opinions. It means that there are a total of 12 realms under the ascent. Which realm is the most important? Some people say that it is the state of staying in the lower 5 realms, through the creation of Lu Qi, and then someone widens the way, allowing the monk to ascend to the sky in one step. Some people say that it is the first level of the Dongfu realm in the middle 5 realms. The reason is that my generation has practiced. It is difficult to say that there are more than hundreds of roads underfoot. There are 2 things to close the door. When the door is closed, the body and the Taoist mind live in a secluded mountain. Once the door is opened, the red dust and the red dust will roll, and it is the practice. It is similar to the Mahayana and Hinayana of Buddhism. It is also said that the sevuing state is the most important thing. The practitioners start to climb the mountain. The state is not high, but it is the most energetic level. They only say half of the words passed down by the nameless family. 9 continents in the center, like a snake pan mirror, is such a broad field of vision. After that, many realms, even the jade and immortal realms of the upper 5 realms, are located at a high position. In fact, they still cannot be compared with it. Seeing that Qin Pingan did not reject the matter, Chao Yong took him and his fellow Taoists out of the cave and came to the shore to welcome the boat that was about to dock. Her wind and showers, day is like night, the 3 of them don't have to use any tricks. 5 people on the boat. After seeing the 3 people on the shore, there was a scent swirling in a moment. There was a woman with a graceful figure, natural water, without any rain gear, floated to the shore, looking at the man wearing a hat and a drape. Was actually a bit shy. She stretched out her fingers and stroked the corners of her temples, her eyes were shining, and she said softly, "The water mansion is deep and secluded in the corner, the little is dark, the wind and rain, it is terrible to watch. Qing is in my heart tweeting endlessly." Qin Pingan lowered his head slightly, clasped his fists and smiled. "I have seen Mr. Xianxia in Kinkahu Lake. Biluo Lake Water King Xiangjin with a slender figure, only covered with a mask. After going ashore, he saw the green shirt guest, such as a scholar and a scholar, saying, Mr. Chen laughed. Before his death, Wang Xiangjin was a weak scholar who had no merit or fame, nor was he a hero on the battlefield. He belonged to the most typical kind in Jiguai novels. Before Long Jun's death, Bian Sun was located in Wang Xiangjin. Because of his gentle appearance, Long Jun was worried that Wang Xiangjin would not be able to frighten the water monsters. He presented a ghost face. After putting it on, it was red-faced and fangs like a xianxia. It is a treasure of water law. Wearing day and night, not only can assist in spiritual practice, but also can shock the heroes. Following the throne of Shuijun, the statue of his is a face covered with ghosts, and the rest of the temples are the same as the gods. Qin Pingan made a polite return, smiled and said, I have heard of the name of Biluohu Shuijun for a long time. The Middle-earth female cultivator with a wooden spear and a white poplar blade on her waist, and the dull-looking Baozhai, all just nodded to the young hidden official, and Qin Pingan also nodded in greeting. The old man surnamed Qin with the rosacea smiled heartily. Master Qin, are we considered distant relatives? Qin Pingan smiled and said, I can count, but it's more reluctant. The old man joked, no wonder Ruan Taijiang dislikes talking about you the most. Qin Pingan smiled as usual and did not say anything. The old man suddenly asked, a few of us we were talking about the 12 realms on the boat, which one is the most important and what is Qin Shan's his opinion? Qin Pingan looked serious and said, it's all important. The old man was taken aback and gave a thumbs up, see you. After, Chao Yong asked them to go to the mansion first, and he had to send a mountain and river journey for the young hermit. Before Qin Pingan left Killalong, he asked this Uncle Lily if it was feasible. The old Jiao held the jade belt around his waist with both hands, and his expression was free and said, it is a matter of heaven and earth for a person of Taoism to prove the Tao and achieve the Tao. After obtaining the old Jiao's consent, Qin Pingan waved his sleeves, and the wind and rain suddenly stopped for a while, and the golden light turned into a long golden river into his sleeves. In history there were more than 1,000 literati and poems, leaving more than 2,000 poems. The poems and poems recorded in the local government chronicles and county chronicles are as many as hundreds of thousands of words. If they are ordered, they seem to be stripped out of a book. Chao Yong saw this vision. Even though Qin Pingan and the fellow Taoist had left, they still stood where they were. They hadn't recovered for a long time. He was deeply moved. He never thought that the young hermit was an addition to swordsmanship and boxing. So good. In the corridor, Lu Yen asked, have you seen Zhou Zi before? I saw it and chatted a few more words. Finally, Zozi said a hard thing to me, eating at the same table, serving each bowl. The most sage master nodded, because I first said something soft to Zozi, you are a fortune-telling Yinyang sorcerer, don't bully our Confucian disciple. Chunyang Taoist found that the most sacred master beside him seemed to be in a good mood, with a smile on his face, and finally managed not to laugh out loud. Chunyang Taoist asked, Holy Master, what did you see, the future? Looking at the past, I saw all the cultivators, all the ordinary masters, each of us standing on this earth like mountains. We are all standing upright without exception, each has its own highs and lows. No matter what we encounter, even if we bow our heads and bend down, we will still step on the ground and bear the blue sky on our backs. The most sacred master smiled and said, as for the future, it won't work if you see it through and say it. It is countless subtle trajectory routes, creating countless ambiguous pictures, but in the end they overlap and gather into one place. The clouds and mists dispersed between the heaven and the earth, and some people were faintly seen leading them, followed by several figures, gradually ascending. But before that, the Holy Master saw something unusual. The most Holy Master couldn't help but laugh. The picture disappeared in a flash. It was the ancestors of the three religions who had joined together to go to the old site of Liju Cave. At that time in the small town among the three, only the Taoist ancestor saw Qin Pingan. Taozu and Qin Pingan walked side by side, and walked towards the mud bottle alley together. Finally, Daozu stopped outside the alley. Sword of Coming Chapter 931. Huang Tinghua, in a small county seat, is named Suian, so his wishes are fulfilled and peace is peaceful. It belongs to Yenzhou Prefecture, which is also the place where Huang Tinghua has the highest number of scholars in culture and education. This county is not connected to a large post, but there are many scholarly families. Before Qin Pingan entered the county seat, you could see one. Wenchang Tower stands on the top of the hill. Since ancient times, the place where the style of writing has flourished has often been like this, and the Wenchang Pagoda has not been seen in towns. Qing Tong spread his spiritual knowledge and looked at the county town. It didn't seem to say that the water is not deep, there are dragons and spirits, but with Qing Tong's realm and vision, it should be reasonable. It's just a clue. It's just that the rivers and streams around the county seat don't even have a river girl. In a county, the spiritual energy is extremely thin, and the martial arts is even more bleak, completely negligible, but there are traces of cultural luck. The wisps of signs are just not a climate. Most of them are a continuous inheritance of the ancestral shade. They come from certain archways built and those plaques in the ancestral halls hanging Jinshi and the First. There are also some poor houses in the back lanes, and Qing Tong is more and more confused. I don't understand, could it be that I am blind? There is that unborn great monk on the top of the mountain, or the saints of merit, living in seclusion here, deliberately covering the secret? Qing Tong couldn't help asking, who are we looking for this trip? Qin Pingan smiled and said, if you don't find anyone, just take a look. When Tongyi's affair is underway, I will return to Luapa Mountain, and I will come here for a long time. Not long, it's a bit similar to Yaman's Point. Opened a school in a village school for enrollment. Previously, Qin Pingan temporarily borrowed Lu Chen's Taoism, and as a monk in the 14 realms, he hit the spot during that long journey. Huang Tinghua was bordered on the old Dali territory, not too far away from Luapa Mountain. I plan to be a teacher here in the future. Qing Tong mistakenly thought he had misheard. The village school is a school? Open the library to teach, become a teacher? To say that Qin Pingan, who has no reputation for the Confucian temple, is one of the 72 Confucian academies that will soon be abbot, and as the head of the academy, he doesn't even have an adverb. Qing Tong is not so shocked. Qin Pingan nodded, as far as I know, half a bucket of ink sloshing, of course I can only teach children. How could Qing Tong believe in Qin Pingan's phraseology, immediately raised his spirits, and felt that he had just been on the parade of spiritual consciousness. He must have been sloppy and missed some traces, so he could not find out the real strangeness of this place in an instant. The entire city of Suian County was enveloped by a grain of mustard seed from Qing Tong, the government offices, temples, mansions, streets, and various shops, even the bottom of the ancient wells, but still looking for no results. A few after the blink of an eye, Qing Tong still did not give up. He looked at several hills and flowing water outside the county seat. After carefully examining the ins and outs of the mountains and rivers, he finally put away his spiritual knowledge and asked tentatively, "Are you photographed by a certain promising monk?" Qin Pingan joked, if you follow my brother Cui, you will definitely get mixed up. Qing Tong heard the implication, saying that he was not profitable and couldn't afford it early. Chen Pingan moved into the county with both hands and sleeves, bringing the youth into the county town, and the two sides entered into no one's realm like a borderless person. The street was bustling with hustle and bustle because it was New Year's Eve. Even if the shops on both sides were closed, it was still lively and festive. Chen Pingan said, I passed by here before and turned over a few local county chronicles on the county side. It has been more than 100 years since there has been a xianxia. It's like a bad harvest year. Only then did Qing Tong remember that in those 12 landscape illusions, the young hermit, who was born in a line of sages, was obviously very familiar with the art of imperial examination system. Is it true that you intend to become an incognito schoolmaster here, and hang out with some children who wear open pants and snotty noses all day? The master of the two sects, the closed disciple of Wensheng's line, and then spent several years or even more than 10 years of work just to cultivate a so-called xianxia master. Chen Pingan said to himself, if you have a pseudonym, I'll call it Do-E. Qing Tong asked, is it the one in the EG chapter, the prime minister is the grain and all nations are the one? Chen Pingan seemed to have a slight surprise. He said, I never thought about the knowledge of fellow young fellows, it's not shallow. Qing Tong twitched his mouth. The hidden official praised him absurdly. Chen Pingan said, it's not clear whether it's absurd or not, anyway praise is true. Qing Tong thought of the phrase, both important, by the young hermit and Chen Jinrong on the shore of Qilalong, so he comforted himself, more than the best. Qing Tong smiled and asked, if the hidden officer is committed to the imperial examination, can he get the 3 yuan? Chen Pingan thought for a while and said, even if you are in Xuanhuan? Don't even think about it. If it's in the Dali dynasty, let alone a top 3, I might not be able to get the second-class xianxia. But I can say that Huang Tinghua is here to help. There is still some hope for Suian County to bring back a piece of xianxia and a plaque. It's not necessarily how high I have learned it, but it's just a way of making art. The smaller the country, the more know-how. There are shortcuts to make tricks. The font on the test paper, the pavilion body has subdivided doorways. You can make arrangements according to the knowledge and context of the teachers and the scoring officers. Anyway, you can do what you like. Qing Tong said, I heard that among your direct disciples, there is a reading seed named Chao Sunny, who was once the second best in the Dali dynasty. If I could speak this way earlier, I would have invited Senior Qing Tong to drink. Chen Pingan smiled and said, additionally, in addition to being the second place in the palace examination, Chao Sunny was also the Huiyuan of the previous Beijing Spring Festival, so Emperor Songhe's vision is genuine. If you choose Chao Sunny as the champion, and you met at the wedding banquet in Beijing last time, even if you didn't agree to it, how could you stand up to welcome him? I just said that Chen Pingan and her husband chatted at Xuanhuan Academy later. When it comes to this matter, aren't they all the same? One is a student and the other is a disciple. They are all fighting against each other. Bringing Qing Tong rode through the streets skillfully. Chen Pingan asked about something for no reason. Before in the wine shop, you seemed to have a chat with Yangji about Xiaoma and we had a good chat? What's the fuck? Qing Tong shook his head and said, no. Absolutely not. It is obvious that there is no silver 300 taels here. Chen Pingan smiled and said, let's talk about it. I promise not to inform Xiao Mo as a whistleblower. Regarding Xiao Mo's deeds, let alone Howren, there is no record in the world. Even in the wild world, there is no gossip spreading on the mountains. Otherwise, the summer palace will definitely be recorded in the book, plus Xiao Mo rarely talks about himself. Qing Tong still shook his head like a rattle, but suddenly laughed, hurriedly stretched out his fist against his mouth and coughed. This is the place where there is no silver 30,000 taels. Chen Pingan glanced sideways and said, I look back and ask Xiao Mo for myself. Qing Tongxing was afraid that Chen Pingan would add fuel to Xiao Mo. So he had to say, Yangji said a little thing, saying that Xiao Mo was entangled by a female nun in his early years. Chen Pingan immediately brightened his eyes and asked, why is she confused? What's her name? Qing Tong bit his scalp and said, the pseudonym by Jing. As for her Dao name, there are more, similar to women changing dresses, frequent changes, a few of the more famous ones such as Skeo Dizzy and External Scene. Yao Ling, anyway I have never seen her. I just heard some rumors that she has extremely high swordsmanship, great lethality and terrible temper. Like Xiao Mo, Bai Jing is a sword repairer, and she is still the owner of the Weijia. She was about the same age as Xiao Mo, but she was ascended to the ascendant realm earlier than Xiao Mo. She once opened up a dojo in the wild day, but she couldn't live there for a long time. The mansion needed to be rebuilt every few hundred years, so she was barren. The demons in the world, refining the sun and worshipping the moon, half of the cultivators can't get around her, and they need to honor this sword cultivator. Listening to the pseudonym of the woman Xianxia and the number of Taoist names, Qin Pingan asked curiously, "Is Bai Jing the incarnation of the fire spirit?" Weird and weird each comes from a background. It's really good to just say the road number, exterior. Qing Tong shook his head and said, "The outside world has always had this kind of speculation, but it shouldn't be. Because I was in the wine shop in Yangji and I asked this question. Yangji said that this white scene is rooted in the road. One way, it is from the demon clan's resuscitation and refinement, step by step to the top. Yangji also said that Fei Fei may be Bai Jing's redisciple." Qin Pingan became more and more puzzled. Then why did she entangle Xiaoma? Was it a great dispute? Or was it a grievance between Jianxiu? Qing Tong chuckled. "It seems that Bai Jing has seen Xiaoma. He wants to become a Taoist couple with Xiaoma." Xiaoma refused. During the period he asked the sword 3 times, but he couldn't beat him, so he had to escape all the way. He fled to Luobaotan and hid, and followed the Bixiao cave master to make wine together. In fact, Yangji had to be more straightforward, and Qingtong only felt that the depression in his chest was swept away, so afterwards he followed Qin Pingan on a tour, and was always in a good mood. And Yangji said at the time, "Bai Jing almost slept with Xiao Mo." Qin Pingan said, "Stop your mouth, do you follow?" Qingtong was speechless. "If you don't ask, what would I say?" Qin Pingan rubbed his chin and said, "I didn't expect our Xiaoma to have such a story. This Huangting country within a country, Hanxi River, Yujiang River and Baihu River, as well as the Taidian River, which is the upper reaches of the Baihu River, are among the best rivers and gods. As one of the vassal states of the Dali imperial court, being able to have so many water transports is indeed a virtue of the ancestors. After all, it inherited part of the Jingxua ancestral industry of the Xinshui kingdom in the past." Wu Yi, the founder of Xiang Mansion, returned from a long journey. She took a private ferry made of colorful buildings and returned to her site. Passing by the Taichin River, Wu Yi disembarked and waved his sleeves to first move the dozens of people on the ferry. The maidservant turned into a stack of talisman paper people, and then silently pinched the tactics, turning a 3-layer colored boat with carved columns and painted buildings into a small nuclear carved boat, and put it in the sleeve together with the stack of talisman. The temple of Taiqian is called Jixiang Temple. The painted statue of the deity enshrined in the temple is like an old civil servant with a refined appearance. He perceives the strong moral spirit of the founder of Xiang Mansion. Angrily he walked out of a tall and thin old man. Was the river here? He instantly floated out of the temple for more than 100 miles. When he saw the tall woman with deserted brows on the other side, the old man immediately went to the end, gave a big gift and opened his throat. Yelled, "Taiqian a Shaoxing Gaonyang, welcome Dongling Yuanjun Wan." Whether you have enough sincerity depends on your voice. Although he was the river of Huang Tingguo's court, he was actually a vassal of Xiang Mansion, a river temple, a bit like a family temple. Wu Yi is the eldest daughter of the old Jiaoqing Longzhou, the Taoist named Dongling, and the founder of Xiang Mansion. Because he is a female cultivator, he is also honored as Dongling Yuanjun. Of course it is a kind of overstepping. The title of Yuanjun cannot be worn by any female cultivator. However, in the world of Haoran, as long as it is not for the crown of Taoism and the gods of mountains and waters, the Confucian temple does not care too much. Yes, this is similar to the forbidden temples in the imperial courts of various countries, but if it is in the Qingming world with strict ceremonies, it is an iron law established by the great sovereign to teach that you can't impose on the crown of the 5 realms. Wu Yi used to call this Dongling Yuanjun, a respectful name, and was always quite contented. He always felt that there was nothing rude. Outsiders had just shouted for hundreds of years. Anyway, one day she would get the title of Yuanjun in good faith. But today Wu Yi frowned and reprimanded, "What Yuanjun, does he understand the rules?" The god of Taiqian immediately changed his words. "The little sees the ancestor of Dongling." Of course, Wu Yi's transformation was due to a decree from his father. Cheng Longzhou asked her to behave better in her hometown, and to be less boring. In the evaluation of landscape she got a bad comment, and she would be allowed to go to Dafu Academy to close the door to study for 100 years, so as to save outsiders, saying that Cheng Longzhou had no way to teach her son. Not long ago Wu Yi had just taken a ferry from the Fu family in the old Dragon City and crossed the sea to Tongizhou. He met his father and congratulated him on his rise. Of course, Wu Yi did not dare to go empty-handed and took the Xiang Mansion secret store directly. Half of it was hollowed out as a gift. Since the younger brother was the of cold food and water, he was not allowed to leave his jurisdiction without authorization, and he was unable to travel across continents, so he had to ask his sister Wu Yi to help carry gifts. His father, Qing Longzhou, was promoted from the deputy head of Linlu Academy in Piyun Mountain to the head of Tonghizhao Dafu Academy, one of the 72 academies of Confucianism. In fact, the only advantage for these siblings is that they don't have to worry anymore. One day they will be treated as a tonic by their father. Then Wu Yi hurried back to Beipingzu at the New Year's Pass, walked to the new site of the old Dragon City, helped Emperor Huang Tinghua match the bridge, negotiated a few transactions with the surnamed families of the local snakes, and then went to the east of Dadu near the entrance to the sea. The Jiang family of Yunlin finally went to visit Uncle Li Li, who had the friend of world friendship, this old Chenteng long water dragon. After being promoted to Dadu Hui, the mansion was still built on the site of Qilalong Fengshui Cave. According to seniority, I can barely be regarded as Wu Yi's uncle, but I really have to care about it when they get up. The two are the same generation. After all, Wu Yi's Taoist age is actually older than the latter. It's just that the water dragon is good fortune. After practicing, the latecomers are the best. Wu Yi is still struggling to become an infant. At that time, the Chenteng chief had long been a Taoist water dragon of the Yuaning realm. Wu Yi asked lazily, "Xuanhuan is already waiting at the house?" The old river said solemnly, "Return to the ancestor of Dongling. That ant has been in the mansion for 3 days, only waiting for the old ancestor Luan to drive back to the house. We, the Baihu river god of water, has always been doing nothing but going to the Three Treasures Hall. He's acting style. I don't know what he is trying to block the door this time." He didn't deal with that Xuanhuan, so whenever there was a chance he had to smash Xuanhuan on the side of Wu Yi and Xiang Mansion. The Baihu River Temple and the Water Mansion are only 300 miles away from the Xiang Mansion by the waterway, but before Wu Yi's going out of the customs, the Baihu River Water Mansion and the Xiang Mansion have not had any incense for hundreds of years. Before Wu Yifijian sent a letter to Xiang Mansion and asked his mansion to prepare a table of New Year's Eve dinner. Palace Lord Huang Chu naturally did not dare to neglect. He had long let the monks go out to buy all kinds of delicacies from mountains and seas. Now the precious restaurant, which can be seen everywhere in Xinjia Ferry, was given to Xiang Mansion in succession yesterday and today. There were 5 or 6 food boxes. Only one of the dishes was the golden crab, which is a specialty from Shujian Lake, and it is the rarest bamboo branch. At the house, it is rumored that even if it is a local cultivator in Jianghu, you will not be able to eat the bamboo branch golden crab twice in a lifetime, because it is very lucky to be able to eat one meal. Wu Yi glanced at the always well-behaved old river god. "Gaonyang, the New Year's Eve dinner at today's mansion, you have a portion, don't be late." Without giving the boyfriend a chance to flatter him, Wu Yi has already pinched a tactic and used a water technique. His body shape is like a green flowing silk satin. If there is thunder and lightning around him, the sky will be smoked for a time. It was boiling like a dragon flying away from the sky, so that the entire Xiang Mansion in the distance was shaking. Then in a large hall, Wu Yi reunited as a tall woman and yawned. Wu Yi was in the sword hall. Ordinary genealogical monks, returning to the mountain gate, the first thing is to go to the patriarch's hall and worship the ancestors with incense. But Wu Yi is the founder of Xiang Mansion, so he can't worship himself. As for the marionette-like previous palace masters, many of them have actually been reduced to her plate lunch and belly stuff, and the heart is not enough to swallow the elephant, and it is really hard to spare. There are those who want to do double cultivation with her after learning a little bit of room art, there are those who try to usurp the throne while she is in retreat, and there are those who collude with outsiders to try to deceive the master and destroy the ancestor. The ancestors of Dongling went back to the mansion, and the movement was very loud. Even in those territories that were far away from the main hall, the genealogical monks and maids in the mansion stopped their work one after another. They all knelt down and called the ancestors. Regardless of whether the ancestors of the mountain can see it or hear it, it is all about it anyway. Wu Yi turned his head and looked at the entrance of the hall, waiting for Huang Chu and others to come here to welcome him. It is said that the golden nest and the silver nest are not as good as their own grass nests, which makes some sense. In the past, Aquarius Island, not to mention the Immortal, was a Dragon Gate realm, and it was enough to travel wildly, travel everywhere, and swagger through the market. Wherever you are now, no matter you are in the Yuaning realm, I am afraid that you will have to be a human being with your tail clamped. By the Taichin River, Gaonyang hasn't taken his sight for a long time, and the river at his feet is dragged by Wu Yao's qi machine. The water surface is undulating, setting off stormy waves. The old river didn't dare to stabilize the water, but he just sighed in place. The ancestor of Dong Ling's water technique is really mysterious, and it is more smooth than his own righteous of the river. Xuanhuan couldn't help sighing, shook his head gently and murmured, "Everyone has his own life. Envy won't come." It's just that Xuanhuan feels a little bit distressed. Xiang Mansion's New Year's Eve dinner is not eaten for nothing. It's not easier than attending a night banquet of Mr. Wei Dashan. A slightly smiling voice suddenly sounded in the ear, "It's really enviable." Xuanhuan suddenly turned his head and saw a foreigner in a blue shirt and long coat. He was a bit familiar, and when he looked intently he recognized the identity of the other party. It was because the other party had too many identities. Just picking one out would make him unable to eat and walk around. Lao Hixin only felt that his live skill was beyond his reach. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "God Gao, he doesn't need to be so cramped." Xuanhuan asked cautiously, "Qin Shanzhu is going out this time to find the ancestors of Dongling to recollect the past?" Qin Pingan nodded and said, "I'm looking for Wu Yi to talk about something." Xuanhuan immediately said, "Little God is willing to lead the way for Lord Qin Shan. This Iron Credit River God, who is known as the ruling and opposition party for, the dead Dao friend does not die the poor Dao will help you pick up his pockets. However, if you talk about the tenacity of the golden body, you can't lose the least bit of xuanhuan. This is the advantage of having a backer. The public practice of a secular dynasty emphasizes that there are people in a dynasty who are good officials. The gods of the mountains and rivers, if there are people on the mountain, the same thing will get twice the result with half the effort. Like this Chechiang River, because of its relationship with Xiang Mansion, the storehouse of the river temple has money, and if there is money, it can win over the sacred masters and dignitaries on the mountain. There are more sincere men and women who come here to burn incense religiously, and make a wish will be more effective. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Don't worry about going to Xiang Mansion. The god of Laogao River will take me to stroll around Tiezhen River." Zaman is very happy and honored. Xuanhuan didn't dare to speak in a loud voice and tremblingly said, "The little is afraid that the Taitian River is so unusual that he won't be able to enter the eyes of Qin Shanzhu." Qin Pingan shook his head and smiled, "Last time I walked in a hurry I just scribbled to see the scenery of the Taichin River, this time I have to make up for it." After chatting casually about the unusually rich New Year's Eve dinner in Xiang Mansion, Qin Pingan looked a little strange. Nowadays in many Shanshuedi newspapers, there is a sentence, "It's hard to see bamboo stick crab twice in life." It is estimated that this sentence alone can make the sales of golden crabs in Shijianhu skyrocket, let alone Jiangxiang Gongqing, who is a monk on the mountain. As long as there is money and it matters, can he believe in this evil? Once you have eaten it once, you have to eat it a second time. After you have eaten it for the third or fourth time, you may feel that it tastes like that, but if you can eat bamboo stick crab many times, the people around them have encountered something. I don't know what gift to give to this group of people, or in the golden autumn season they have a relationship with each other, and the gift of this is not money, wealth, or something. It is always correct to think about it. At first glance, it is our Dong Shuijing's business experience. What is an extraordinary talent? Probably this is it. Qin Pingan said in his heart, "Do you think that our journey is a little bit more coincidental along the way?" On the Chidu Bixiao Palace, Xiao Yunyan, Mrs. Yanyan, and Nantang Lake Shuijun happened to be guests. Otherwise Qin Pingan would never take the initiative to go to Nantang Lake. After that, in Qilalong Fengshui Cave, in addition to Chao Yong and the Taoist Chunyang, I also met Qin Jinrong and Qin Bugui and a group of people. And in this Xiang Mansion, there is also xuanhuan, the water goddess of the Baihu River, who happens to be in the mansion. In fact, Qing Tong has been walking nearby wearing a power fence and a green robe, walking slowly by the water. Qing Tong said in a bitter voice, "The painting scroll is indeed Zhou's arrangement, but outside of this I really don't know it at all. Is it a series of coincidences that Zhou's methods failed?" Qin Pingan was non-committal. Qing Tong traveled with this person all the way. He saw and heard that Qin Pingan was dealing with different water gods and monks. A certain idea in Qing Tong's heart became stronger and stronger. He said that the same rice raises 100 kinds of people. Why did he get to this guy? Did Bai Jiafan raise one person? At the same time, Qing was worried, but for some reason she found that Qin Pingan seemed to be absent. The reason why he definitely wouldn't go to Nantang Lake is because Qin Pingan remembered something very unsatisfactory. It's a that don't say it in the books, don't mention the old sayings. Some people who do good things voluntarily, it is better not to do good things as a good thing so as to save themselves a lot of trouble. Since it is in line with the so-called gentleman's kindness in the book, the key is to ensure that no matter what happens in the future, there will be no disappointment. If there is any return from others, it is an unexpected joy. The reason why Qin Pingan thinks this is because student Cui Dongshan said in his early years that many good people did good deeds, and that good people are true and good deeds are true. The only thing the problem is that they may ask for some kind of repercussions in the hearts of others without seeking profit, but they will inevitably ask for some kind of repercussions in the hearts of others. If so, then in the eyes of some beneficiaries, they are not even as refreshing as the former. Easy. While continuing to chat with Gao Nyang, Qin Pingan asked the river for a few local chronicles of the prefectures and counties surrounding the Taiqian River. Of course Gao Nyang promised it all. These trivial things are really fluttering like a feather. Yunzhou Prefecture, where Suian County is located, is actually only a Yunzhou away from the Taidian River and Xiang Prefecture. At the boundary of Yunzhou, the Dali court once found a relic of the dragon palace of the ancient Shu kingdom. The stream seems to have just been named Wuxi, and the water quality is excellent, like a sweet spring. Like the Longshu River in my hometown, there is also a similar style stone arch bridge, except that there is no ancient sword hanging under the bridge. Qing Tong asked, "I've been to Hangzhou town before, so why don't you go back to Luapa Mountain to take a look?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "This is called cowardice in the homesickness." In Xiang Mansion Jianchao Hall, Wu Yi sat on the main dragon chair. Huang Chu led a large group of Patriarch Hall members. They walked in a hurry. They were arranged in order. After entering the lobby, they stood in their respective positions and followed the mansion. Lord Huang Chu met with the ancestors of Dongling. Wu Yi smiled playfully. "Because I think of a scene that will take place in a short period of 10 years and a long period of 20 years, I believe it will be more magnificent than today's 3 or 2 cats and puppies. At that time she will be standing above a new temple in a country. The only change is that she will change her identity and become a female national teacher. Wu Yi may wear purple clothes and hold azure jade." The father of Huang Tingguo's assistant minister for many years once revealed the secrets of Wu Yi. The tall boy Yu Lu who was a guest in the forest at that time was actually the fallen prince of the old Lu dynasty. Yu Lu's dragon spirit is indeed the most delicious tonic in the world for Wu Yi. It's just that his father didn't take any action at the time, so Wu Yi naturally didn't dare to act rashly, rushing for food with his father and looking for death. In the past few years, Wu Yi finally broke the golden core bottleneck and entered the nascent soul realm by means of a side-by-side approach. If you succeed in walking along the Great Dew, I believe you can become one of the few upper 5 water dragons on the map of a continent. As for the younger brother who transferred to serve as the Hanshijiang water god, this road is considered to be missed by him, and he is too late to regret. In any case, compared to before, these 4 seas, many terrestrial dragon palace remnants, and descendants of flood dragons are much better. You need to know that in the long years when there is no real dragon in the world, the existence of the dragon slayer is just like Tianqiao hangs above the heads of all the descendants of the dragons, so the Yuaning realm is the end of the avenue. This is true for my father, and the same is true for the Feng Shui cave Qiantang chief, who can only stay in this situation and never dare to walk the water. Moreover, this time to congratulate her father across the continent, there was a great surprise. Her father gave her a face-to-face opportunity and pointed out a Xuanhuan road that is expected to be among the 5 realms. So this time to return to Xiang Mansion, it was Wu Yi who wanted to discuss the relocation with Huang Chu. In addition to emptying the treasury, Wu Yi would also bring half of the genealogical monks in the mansion to Tongyi's house and wait for the matter. Said it was a discussion, but Wu Yi gave an order and Xiang Mansion did the same. As for the remaining half of the empty Xiang Mansion, Wu Yi will promise Huang Chu, the palace lord, that in the future, there is no need to bother with her, the originator of the mountain in all matters, and she will never intervene, which is equivalent to completely delegating power to Huang Chu. Let a nameless palace master really begin to hold authority, enough for Huang Chu to call the wind and rain in the territory of Huang Ting country. After hearing about the old ancestor's decision, Huang Chu looked at each other. Where is the ancestor? Haven't eaten the New Year's Eve dinner yet, so will the family be separated? Wu Yi tapped the handle of the chair lightly with his fingers, raised his toes and stepped on the ground. Huang Chu's heart tightened and immediately said, "I will go to take the ancestor's hall and let the ancestor choose the disciples." Soon Huang Chu brought a booklet, and respectfully offered it to the founder of the mountain. Wu Yi spread out the Xiang Mansion genealogy, and when she saw the pleasing names above, she stretched out a finger and drew the circle. In the lobby, it can be said that the needle drop can be heard, only the old patriarch's rustling turning over the book. Huang Chu did not dare to breathe in the atmosphere, just a little bit in his heart, because the patriarch did not draw much in the front of the genealogical booklet. But those in the middle of the book page, the most people are selected, which means that in the future, most of the backbone monks and worshippers in Xiang Mansion, Longmen and Guanhai will remain. If the ancestor is really willing to abide by the agreement, no longer intervene in the affairs of the mansion after this, traveling far to Tonggishao is indeed a great thing for Huang Chu, the puppet-like palace master. Wu Yi still maintained a lazy posture of looking down at the book, just a sudden gaze, but Huang Chu's gaze was already low. Wu Yi threw the book back to Huang Chu casually and shook his sleeves again. Except for Huang Chu, all of them retired and went on their own. Huang Chu put the genealogy booklet in his sleeve, holding his breath, waiting for the ancestor to give orders. Wu Yi stood up, walked down the steps. Huang Chu took a few steps back, then turned sideways and then turned around to follow him when the ancestor passed him by. Wu Yi looked upset and asked, "Xuanhuan is here uninvited, what does she want to ask for?" Huang Chu bit the bullet and replied, "The tone is very tight. I met her twice and failed to ask why. She only said that she would have a face-to-face meeting with the ancestor." Wu Yi's face became more and more gloomy. She didn't take the Baihu River water god empress seriously. When Xuanhuan visited Xiang Mansion for the first time, Wu Yi had embarrassed her very much. If it hadn't been for Qin Ping's to complete the game, she would help. At that moment Wu Yi had already made up his mind to let this lady Xiao, who has the reputation of canna, spit up after drinking in her own lobby. Not all that you, the goddess of Jianghu, are graceful and graceful. Feng? Then I will let Xuanhuan's ugly attitude be revealed, and let those ministers under the skirt who regard you as the goddess in the painting, think of that beautiful picture. What do they think? There used to be an old fairy from a foreigner who passed by Huang Tinghua, took a boat across the river, drank with a friend on the moon, and threw a glass into the water, transformed into a white owl. Later he had a relationship with Huang Tinghua's founding emperor. And the friend of the Yuanying monk was Wu Yi's father, the 10,000-year-old Jiaoqing Longzhou, who humbly asked the Taoist priest who wandered here. So in Wu Yi's eyes, this Baihu River water god empress, who has an incorrect background and no background at all, is also worthy of being on an equal footing with him? It's just that Wu Yi doesn't know the true identity of that Taoist and he doesn't even know his name. I only remember the middle-aged Taoist priest from the country, with yellow shirt and hemp shoes, holding a sword on his back, indeed a fairy style. Wu Yi asked his father once afterwards, so he didn't dare to ask again. Qing Longzhou only said a few words back then, playing a dumb riddle, saying it was equivalent to not saying it. With a finite body, refine the endless fire courtyard. Form an unparalleled gene danki, and the earth immortal will not be insulted by the heavenly immortal. Obviously his father admired the wandering Taoist priest extremely. Had it not been for such a relationship, Xuanhuan would like to take the position of the water of the Baihu River firmly. Wu Yi emphasized his tone and asked, "Is it still the posture of closing the mountain over there?" Huang Chu nodded and said, "Idlers are always stopping, and visitors are not allowed to climb the mountain." Wu Yi curled his lips and said with a complicated expression, "Dare you believe it?" Huang Chu Jitsu shut up and said nothing. In less than 30 years, Luapa Mountain changed from a little-known mountain to a sect of Zongzitu. Some immortal mansions on the hills that have managed to open up the mountains may have only received a few disciples after 30 years have passed. If you have a familiar face with neighboring fairy houses and mountain countries, you can burn incense. So Huang Chu certainly couldn't believe it. But how dare he arbitrarily put his beak on the rise of the fallen mountain? In fact, for the Luapa Mountain, Wu Yi and Xiang Mansion, they didn't really care about it back then, so they didn't think much about winning relationships and maintaining the incense. Up to now, even if Xiang Mansion wanted to climb high branches, it would not be able to climb high. Near Piyun Mountain, the little-known Laopao Mountain, if not heard, is already a blockbuster. Xingyang Mountain, which has just been promoted to the sect, is like a poor foil and stepping stone. Just like Fengshua Temple said a fair word, this celebration of Emperor Bamboo Sovereign was held for Luapa Mountain. Wu Yi immediately asked the current palace master Huang Chu to go to Old Longzhou in person, and sent a long overdue gift. Even if he knew it was unpleasant, he could reach out and not hit the smiley person. At that time the young mountain owner was not at home and he went out for a long trip. The person on the side of Luapa Mountain was Zhu Lian, who was in charge, and he was considered a half-acquaintance. Back then he followed Chen Pingan to visit Xiang Mansion, as if he had a reminiscence with Huang Chu. It's a good chat. The reason why Wu Yi didn't go to Luapa Mountain in person was ridiculous because she couldn't save face, and even more so, she didn't dare to go. That black charcoal girl who followed Chen Pingan back then turned out to be Zheng Qian, the great female master later. The big disciple of Luapa Mountain, Pei Qian. In that battle in the middle of Aquarius Island, Wu Yi had worked hard, and he had also seen Zheng Qian strike a punch on the battlefield. The young woman with the ball in the hair bun often kills demons and saves people. In private, during the war, the many genealogical masters of Aquarius Island gathered together. After all, it was a common feeling in the end because Zheng Qian belonged to his family. Dallas' companion even passed a resolution for her to make an exception, allowing Zheng Qian to rush to the battlefield by herself and open a battle line. Wu Yi couldn't superimpose the heroic young woman's great master, who was engulfing the power of thunder every time he shot, with the image of the little black charcoal that year. Wu Yi still remembered that at the banquet, Chen Pingan was indeed accompanied by a small oil bottle. She was a weird little girl. She used a lame excuse to ask Chen Pingan, who was a master, to ask for a cup of celestial brew. In the end, he could only drink a cup of fruit to soothe his gluttons. When Wu Yi was in the accompanying capital, he was visiting friends by car on the street, and by chance met a young master who was walking on foot. At that time Wu Yi was still at a loss. I nodded in salute, and there was a slight smile on his face. Maybe the other party was sincere, but it fell in the eyes of others. In fact, it's weird. It was because after Zheng Qian paid more times, Dallas' companion capital began to circulate a humorous saying, "When Zheng Qian smiles, the battlefield suffers." Every time she enters the battlefield, it is the result of the sky and the earth sinking, and the places she passes by are all devastated. Zheng Qian would only smile a little when he met a powerful enemy of the monster race, or when she was seriously injured, as if he finally felt a little bit interesting. Huang Chu asked, "When did the patriarch see that xuanhuan?" Wu Yi sneered, "Let her leave her for a few more hours and wait until the New Year's Eve dinner starts and then see off the guests. Talk to me about business? Then I will give her a chance to say 3 things." This time xuanhuan visited Xiang Mansion with only one entourage, Sun Deng, a pure martial artist and the chief worshipper of Baihu River Water Mansion. The residence arranged by the mansion is the same as last time. At any rate, it is a secluded place with a detached house. The name of the Baihu River Water God Empress is very popular in any place in Huangting country. Even in the palace of Huangting country, Xiaolu is the same. It will be the guest of the monarch, but it doesn't work in this Xiang Mansion. There are tens of thousands of kindnesses in the world, asking for one thing: just bow your head. Xuanhuan burned incense and made tea in the house. The tea set and the water used for making the tea were all provided by Xuanhuan. At this moment she and Sun Deng were drinking tea together. Just now there was such a big movement in the mansion. A loud call from the ancestor of the cave spirit shook the sky, and coupled with the ripples of the water law that wuxialover had descended on, Xuanhuan could conclude that she would still be unable to see Wu Yi for a while. Sun Deng said indifferently, "I laughed and everyone laughed at me and looked at ordinary things with a normal heart." Xuanhuan's beautiful eyes were shining brightly and he smiled. "If Sun Gongfeng is a cultivator, the Baihu River Water Mansion will be smaller." Sun Deng shook his head. Climbing and cultivating the path are too particular about qualifications and opportunities for the immortal family, and Sun Deng believes that he has no such fate. Xuanhuan added tea to Sun Deng, and after a few chatter words, the water of the Baihu River could not hide her frown. "Last time I was lucky and passed the blunder. What about this time?" She came to the door this time to discuss with Wu Yi an important event related to her own Dao, because Xuanhuan just received a secret letter from Huang Ting's Ministry of Rites, the key water gods that have been hanging in the air for a long time. Locations such as the Chefu River Water Mansion, which has no owner for the time being, and the post of Chentang Chief Chao Yong vacated by Li Li, will soon fill the vacancies one by one. The Dali court has been planning for this for a long time. One of the water gods of the Li vassal country, the landscape genealogy is only 6 ranks. Of course she does not dare to expect too much. Among them, the most important thing is that there is a gossip that has a nose and eyes, saying that Yi Qingzhu, the goddess of the river water god, seems to be willing to replace it. Under the jurisdiction of the river, she was willing to adjust other places, and she even took the initiative to lower her level by half, but she also wanted to leave the Yuye River. And Huang Tingguo's Hanxi River, the first water god, wanted to make up for that Iron Fu River, and Xuanhuan's Baihu River was similar in water to that Hanxi River. Once the Hanxi River water god could be promoted, Xuanhuan would hope to follow suit. Furthermore, the water god's golden body and the temple's water house were replaced together, and then the height of the image was raised by 1 foot as usual. Of course not. Xuanhuan promised with Xiang Mansion that he was willing to go to the capital of Huangting Kingdom to meet with His Majesty the Emperor. He strongly recommended the Taijing River god, and also promoted to the first level as the Baihu River water god. After all, this is not illegal. This is the case in the officialdom. When a person changes his official status and moves his position, whether it is promotion or loss of office, it often benefits the next group of officials. The Shanshui officialdom is particularly obvious. After passing this village there is no such shop, and it is often missed for a while, and it is necessary to stare at each other for 100 years or even anxious for hundreds of years. Xuanhuan wanted to come here to walk around to try his luck because last time I had a boring loss. If it weren't for someone's righteousness I would say whether he could get out of Xiang Mansion or not. In fact, in the past few years Xuanhuan he didn't make up for it and took the initiative to repair the relationship with Xiang Mansion, but he never met Wu Yi again. But if Xuanhuan learns from the Imperial River Water God, consumes incense and asks the court as a water for a cross-mountain pass, and ran to a certain place to cling to a relationship, Xuanhuan really can't do such a shameless deed. Besides, she was even more afraid of self-defeating. When she was really going to the Luapa mountain, it wouldn't be a big deal to close her door. She was afraid that she would annoy the young mountain owner who seemed to be wholesome. In recent years Mrs. Xuanhuan respected Sun Deng, the chief guest of the Water Mansion, because this pure martial artist who took refuge in the Baihu River halfway is the most famous person in the Temple of the River. In addition, Sun Deng was born in Huangting Xingwu in his early years, and he personally led soldiers to fight in the war. In these years, he has indeed managed a water palace that was originally lax in order and functioning in an orderly manner. Since ancient times, how many gifted men, beautiful women, heroes and heroes, the clouds and the snow disappear, the waning moon is short of people and the glasses are empty. Xuanhuan didn't want to look too sad on Sun Deng's side, and tried to beat his spirits, and chatted with Sun Deng about some strange and interesting things that happened recently in the Great Sui dynasty. On the other side of the Taichin River, after taking a short walk with Gao Nyang, Chen Pingan left, and went to Xiang Mansion unconsciously with Qing. He went directly to Jianxi Hall and stood there for a while. After that, Wu Yi walked out of the threshold of the lobby with Palace Chief Huang Chu. In fact, there were 2 outsiders standing beside them. Chen Pingan stood outside the door with sleeves in both hands, looking at the plaque hanging high from the Patriarch's Hall, and he looked at the handwriting of the long-term dragon boat of Dafu Academy Mountain. Earlier in the Suian County, Chen Pingan took Qing Tong to a simple school with closed doors. At that time, Chen Pingan was standing outside a row of low wooden fences in a daze. The work of a lifetime lies in the heart, and Shinsai is the sharpening room. Tonight is the 30th eve of the New Year's Eve for family reunion, and tomorrow is the beginning of spring when we resign from the old and welcome the new. Every year after the 2 dragons rise in February, there is the Xianxia festival on March 3rd and the Qingming festival, which is mostly between the mid-spring and late spring, when going out here is the spring. After that, it's May 5th. Unconsciously, I have spent my life and a half in the spring outing. You're tuning in to this Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.